What did we finish with last night? Corset. We 7-1 with that black Dread Presence deck. So let's start tonight with some Throne. Number 14. Slipped a couple spots while I was sleeping. I'm going to go get one more tissue. The chair stream is over, hopefully. I don't know. I hope I'm not getting sick. I don't actually really feel sick, but I'm sniffly, and I just feel like worn from the weekend. Mythic championships are tough. All right, so let's see what we have here. Acclaimed Contender is good. It's not like a broken Night Rare or something. It's just good. I think it's probably better than Shepherd of the Flock or Sir Eleonora, though. Witchstalker, definitely the best common in this pack. Yeah, I probably caught the post-PT plague, as we call it. You just get worn down. Like, I didn't get a lot of sleep. Flying to and from California is, pretty far from Florida. And then I didn't sleep much for 3 or 4 days in a row. Like, yesterday, people commented, like, you look tired. I'm like, yeah, I bet. Like, I slept 3 hours a night for 3 days in a row. Like, I'm sure I look tired. I mean, I slept great for the past 2 or 3 nights since, but still recovering. But I would take Acclaimed Contender or Fierce Witchstalker, I think. Acclaimed Contender is probably better than Witchstalker, but I'm not really sure. I think like Sir Eleonora and Shepherd of the Flock are 3rd and 4th, but I think they're definitely 3rd and 4th here. Sir Eleonora, to me, is just not that impressive. Like, it's a fine card. 5 mana, 3/4 draw a card or whatever. It's like a little better Rock's Oracle from M19 or whatever. Like, it's a good card, but it's not exciting. I think Fierce Witchstalker is pretty powerful. The fact that you get a food token and a 4/4 trample for 4. And then Acclaimed Contender, of course, if it's hitting, like if you have a heavy night stack, this is a constructed card. This isn't a broken rare, but this is a standard rate card. A 3 mana 3/3 that also draws you a creature is just like, that's just above rate for limited. But obviously I'm going to go with the Bartered Cow like Dr. Silly Scopes. I mean, Bartered Cow is clearly the right pick. Now, I think it's Acclaimed Contender, but Fierce Witchstalker would be my second choice. Acclaimed Contender is just really powerful. Forgetting about the fact that this can dig up Trapped in a Towers or Ember Cleaves or Broken Things, just getting a 3 mana 3/3 for 3 in limited is like on par for an aggro deck. So when you also just get an additional creature at no cost in your hand, I mean, that's a pretty ridiculous card. It's the kind of card that it doesn't look dominant, like it doesn't dominate the board or anything, but it's just efficient. You don't fall behind. It's easy to cast. Even if you're not triggering this, it's a 3 mana 3/3. Like, that's an acceptable card for an aggro deck in limited. Yeah, I'm not going to say I would never do a stipulation draft. I don't currently have plans to, but I'm not like opposed to the concept or something. What kind of stipulations you got in mind? How about a blow my nose draft? We could keep drafting all the battered cows, or we could take a look at some of the good cards in this pack. There's Resolute Rider, which is the best card in the pack and goes perfectly well with our first pick, but it is a white, black, gold card. White or black, but you can't cast it very easily if you end up like white, red or something. Trapped in a Tower also goes pretty well with our first pick, Don't forget, Acclaimed Contender digs up auras. Trapped in the Tower is an aura. Scorching Dragonfire, probably like the best card in this pack. Like Resolute Rider's better than Scorching Dragonfire, but Resolute Rider's so much harder to cast. So those are the only 3 cards you should really be considering out of this pack. I think Resolute Rider is the most powerful, and it goes well enough with Acclaimed Contender. And Acclaimed Contender and Resolute Rider are both quite powerful cards. So we probably do want to start drafting the easy way a little bit here and take Resolute Rider and see if we can put together a great white-black Knights deck. But definitely it's not unreasonable to take Trapped in the Tower or Scorching Dragonfire. They're easy to cast single-color removal spells that will be good in any deck that is those colors. Resolute Rider, if we end up having to go white-red, we may not even be able to play. I really hope I'm not getting actual sick. I didn't feel sick even an hour ago. But Resolute Rider will be good, basically. Resolute Rider has the most upside if we play white-black Knights. But Resolute Rider may not even be castable if we go white-red. Trapped in the Tower is obviously very easy to cast and going to be good in any white deck, and Scorching Dragonfire is very easy to cast and going to be good in any red deck. But since we started with a powerful rare Knight, I think we do want to lean in the direction of white-black Knights if we can. So I'm comfortable taking Resolute Rider after Acclaimed Contender. If this Acclaimed Contender was, you know, I don't know, let's say a Trapped in the Tower, I might be inclined to just take another Trapped in the Tower because it makes me want to push in the Knight's direction a lot less. And like white-green is a good deck too, right? But the only real Knight decks are white-black and white-red, and I don't mind pushing in that direction a little harder when you start with a rare Knight. Well, now there's 2 good Knights, 2 good uncommon Knights that are both first pickable. I'm not sure which one's better. You definitely shouldn't take any card out of this pack besides Order of Midnight or Resolute Rider. The only question is, do we want Resolute Rider or Order of Midnight? I don't know the answer to that. I'm not sure which of these cards is just actually better. Even if you assumed we were 100% to play white-black Knights, which card is better? Order of Midnight, we can go find it off Acclaimed Contender, trade off the Acclaimed Contender, order the Acclaimed Contender back, play the Acclaimed Contender again, go search up something else. It's pretty sick. Resolute Rider is more powerful, but Resolute Rider also costs 4 mana, and Knights is an aggro deck. This is, in fact, hey, listen. The whole point of drafting the hard way is how you draft a good deck in every draft. It is a good thing if you open a white rare and then you get past white uncommons. If you open a white rare and then you get past the best red uncommon and a medium white common, that's what drafting the hard way is about. It's about juggling that pick and staying open. If you open a white rare and then you get past the best white uncommon, just windmill slam it. That's a good thing, right? That's not the point is not to make yourself have to draft the hard way. Drafting the hard way means like staying open and juggling the value. It doesn't mean avoiding a great deck when it's being thrown in your face. Thank you, Logic 897. Timely subscription, as I'm I think using Logic explaining. It is true, Order of Midnight is black. Technically, we have 2 white cards at the moment. Thank you, Sun's Ride. Appreciate that subscription. This may be a getting sick stream tonight. So, soup. I like soup. I do eat a lot of soup in general. So I think Order is probably a little better than Resolute Rider. Of course, there is some chance we still play mono white or white something else. So I'm not 100% on the pick here. I think it's super close. I think Given we already have Resolute Rider, we probably just take the second Resolute Rider, because we might just play mono white. I do think Order is probably a little bit better, to be honest, though. All right, well, with 2 Resolute Riders, I think Barrow Witches is going to be excellent in our deck. So at this point, I'm not going to take Silver Flame Squire to stay mono white over Barrow Witches. We have 3 Knights, 2 uncommons and a rare, all of which are really powerful. So I want to pick up these Barrow Witches while I can. And again, Fairy Godmother is a sweet card, but we can win on power level. We don't need to jump our cards for damage. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. I'm just saying my priority is going to be to be able to buy back my Resolute Riders and my Acclaimed Contender should my opponent have removal. So I'm still going with Barrow Witches. I know you've probably seen a lot of really focused aggro players take Fairy Godmother here. Fairy Godmother's a good card. But again, I feel like if they kill my Resolute Rider and I buy it back, I'm probably going to win. And my power level is going to be pretty high here, as you can see. So I'm not that worried about jumping to deal extra damage. Lockwing Paladin is fine, but triple black isn't always the easiest. It's a card I would basically play but be unexcited about. Yeah, here we'll grab Fox. I don't know if we're going to play it or not. It just depends on if it's going to have flying a lot. But we'll see what we end up with. Lonesome Unicorn, the only on-color knight-ish card in the pack, so that's an easy pick. I think now we can take Silver Flame Ritual, but I don't expect to play it. Similar to the concept I was just talking about, we have a high power level. A lot of knight decks and a lot of white aggro decks are going to have a low power level, and they're going to be about sneaking in 20 damage. This deck is just going to win on the power level of its cards. We have 2 Resolute Riders, Acclaimed Contender, and 2 Barrow Witches to get them back. So I don't expect to want to play something like Gingerbreed or Silver Flame Ritual, but we never know where the rest of the draft's going to go. Idyllic Range in case we end up really heavy white. I guess Hengewalker for the same reasons. Don't think these cards matter. Sorry cards. I'm not going to waste time with you. You just don't matter to me. Don't get insulted. Don't get offended. All right, so that's interesting. Linden is not that good, but we are really heavy white. We could easily end up like 11-6. These Barrow Witches are single black. So it's an interesting spot now. Also, Heraldic Banner might be good if we end up with all white creatures, but we do have 2 black creatures already. And we're going to want to take Smitten Swordmasters and other Black Knights. Lucky Clover isn't great with what we have right now, just 1 Lonesome Unicorn. But of course, we could prioritize Fairy Godmothers and Lonesome Unicorns the rest of the way. Turn 2 Clover, turn 3 Lonesome Unicorn is pretty disgusting. And then there's Bake Into a Pie, best common in the set, hyper-efficient removal. If we take it, we're conceding that we're not going to get to do a heavy white thing, which has some upside. We're basically going to play like 10 plains, 7 swamps, or 9 plains, 8 swamps. But again, we already have 2 Barrow Witches. We have so much Knight synergy that we're going to want Smitten Swordmasters and other Black Knights. So maybe we should just take Bake and not be looking at like a heavy white deck. But I would never take like a, let's say, Lonesome Unicorn over Bake Into a Pie to stay heavy white. But when there's cards like Heraldic Banner, Lucky Clover, and Linden, then we can consider it, right? Bake in the cake. I don't know how to bake anything. I barely know how to use an oven. I'm not actually kidding. I know how to bake my opponents. We'll see. I hope so. I mean, Linden's good if you're mono white, but of course we don't know if we're going to be mono white or not. I guess Bake Into a Pie just has to make the most sense. We already have 2 good black cards, but more important than that, because obviously these Barrow Witches are single black and easy to splash. More important than that, we're going to want Black Knights. We're going to want Smitten Swordmasters. You know, anytime that we can get cheap, good Black Knights for this deck with Acclaimed Contender, we're going to want them. So I think it makes sense to just prepare for a 2-color Black-White Knights deck. All right, well, there's no good Black-White Knights cards, but y'all know I'm obsessed with Enchanted Carriage, so I'm probably going to take it. I just love the Carriage. It dodges sorcery speed removal. If they left up instant speed removal mana, they still can't use it until their next turn. I would take Bacon Will Pie over it. I would take a lot of cards over it. But in this case, I'm not going to take Reaper over it. There's not really any good Black-White Knights cards, so it's definitely Carriage. Pretty easy Reeve Soul here. We want Knights where we can get them, but not over good efficient removal. Now we get the opportunity to pick up a 1-drop Knight. That's always nice. Anytime you can do something productive in turn 1 in Limited, that's a big deal. It's really easy to have a good turn 3 in Limited. It is not easy to have a good turn 1. So that means you want to prioritize 1-drops over 3-drops, even if they're of comparable power level. Like maybe Youthful Knight is better than Venerable Knight, kind of in terms of how much mana you spend and what it produces. But if I don't play Youthful Knight on turn 2, I'm probably just gonna play something else on turn 2. If I don't play Venerable Knight on turn 1, I'm not gonna use my mana on turn 1. I'm gonna do nothing. So I think you want to prioritize 1-drops when they're good, like Venerable Knight, especially high, because they allow you to use your first mana on turn 1 for profit. Curve is pretty high, I definitely agree. We have our eye on that. And as such, we'll definitely be taking Youthful Knights over Lonesome Unicorns. We need 2-drops pretty badly. Also, it's probably just a better card. Lonesome Unicorn is good, though. I really, really, really doubt any of these cards can make our deck, so I don't think it matters. I guess Spectre's Shriek, but I mean, would be the best sideboard card, but there's no sideboarding in Best of 1. Easy Windmill Slam trapped in a tower, of course. Whoa, Tab Eater just gifted out 5 subs. Thank you for the generosity, Tab Eater. Starting off the stream right tonight. Queen Dragon gifted out 2. Tab Eater's gifted out 5. I know a few people already subscribed. Thank you for the support as usual. Appreciate the generosity, Tab Eater. Well, happy birthday to you. We're supposed to be gifting you things, not the other way around. How old are you? If you don't mind me asking. So here, this is an easy Smitten Swordmaster. This might be even better than, Trapped in the Tower in our deck with all our Knight synergy. I don't know. But it's basically just a Windmill Slam also. Well, congratulations and happy birthday, Tab Eater. And thank you for hanging out with us for some of your birthday. That's awesome. All right, Lonesome Unicorn's a better Knight than Paladin for this aggro deck. Maybe we will or won't play a Reaper. These cards don't matter, although it is sick to see a Wandermare there that late. No green-white adventure bots in this pod. Whoa, Bamo Jam joining the party and gifting out 5 subs. I guess it's celebration, all the gifts giving. I guess it is December and the holiday season, as well as Tab Eater's birthday. So thank you for the generosity, Bamo Jam, gifting out 5 subs. Thank you, Tab Eater, again, and happy birthday. Happy 27th birthday to Tab Eater. Sounds like a great day. A nice steak, play a show. And in the meantime, we've got some drafts. Yeah, I'm probably going to do like 2 M20 and 2 Throne tonight. I like both formats, and I like mixing it up, so probably do a couple of each. Yeah, Knight and Casket are close here. We have a proactive Knight deck. We could use 2-drops. We have Smitten Swordmaster, Acclaimed Contender, Double Barrow Witches. I'm probably going to take Glass Casket, but I think it's a relatively close pick. Hey, what's not to be nice about? We're drafting. How can you be drafting and not be nice? Maybe if we were playing Modern, we'd be mean. Casket does have synergy with Fox. It's an artifact, so you can get it off Acclaimed Contender, right? You may reveal a Knight or Equipment or Legendary artifact. No, never mind. I take it back. You can get auras and you can get legendary artifacts, but you can't get non-legendary artifacts. So yeah, this is a relatively close pick, but I think it is Casket. Still just good, efficient removal. So Oakham Ranger is okay in a deck like this. We have small creatures. I don't know if we can cast it or not. Probably not. We're going to have to play a decent amount of swamps. So I think we just want to go with Barrow Witches then. Obviously, we need to keep the curve down. But, I mean, that pack only had those options. So we were going to get an expensive card there pretty much no matter what. Speaking of expensive cards, we're definitely taking Archon. Archon is awesome. But we really do need to get some more 2-drops. We really need to work hard to keep this curve down. This is like the most powerful Knight deck in the history of ever. And it's also the most expensive one. Can you stop showing me broken 5-mana cards and good 5-mana commons for our deck and start showing me some 2-drops, please, Arena Bots? I mean, we're going to have to take Sir Allen here. It's not even like there's a Youthful Knight. I think Sir Allen is a lot better than Youthful Knight, but given how expensive our curve is, I would consider Youthful Knight. But, I mean, I'm not going to take, what, like, Shining Armor. That's not even a 2-drop creature or anything. So, I mean, we're going to take Allen, but we really need to take some 2-drops here. Our curve is getting a little out of hand. I don't think these cards super matter. All right, let's take a look at Mysterious Pathlighter. How is that in our deck? It's good with Swordmaster. It's okay with Lonesome Unicorn, which we have 2 of, but that's it. So it's not actually very good in this deck. And given how bad our curve is, I think I'm just going to take Malevolent Noble. This is physically painful for me to take Malevolent Noble over Mysterious Pathlighter, but we don't actually have very many adventure creatures, and we have an aggro deck, and our curve is not very good. So I think Malevolent Noble here is just a necessary evil for us. Hey, that's a really nice pickup. We can get a second 1-drop Knight this late. I'm really, really happy about that. It even plays well with Noble because, while Noble's not a Knight, we can always pay 2 at instant speed, sack Venerable Knight, and then we get to put a counter on the Noble and a +1/+1 counter on a different Knight. That's a very nice pickup. Speaking of very nice pickups, Smitten Swordmaster, don't mind if I do. Black-White Knights for the win. Tournament Ground sucks. Doesn't cast anything. I hate that card. Yeah, no Tacticians hurts a little, for sure. All right, let's see what's here. 42, 17 lands is probably right, so we're going to have to cut a couple of cards. We want to cut slower, more expensive cards where possible. I think Reaper is a pretty easy cut from the stack. It's not a Knight, it doesn't have synergy, and it's slow and expensive. Cauldron is cuttable, but we didn't get a lot of removal. Otherwise, we could cut, like, these are really 3-drops. But otherwise, we could cut, like, I don't know, Enchanted Carriage, Barrow Witches. I don't really want to cut those. Knight of the Keep, but we still don't have a ton of early drops. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I might cut Carriage. Not because I don't think Carriage is good in this deck, just because I think I have to cut an expensive card, not a cheap card. Okay, I have to get a lot more tissues. Sorry, y'all. This is a blow your nose stream tonight. Thank you. Hey, Siri. Appreciate that subscription. I don't know an ideal curve. I mean, the more aggressive your deck is, the more you need your curve to be lower. Because you need to put out early creatures to deal early damage. I literally started a Twitter riot last week telling people that you shouldn't stream when you're sick, and here I am streaming when I'm sick. I actually feel great, though, except for the nose blowing. Like, I slept really late. I slept a ton. So, like, I woke up, had my coffee, and didn't feel sick at all, and now my nose is just running, so I don't really know what the deal is. Most likely, I just won't make it a long, late night or anything, but we'll see how we feel as we go on. That's pretty good. Ben's definitely sick. He just cut carriage. That's pretty funny. All right, so I'm going to attack. If they want to trade, I'm cool with it. Even though I don't get a counter, it's still a trade up. And, of course, I couldn't play the Flutterfox first for a counter because Flutterfox is not a knight. Flutterfox will have flying, though, as soon as I trap in a tower or anything. And given we have Bacon to a Pie in hand, even though we don't have Second Swamp yet, and we have Resolute Rider for next turn and nothing else to do this turn, I'm pretty happy to trap in a tower their Merrileaf Rider. It's a potentially scary creature, but also it turns on our Flutterfox and gets us some damage. And no real choices here. The Fox can fly over the Witch Stalker. We get down the Resolute Rider. Sir Eleanor is not bad. It's just not impressive. Like I said, it's like a 5-mana 3/4 draw card. It's like a Rock's Oracle, but a little bit better. Like, I think it's a solid card. I just don't think it's a very good card. Haha, that's pretty good, Mad Moses. Okay, so here we have a couple of choices now. If we attack with both, the Spider's going to block the Rider. We could pay 2 and give it lifelink, and then pay 3 and make a 2/2 Knight. Otherwise, we could put out another Resolute Rider. I don't necessarily think Resolute Rider is doing much more right now on this board than Lonesome Unicorn, and 4 life is still pretty useful. Plus, we get in 2 damage from the Flutterfox if we attack with both. So I think I like this line. We'll give it lifelink. Obviously, it doesn't need indestructible since it's being blocked by a 1/5. But we'll get us 4 valuable life points because they are attacking with Witch Stalker. And then we can still add to the board. Next turn, we'll see what we draw. If we draw a land, I may want to give it lifelink and play the other Resolute Rider. If we don't draw a land, I may just slap down Lonesome Unicorn for 5 mana. Oh, I do not have Eleanor as a top 5 uncommon. I don't think it's particularly good. Like, I think it's a solid card. Like, I'm not against it or anything, but for 5 mana to just get like a mid-sized creature and draw a card in this day and age, I think is solid. Like, I'm in no way against it, but I don't think it's like, you know, great. Like, I don't think it's offering a ton of value or anything. So what are we doing now? They have a 5/5, so we can no longer attack with the 4/2 profitably into it. If we send the Flutterfox only, it's just going to get blocked by Sporecap Spider. So I guess our choices this turn are second Resolute Rider or Lonesome Unicorn. Sadly, we still don't have second black for Bacon to a Pie. I think we just want to be mana efficient for now, because if we draw a land, we can do something like Bacon to a Pie and give Resolute Rider lifelink. So I think that offers a little bit more. That's awesome, Jojo. Thank you for purchasing the course. And if you have any questions, let me know. Like I said, there's a lot of content in there. Nothing too revolutionary, but we just go over all the concepts. So if there's any questions, anything you want explained, or whatever, just, you know, shoot me a message. That's what I'm here for. All right, well, now we could really use second black. We're not under that much pressure, but that Fierce Witch Stalker is a 7/7 trample at the moment. If we find second black and we get to Bacon to a Pie it, they're down to 1 card in hand, things are going to look pretty good. But if we don't get to Bacon to a Pie it, it could be somewhat hard to deal with. We now have the difficult choice of whether or not we want to double block this Paladin. I don't really want to lose the Resolute Rider and the Lonesome Unicorn. But we can Barrow Witches back the Resolute Rider, and I'm not really sure if I don't make this double block, how we're going to deal with that Paladin. I mean, we could always block it with Resolute Rider and give it lifelink, but we also need to, and Indestructible, but we also need to deal with the Witch Stalker. Plus, we have a ton to spend our mana on. We have a second Resolute Rider, we have Barrow Witches to get back Resolute Rider. So I'm not really loving life right now, but I think it is correct to just throw this double block in front of the Paladin. Also worth noting, let's say we don't draw the second swamp. We play Barrow Witches, right? We get back Resolute Rider. They're attacking with a 7/7 next turn. A 3/4 and 2 2/2s actually triple block a 7/7 pretty well. That's 7 damage we can put on it and 8 toughness. So it actually works out pretty well right now. About as good as we could hope for. Obviously, if they have a pump spell or something, it's going to be really bad for us. And I would have rather drawn a swamp and just bacon applied the 7/7 and not have to take any risks. But they're down to 1 card in hand. We didn't draw a swamp, so we don't have the option to bacon opie the Fierce Witchstalker. So I think for now, you know, this is the best we can do. I mean, assuming those 2 cards in their hand aren't a pump spell or some kind of an instant, we can triple block here. We lose 2 of our 3, they lose their Witchstalker, and it's not that bad for us. Okay, well, we just lost the option to do that. It has trample, so chumping it isn't great. So we have to figure out if there's a way we can stay alive, because we can't take it, because we're at 9 and it has 9 power, and then potentially kill it next turn. Next turn, we can, if we play Resolute Rider, we can have 9 to put on it if we just block it this turn with a 2/2. But that means we'll take 7 points of trample and go down to 2 life. Next turn, if we put Resolute Rider, Barrow Witches, and Flutterfox on it, that's how much toughness? 4, 6, 8. So that means it'll trample over for another 1. So if they send the spider, we would be dead on board. So unfortunately, that doesn't really work. Now, if we draw a land, then we have the 2 mana to give it lifelink, and then that does work. If not, we could always play a Claim Contender. We'll just have to spike, we'll have to spike, whatchamacallit, a 2-drop Knight or something. So I think for now, there's not really a reason to over-chump it. I think we just chump it with this Flutterfox and go to 2. If we draw the swamp for Bacon Opie, we're good. If we do not draw the swamp for Bacon Opie, then we have to try and Acclaim Contender into a 2-drop Knight, I think. Because remember, if we play Resolute, if they attack with both, they have 10 power, 9 of which has Trample, so we're 1 toughness short. Oh, well, hey, that works. Now that we drew Venerable Knight, we're simply not 1 toughness short. So we can actually just play Resolute Rider and Venerable Knight, and then we can triple block the Fierce Witchstalker and have a blocker for Sporecap Spider and not die. It's not pretty, but it does work. And given our hand is all ammunition, all we need to do here is stabilize, and we'll be in great shape. So our back, even though our back is to the wall, this is still not uncomfortable. Obviously, we lose if they have Insatiable Appetite, if they have Garen Brig Carver, if they have Outmuscle. But if you assume those 2 cards in their hand are just some creature to cast and like a forest, then we're actually okay on the board. Well, there's Outmuscle, so now we're dead. Yeah, Carver is just something we're completely ignoring because we could never have beaten it. But obviously now that's 10 power trample over 5 toughness, so we're just dead. Contender in the 2/1 works too, but it's a little less mana efficient. And since we weren't dead on board, I felt like it made more sense to use all of our mana. You could definitely do that if you wanted. I don't think it's like much of a difference, but ultimately, I think the most important thing there was using as much mana as we can, because our hand had basically infinite ammunition. We have a lot of Knights, so like if we Acclaim Contender, we're probably going to hit. So I think for the most part, we just wanted to use as much mana as we can. Because my other creatures couldn't block the Garen Brig Paladin, but could block the 7/7. So that's why I made that double block, even though it looked kind of weird. Because all we have to do is throw, next turn we play our 4/2 or whatever it was that I played, Barrow Witches, and then we can throw our stuff in front of the 7/7. But if we were to double block the 7/7, Garen Brig Paladin is unblockable by most of our team. We'd have to get out 2 different 3-power creatures again before we could even block it. Garen Brig Paladin is pretty annoying when you have a bunch of 2-power creatures. I mean, at all points, they had to keep having more there, right? Like, if they didn't have the Tree Folk to turn their 7/7 into a 9/9, we had a comfortable triple block on it. And then even after they had that, like I said, on that last turn, we were okay, and then they just had whatever, Outmuscle for the win. Yeah, trapping the 3/1 on that turn on turn 3 with nothing else to do in a powerful hand was almost automatic. It's cool to save your removal, but when it works out like that, but we had no idea they were going to build 1/7/7. Imagine they just have a 4/4 and a 3/3 instead of a 7/7, and we didn't do anything on that turn instead of trapping a good 3/1. It's just the nature of best of one. Sometimes your draws are smooth and sometimes they're not. That was a pretty close, good game. Swamp number 5, just what I wanted. All right, so I'm going to offer this trade mostly because we have Barrel Witches to get the Swordmaster back. Yeah, I must not have bribed the Shuffler today. I don't know. I think you just play less mill a lot overall now. I don't think there's much mill. I think it's really hard to get like So Tinies and Secret Keepers. The bots just take those cards really aggressively now. So I don't think you'll just play against a lot of mill at any level on Arena in the bots now. And I'm not going to kill either of those cards. Bacon a Pie can take out a big creature or a good threat. Our hand has Glass Casket to hit those little things when we want to. For now, I'm going to Barrel Witches back Swordmaster, but if we draw Plains, we can then Lonesome Unicorn and Glass Casket. Or even if we don't, we can Smitten Swordmaster and Lonesome Unicorn, or Smitten Swordmaster and Glass Casket. So I don't think you want to Bacon a Pie a 1/1 when your hand has Glass Casket in it. And this turn, of course, we're just going to use all 5 mana on Barrel Witches. And then we'll try and double spell as soon as we can, of course. So now there is a creature worth killing. We're never going to let them untap with Emery. If they untap with Emery, they can sack this Golden Egg for mana for free, or if they have 2 extra mana for 3 life, then they can bring the Golden Egg back, play it again, and draw cards. So there's a 100% chance we want to kill Emery this turn. The question is what else? If there's another creature we want to kill with Glass Casket, we could spend all 6 mana and play Reeve Soul, Smitten Swordmaster, and Glass Casket. And that's the most mana-efficient play we can make. But if there's not a second creature we really want to kill, it's not like there's something wrong with Lonesome Unicorn and then either Glass Casket or Reeve Soul to take care of Emery. That said, I think Corridor Monitor is worth killing. It's stopping a 3/4 already. So I think I like the option of using all our mana here. Go ahead and Reeve Soul, Emery, because that's the one I want gone forever. If they have like a bounce for the Glass Casket, they'll get back whatever is underneath it. I would much rather them get back Corridor Monitor than Emery. So that's why we're Reeve Souling the Emery and we're Glass Casketing the Corridor Monitor. And then we can just attack and play our 2/1. Obviously, we know the 2/1's not going to be particularly effective against Improbable Alliance. So there is some merit to holding it for Drain. But Barrel Witches is not a knight. Lonesome Unicorn makes 1. Getting a point or 2 of Drain when the life totals are 21 to 15 is not of particular consequence. If we trade it off for a flyer and that gains us some life, that's fairly useful as is. All right, so now I think we're just going to send Barrel Witches. If they make like a double block or triple block, we have Bacon a Pie for the 3/3, and then we'll eat the 1/1. If they take it, cool. Then we'll play our Lonesome Unicorn post-combat. I mean, we're going to do that either way, I guess. I have no current plans to stream Cube. I'm not against Cube. If they put up a Cube that looks really sweet that I think I'll really enjoy, I'll consider it. But I'm not super into these like vintage and power cubes and things like that. So we're certainly not killing either of those. The question is, are we Bacon a Pie and Vantress Paladin? It would be nicer to hold Bacon a Pie for like a double block, but if they're smart, they'll just triple block. And I don't necessarily think we're looking to do better than a 3/3 flyer while we have our mana up. Plus, we have a 5-drop we want to cast, so I think it does make sense to do that. Now for this turn, we either want to cast Lonesome Unicorn or Claim Contender. If we cast a Claim Contender, that leaves us 4 more mana. We know we have 2 Resolute Riders to find in those 5 cards, and we have exactly enough mana to cast one. So I think we probably want a Claim Contender here. First, we have to make a decision whether to attack at all. We can't send a 2/1 or a 2/2 into a 3/3, but we can trade our 3/4 for their 3/3. Now, that's a little bit of a trade down, so you have to ask yourself, do we want to do that? Well, it helps clear the way for the 2/2 to attack, as well as this 3/3 and this 3/3. So yeah, I think in this case, I think it's worth trading a 3/4 for a 3/3, because it helps clear the way for the 2/2 on board, as well as future 3/3s. Now, post-combat, even though it's a little less mana efficient if we whiff, I think it's more mana efficient overall to play a Claim Contender than it is to play Lonesome Unicorn, because we know we have double Resolute Rider among other knights, and if we hit either copy of that, we have exactly 4 mana left to cast it. We didn't. We hit Sir All-In. We'll take it. Even though we don't have double white for it right now, we're 1 planes away, and there's 8 planes left in our deck. Heck, we even just put 4 cards on the bottom, none of which were planes. So I think sooner or later, we can expect to cast Sir All-In. And if it does live, it's going to be really powerful because they have all these small creatures. So if we get to have 1 massive attack with Sir All-In, where we give all our creatures +1/+1, that's going to be a really big deal. Now, they'll probably just counter it or Searing Barrage it, but we've got a decent amount of good threats. We've got 2 more Barrow Witches to get it back. So we can't really stop the opponent from using their removal. We just have to keep presenting good threats and try and work through all potential removal they might have. Thank you, K-Beds. Appreciate that subscription. I don't think we do anything with food besides gain life, so I'm just going to gain the life while we have our mana available. This play would definitely be wrong if we had productive uses for that food, but I don't think we do. I could be wrong. All right, so we're not going to send 2/2s into 3/3s, of course. So we know right now we have a 3/3 and a 3/4 that could potentially attack. What happens if we send those 2 creatures? They can put the 1/4 on the 3/3. They could put the 3/3 and a 1/1 on the 3/4. But again, I want to trade my 3/4 for a 3/3, even though that's a little bit of a trade down, because it helps clear the way for all these mid-sized creatures to attack. What else could they do? They could put the 3/3 and the 1/4 on the 3/4, but that's still only trading the 3/3 for the 3/4, and then they're taking 3. So all in all, this attack is not great. It's not going to get in damage necessarily, but it does let us trade our 3/4 for a 3/3, or like 3 1/1s, and I'm happy with that either way. What I'm mostly trying to do right now is just clear that 3/3 out of the way so I can start attacking with this 2/2. Now, post-combat, we only have 1 white. We can't cast Sir All-In, so we can choose between Flutterfox and Unicorn. Flutterfox as a 2/2 flyer might be slightly more useful on this board right now, but I think it's worth using 5 mana instead of 2. I don't need to stop 2 1/1s from pinging me this turn. They could always double block Flutterfox, which I don't even want to happen because I have Sir All-In. So I think it's substantially more mana efficient to put out the 3/3. Plus, the 3/3 might be able to attack. As of right now, they have all small creatures. We could send a 3/4 and a 3/3 here. The 1/4 stops one of them, and then the other one would trade with several of their creatures. So we'll see what we draw this turn. If we draw planes, I'm not too inclined to make that aggressive of a play necessarily, because we have Sir All-In. But if we don't, then I'll probably push all my creatures except Smitten Swordmaster. Because, sure, they get to trade, like, let's say they put 1/4 and 1/1 on 2/2. They effectively trade off my 2/2 for their 1/1. But then I have a 3/4 and a 3/3 that they also have to stop. And if I get to eat large percentages of their team, that's pretty good for me. I don't think we're going to send a 2/1 into a 1/4 and a bunch of 1/1s, but I think the other 3 creatures can pretty profitably attack here. We're going to trade down like 1 power and toughness, and in exchange for that, we're going to clear out a lot of this riffraff, and we're going to deal them a couple points of damage. Like, you see what's going to end up happening is they're going to triple block, like, one of these creatures, like, and I'm going to end up losing a 3/3 or a 3/4 or something, and they're going to lose 1 less power and toughness, because I can't kill the 1/4. So I'm effectively trading down 1 power and toughness, but in exchange for that, I dealt them 5 damage. I think it's well worth trading a 3/3 for 2 1/1s, so losing 1 power and toughness to deal 5 to the opponent. Oh yeah, we sent in the 2/2. The only thing we didn't send in was the 2/1, because that would just get blanked. But once I attack with Sir Allen, it'll be a 3/2, and then the opponent won't have nearly as good of a block on it. Okay, and unlike last turn, now we did draw second planes. So while this turn, we could send these 3 creatures, the end result would be similar to last turn. They would put, like, the 1/4 and, like, a 1/1 on the 2/2, and, like, double block the Archon, take a few points of damage. That's a medium profitable attack. It makes a very small profit, in my opinion. But, you know what's better than that? Attacking with all our creatures next turn with +1/+1. So, if we didn't have Sir Allen, I would attack with Barrow Witches, Archon, and the 2/2 here, and let them make slightly profitable blocks, clear out some of the way, and deal some damage. But since Sir Allen pumps all attacking creatures of ours, we don't want to make slightly profitable attacks that result in us losing 2 of our 3 creatures right now. We want to wait a turn, not lose any creatures, and then we can make a much more profitable attack involving Sir Allen pumping our team. We don't know if they can kill Sir Allen or not. I won't be shocked if they do. I won't be shocked if they don't. But the only way to find out is to cast it. Also, we have 2 Barrow Witches to get Sir Allen back, since it is a knight. So it's not as though if they kill it, then we just have no access to it for the rest of the game. Another thing worth noting, we're still at 19, and they're down to 13 cards left in their deck. There's a good chance we'll just end up decking them, even if they're able to stabilize. Okay, so now Sir Allen is gone. We do have the 2 Barrow Witches to get it back. So now we do have to make the evaluation. What happens if we send Barrow Witches, Archon, and the 2/2? Archon probably gets double blocked. And then Corridor Monitor and another 1/1 can double block this 2/2. Then they take 3, or they block it with a Gingerbrute and sack it. I don't think that's really good enough to attack. I think for right now, we want to draw another removal, or Barrow Witches, or something else. Plus, we have a second Smitten Swordmaster, so throwing away Knights makes that card less effective. So I think we just have to chill a little bit for now. We don't actually have a ton of combat, like in-combat pump and removal, but we do have a lot of strong draws. Like Resolute Rider. If we add that to the board, and they don't drastically change the board, we're going to have a nice attack next turn. Additionally, like I said, decking them is very real already, and they're down to 10 cards in their deck, and with Resolute Rider's ability to have lifelink and indestructible, decking them becomes even more real. That said, they had a removal for it, so there goes that plan. Hey, but we've got backup Resolute Riders. So this is how you play Magic at a reasonable pace, right? It's a close choice whether or not for us to attack, but we evaluated that it wasn't worth it. We don't have to reevaluate the board every single turn. They keep adding small creatures. We're not really adding anything, or we're adding a small creature. If the board doesn't fundamentally change, we can assume it's just slightly unprofitable if it was slightly unprofitable a turn before. Now, if we add like a Resolute Rider, then we have to reevaluate. But that said, all Resolute Rider is going to do here is be able to attack itself. They have no 5 toughness creatures, and they have a million actual blockers. So I definitely don't want them to kill my Archon, because that's going to make it easier for them to swarm me. I know I don't need Resolute Rider back to stop anything, so now it's a pretty easy choice, I think. We're just going to send just Resolute Rider. If they block with anything that can kill it, we're going to give it indestructible. We've got tons of mana. If they don't block with it, whether or not they block with things that can kill it, we can give it lifelink. In this case, there's not really any reason to give it lifelink, because they're going to sack Gingerbrute for 3 life. If they don't, then cool. So we can just pass to them. Remember, if the creature's not there to take damage, you don't gain life. So if we give it lifelink now, we still don't gain life because the Gingerbread's gone. But that doesn't make the attack unproductive. We just killed the Gingerbread. Thanks, Milcall. Yeah, you know, I'm not really about exploiting the arena bots. I just want to draft the same as I would in person. If that costs me a few wins, it's okay. Like, and again, I actually feel like decking them is probably our most likely path to victory at this point. Not that we couldn't win a long game against them occasionally making an extra 1/1 flyer. We have some really good draws in our deck. We have 2 more Barrow Witches to get back Sir Allen. We also have Resolute Rider in hand that they just bounced. Just at the moment, they have 7 cards left in their deck, and we're still at 18. Even if they do find an answer for this Archon, we have Resolute Rider, which has lifelink and indestructible. We have Smitten Swordmaster, which can gain us 2 life when we want. Flutter Fox will pick off a 1/1 flyer each time they attack. So unless they have some way to like shuffle their library back in, I think there's a really good chance we're just going to deck them. They have 5 cards left in their deck. So now we know that an attack is not going to make sense, except I'm just going to send Resolute Rider, give it lifelink and indestructible, just to gain 4 life. Because as I said, decking them is probably our most likely path to victory at this point. So I don't want to miss the opportunity to gain 4 life. I definitely don't need the Resolute Rider back to defend. If they're able to swarm because they kill Archon, most of their creatures are little flyers. We only need to block Moonlight Scavenger and like Jousting Dummy on the ground, and we have a ton of blockers. So we definitely send Resolute Rider here. We give it lifelink and indestructible and just take our 4 life. And then we pass back to the opponent. I'm playing all my lands because we never know how much we're going to spend in one turn when it costs 5 to give indestructible plus lifelink. But it's not like this is a scary position. Even if they Scorching Dragonfire the Archon, Flutterfox is still there to pick off a 1/1 flyer. They can only attack with like 6 of them or something, so we take 5. We're gaining 4 a turn from Rider, and we're killing one of them every turn. So they're really going to have some surprising cards in order to win this game. A combination of like Embercleave, Ferocity of the Wilds, plus a removal for Archon might make it a close game. But just a normal common removal spell for Archon and then them attacking with everything was not going to be productive. Thanks, Licid. Have a good night. Appreciate the support. Yeah, as Tron said, Midnight Clock would have worked. If they reshuffle their whole deck, then they're very likely to win. Black-White Knights control. I don't think they're really going to play around anything when their back is to the wall, but we never know how much mana we're going to spend in one turn, so I just kept playing the lands. You can pretty much always hold your last land, but at the same time, we might give it indestructible and lifelink. They may respond, we may give it indestructible again, we may draw Barrow Witches. Also, like, you can only bluff things in, like, tight games where the opponent has the ability to play around things. I don't believe that opponent was going to play around anything, knowing that they were going to deck, like, in a couple of turns, and they had to basically hope I had nothing in order to beat me. Remember, one of the better guidelines for when you're thinking about whether to play around something or not, the better position you're in, the more sacrifices you can make. The worse a position you're in, the more chances and risks you need to be willing to take. Yeah, Heraldic Banner on blue would have been good for them. Or Ferocity of the Wilds, because fairies are non-human, of course. I'm not actually sure if it was too late for Clock. You can juice up your Clock, you know, with 3 mana per. It doesn't only tick based on turns. So I think Clock would have still been good for them there. Clearly they didn't have it. It's a rare. But I think even on that last turn, I think they could have played Clock. And then they could have just sunk all their mana into it and reshuffled their deck, had they had it. Yeah, the bots are handing out aggro instead of mill now. They've fundamentally changed. Okay, so if this was in person, this is a spot where I'd probably bluff, because there's no way they're going to let me Silver Flame Squire away their Savvy Hunter. But since I don't have any instants, in combat it's just going to auto-pass to them, and there's nothing I can, like, really represent. That said, I'm just going to cast Knight of the Keep, because that blocks Savvy Hunter just fine. And it's tempting to trap in the tower. A creature's get a Savvy Hunter. But next turn, I have the ability to double spell with Malevolent Noble and trapped in a tower. So I think it's really important just to put out the 3-drop this turn. If they attack, sure, they get another food. I'll block. If they have a pump, cool. If not, cool. If they don't have a pump, like, this is a good trade for me. They can't really attack, or they're burying their Savvy Hunter for my Knight of the Keep. I would virtually never block unless I was going to recur the Savvy Hunter. Nobody would. Savvy Hunter's just too good. All right, so now the Savvy Hunter already has 2 damage on it, so we can kill it with Flutter Fox instead of Knight of the Keep. It's not a big difference, but I'd rather have the Knight of the Keep out. It is a Knight, and it has an extra power. Flutter Fox will gain flying when I play Trapped in a Tower, but I don't think that's super important. So I'll block it with the Fox. Now I'm just going to attack and Lonesome Unicorn. Though I'm not looking to be particularly conservative with Trapped in the Tower, there's no reason to Trapped in the Tower a 4-2. A 4-2 is not an effective creature against my deck. Every creature I have can attack or block into it. I want a Trapped in the Tower like Garenbrig Paladin or Fierce Witchstalker, or some creature that's just actually good against my board. And I assume I'm going to be casting this soon, and I have limited black mana, as usual, this draft. So I'll send it on its adventure just for the 1. I guess what I could have done there was made the Knight and Smitten Swordmaster them pre-combat. I kind of missed a point that way by not doing that. It does tell the opponent 2 more cards that I have, which does impact their decision as to whether to trade Wicked Guardian for Knight of the Keep. But it does also deal a point and gain a life, so it could easily have been correct. I think it's definitely right to adventure the Smitten Swordmaster here, since I only have 1 black. But it is certainly worth considering that I maybe should have pre-combat Lonesome Unicorn when I still had the Knight out, drain them for 2 instead of 1, and then just attacked with the Knight of the Keep. All right, Garenbrig Paladin, definitely a good enough creature to trap in the tower. That's a giant pain. And then we'll just cast our cards. I don't think there's much that's going to matter at the moment. We're not in a position to be attacking through what they have. They're not attacking us. We're just going to put our cards in play. And then if we draw like a removal, or if we draw like our Barrow Witches or our Claim Contenders, our double Resolute Rider, this deck has a lot of firepower. Speaking of firepower, Trail of Crumbs, that's a lot of firepower. Now they can look at the next 6 cards, 2 at a time, get their better permanents. That's always a scary play. Don't ask me why I just played that Youthful Might pre-combat. I should definitely attack with Lonesome Unicorn, because if they trade Wicked Guardian for it, that helps clear the way for other 2/2s. I guess I should have played Malevolent Noble pre. I'm playing kind of sloppy. I'm sorry. I'll blame my cold. But I should have played the Malevolent Noble pre. This way, if they do have a pump spell, I could then sack the Lonesome Unicorn and net a counter. Or possibly sack the Venerable Knight and give a counter to the Unicorn to finish off the Guardian. This trade is good for me. It helps clear the way for the other creatures. It's not wrong to attack. It's just I should have played the Malevolent Noble pre-combat. This way, if they had had, like, +2/+2 to their Wicked Guardian, I could always sack my 3/3 that was going to die anyway, and then get a counter on the Noble. Or I could sack Venerable Knight and put a +1/+1 counter on the Knight token if I wanted to. Oh, no, I couldn't, because Unicorn's a Unicorn, not a Knight. So, but yeah, I could have still sacked the 3/3 that was going to die anyway to the Noble. Yeah, you can't put a counter on the Unicorn. I see this card as a Knight card because it makes a Knight, but obviously the in-play body is a Unicorn. But what I said is still correct, because you want to be able to sack it to the Malevolent Noble and just get a counter on your Noble should they play a pump spell and your 3/3's dying anyway. Okay, so for now, we have, what, 4 knights out? But I don't know if we want to drain or not. Are we going to start losing knights on their turn if they attack? Yeah, probably, because we're not going to let them hit us and draw cards with Keeper. So I think we'll drain here for 4. There's no way we can possibly attack profitably, so we just pass back to the opponent. This could be another game where decking them could be a very real way to win for us. Like, if they don't have Forever Young, we're at 25, and we haven't even used that much of our best resources yet. So there's a decent chance we'll just run them out of cards. That's how you know a limited format is great. When people are just not able to win using their entire library, that's a great indicator of a very good limited format, in my opinion. I don't think we've used much. No, we haven't used Bacon with Pie. We haven't used Reeve or Casket. We have lots of good removal chilling. We've also got Triple Barrel Witches, Acclaimed Contender, Double Resolute Rider. Why is that good? Because it means you have to value all your resources. You can't just play like your cheapest cards and try and pressure people. You have to actually put enough power in your deck to close and things like that. I'm not saying that's going to happen. They may kill me with broken rares. They may play Garrick and I'll just concede on the spot. I have no idea if we're going to win or lose this game. My point is we're pretty much already preparing with them at 13 and all these food tokens and us at 25 for possibly decking them and going long. Control is my favorite, but that's not why. In this case, the fact that we're an aggro deck and like the opponent was able to gum up the board, so now we're thinking about whether or not we can deck them, and we very realistically might be able to. Like I said, that's the makings of a good format, in my opinion, because it means everybody has to put in the right amount of power, not just the cheapest cards. They have to plan for the long games and things like that. It adds like an extra dimension to Magic. Yeah, Trail could easily win this game. Again, I'm not saying we're going to deck them. Like, it happened last game because the opponent didn't have anything amazing to close with. Maybe they'll play Garrick, and I'll pretty much just concede, right? Like, how can we beat Garrick? All right, so what are we going to block with? I'd rather wait till we had open mana, but I don't want to let them draw extra cards right now. It's pretty hard for us to get too wrecked. I mean, they only have 1 card in hand that they just drew. I'm guessing they're just trying to make trades to clear the way. I guess if we just put something like 1/2/2 and a 2/1 here, this can't really work out that bad for us. If they do play a pump spell or something, we'll still get the Venerable Knight counter. No, that's not too scary. They can provoke a few blockers. We got to attack with Archon. We don't want them to be able to provoke that. But other than that, whatever. All of our creatures are pretty similar, plus we have Noble. Yeah, Garrick is just the most busted, unbeatable thing. I mean, as of right now, we have a 3/2 flyer that they can't currently answer on board, so I wouldn't actually concede to Garrick. I would just try and attack it out with Archon in 2 turns. I mean, they could always minus it and kill Archon, but then again, it's years away from ultimating. But overall, it's unlikely we're going to attack them for substantial. It's unlikely we're going to deal them lethal when they're making food, and we're hitting them for 3 in the air. That's why I'm mostly thinking about decking them already. But I'm not saying it's going to succeed, of course. They still have a lot of spells left in their deck. They can bop us for a lot, but then those food tokens are gone forever. And also, we have 25 life, so it's not lethal. Thank you, Mustic. Appreciate that subscription. On the other hand, that 6/6 is pretty hard for us to deal with. I think for one turn, I'll just block it with the Venerable Knight. We can stop them from getting a card, and I'm not even losing any power and toughness because I can sack my Venerable Knight to the Noble, in which case I'll get +1/+1 on the Noble and a +1/+1 counter to put somewhere else. I think I'm going to go with Swordmaster or Youthful Knight. Lifelink is nice, and so is First Strike. Probably more value in pumping the First Striker, but maybe not since they need to kill that one anyway. I'm not really sure. But this buys us a turn to find a swamp for Bacon to apply. And it doesn't really cost us much because, again, the Venerable Knight just turned into a +1/+1 counter on Noble and a +1/+1 counter on Swordmaster. And then if we draw a Swamp or a Resolute Rider, we now have an answer to the Keeper of Fables. Barrow Witches doesn't quite do it, but it does give us another nice creature to block with. So for now, we don't even want to leave Archon back because then they can provoke it with Merrily Rider. So we're definitely attacking with Archon and nothing else. And then I guess we're just going to Barrow Witches back Venerable Knight. It looks better than Knight of the Keep, or roughly as good anyway, and we can cast it now. This is not exactly how we wanted to use these cards, but we need a Swamp for Bacon to apply, or we need Resolute Riders, or Claim Contender, or just other power cards. Hey, Deathsea, thank you for resubscribing. Merry Christmas to you as well. Appreciate the 10 months of support. Also, thank you, Solomon Simulacrum. Appreciate that subscription. Garenbrig Squire isn't scary. Not drawing swamps halfway through your deck is. Simulacrum. Always appreciate the pronunciation guides. Smitten Swordmaster, huh? They're like half Black Rain Food, half Knights. They do have a decent amount of Knights. Dummy, Merrily, Paladin. But I don't really care if they drain me for 4. So far, the spells they've been digging up have been very grindy and not very powerful. So the decking plan is looking even more real. Now, this is weird because we could double block, and it's an extremely profitable exchange for us. We know 2 of their 3 cards, but we don't know the 3rd. I'm inclined to believe they have something, because if we just double block with Witches and Noble, they're trading this Keeper of Fables for, like, Noble. That's just such a bad deal for them. I don't want to take hits for 6. I don't really care that much if they draw a card at this point. It's not, like, helping us deck them. I'd rather them draw their cards, like, as we draw cards, so that I can add more to the board, too. But I also don't really want to take hits for 6. So the question is, do we double block, which is really good for us if they have nothing, and we know 2 of their 3 cards, or do we triple block, which will play around if this 3rd card is a removal or a pump? If we triple block, it needs to be with 3/3 power creatures. Otherwise, they can just use a removal spell. So I think we can make this block. We're guaranteeing that we'll lose 2 things instead of just 1, but we'll also gain 3 life. And then even if they have +2/+2, +3/+3, or a removal spell, we still kill Keeper of Fables. And I think we could afford to lose 2 things. I'm trying to avoid blowouts because, I mean, like I said, we're at 28. They have 14 cards left in their deck. So my biggest concern right now is just to make sure that we remove their biggest and best threats. Chumping with Venerable was definitely an option also. Especially because if we just draw a Swamp, then we're protected from pump and removal because we'll have Bacon Opie available. I don't think taking 6 was a good choice. Pretty much, You could double block, triple block, or chump with Venerable Knight there, and I think it's a reasonable choice. I think all three of those options are totally reasonable. You just don't want to let the opponent get in free hits for 6. Yeah, if they have Forever Young, I can't stop that. You know, like, I'm hoping they don't. I won't be shocked if they do or don't, but there's nothing I can really do. Okay, so they're memory thefting, so of course we have to bake into a pie in response, or they're just going to take it away anyway. The question is, what do we want to bake into a pie? Savvy Hunter makes food. Wicked Guardian's a little bigger right now, but that's mostly because it's wearing Rose Thorn. Merrileaf provokes things, but they're out of food at the moment. I think Savvy Hunter just makes the most sense. I definitely wouldn't have baked the Savvy Hunter right now if they weren't memory thefting me, but because they are, I don't really have a choice. So now we can just trade. It's about an even trade. Who cares? I think the only thing we do with a food token in play is potentially Flutterfox, which we already have trapped out, plus Flutterfox is dead, so probably sack the food token into their turn. No help, but I don't want to block with the Archon anyway, so I'm going to keep attacking with that. And we don't really have a good block on this 4/3 right now. Remember, every time we trade with a Rose Thorn creature, we're kind of letting them get value out of the Rose Thorn. Now, it was right when it came to a Wicked Guardian hitting us for 6, but I think now we just need to take 4 here. We have double Resolute Rider, Acclaimed Contender, double Barrow Witches that we're hoping to draw. So that's 5 good draws out of 20, so 25%. Plus also some Lonesome Unicorns and removal that are pretty good draws too. Spider stops the Archon from attacking, but this Lonesome Unicorn gives us some nice ammunition to add to the board. We now have a 3/3 we can trade off profitably with that 4/3, and we're not even taking damage. So again, we're basically trying to deck them. They have 11 cards left in their deck, so that's still a decent amount of spells. With 10 lands played, they probably have about 7 lands left, and they probably have these 2 cards, and 11 is 13 cards. So they probably have about 6 spells, 7 lands left. So the game mostly will just come down to what those spells are. And Rankle's a pretty good one. We can't kill it with Archon at the moment, so we have to take it. If we draw like one of our few removal for it or another flyer, we can double block Rankle. But at the moment on board, we do not have an answer. Rankle is a potential problem. I guess I don't think it matters a ton what we sack as far as which little creature, but sack the Knight so we get our counter on a lifelinker. Okay, well, Scalding Cauldron, not great, not horrible. It means we can block Rankle with Archon and then finish it off with Scalding Cauldron. You can't put a counter on Archon. It's not a Knight, or I would have. Archon is an Archon. Well, yeah, it's also pro-white, so you can't do it for 2 reasons. But Venerable Knight puts counters on Knights, and Archon is not a Knight, and it is also pro-white. So there's actually 2 reasons. But the Cauldron plus Archon stops the Rankle for now. So again, we're just going to have to see if they can find a removal or some way to break this open. The plan is still just to deck them, and hopefully we'll draw into some business. Unfortunately, Glass Casket doesn't hit Rankle. So the question is, do we want to hit Spider or like Merrileaf Rider or just hold it? We're not going to attack right now if we hit Spider, so there's not much reason to do that. So I think for now, I'm just going to hold it. Actually, they might Reaper me or something. So maybe there's just more value in hitting the Merrileaf. I think that if I could be guaranteed they wouldn't make me discard it, I would hold it. But they could easily have a Reaper, and there's just like not that much upside in holding a removal that can only hit 3 or less casting cost creatures. You thought we were playing black-white aggro knights. We're actually playing black-white deck 'em. Seven cards left in their deck. The cards they've played so far don't change anything. Spider and Oakham Adversary are not going to help them kill us, really. They still have a few spells left. Sir Allen might help us kill them. Their creatures are pretty small. I'm not sure if we want to attack. Like, what happens if we send, like, Sir Allen, Smitten Swordmaster, Lonesome Unicorn? Like, they don't have a single creature that punishes a 4/3 or bigger. I guess we can wait one turn now that we drew Resolute Rider. If they don't play any removal, then next turn we get to attack with a 5/3 indestructible lifelink also. So I think if nothing else, we wait one turn. And if they do draw removal for Sir Allen, okay, good beats. Then they're not killing Archon, and they're not hitting us for damage, and we go back to trying to deck them. If they don't kill anything, there's a good chance we'll want to attack with, like, a few of our creatures. I don't think it can actually work out poorly for us, and it's not going to leave us that vulnerable. So now I think we can attack anything that has 4 power and, like, basically can't be blanked. Their biggest creature's a 5/4. So I think we can just send, like, these comfortably. I'm not sure if I want to send Archon or not. If I trade it for Rankle, I'm happy with that. I'm not worried about them alphing and spending some mana to attack with their Curious Pairs. But I don't actually want Archon to die. So I think I'm going to send Sir Allen, Lonesome, Swordmaster, and Rider, because those aren't creatures I particularly care about. Spiders block 4 power, but they bounce. They don't eat it, so it doesn't really matter. And I'm going to gain a bunch of life from this attack, because Resolute Rider and Swordmaster have lifelink. So we're talking about 9 extra life I gain here. But basically, I think it's almost certainly right to attack. The question is whether you send Archon or not. I don't think we want to send Archon, because I do think we want to focus on decking them and being conservative. But I think these ground creatures, like, they're going to do just as much in combat now with +1/+1 as they would on defense. And we're gaining 9 life. So I think we certainly want to attack here and gain our 9 life. But I think we actually do want to be conservative and not send Archon, not send Venerable Knights and Youthful Knights. I think we do want to primarily plan to deck them. I already gave this lifelink. I'm not going to use Cauldron here just to keep around Swordmaster. So yeah, this looks good. We deal them 4. That doesn't matter much. We gain 9, and we trade our 3/2 for their 2/1. So all in all, of course, that combat was profitable. The end result was, like, we dealt them a couple of points of damage. We traded a 3/2 lifelink for a 2/1 lifelink, so we lost 1 power of toughness, 1 power in toughness. And we net 9 life, which is a very large amount, of course. Nothing we can do to stop that Reeve Soul at the moment, right? But this isn't even scary. We're just going to have a nice attack back. Who cares? Now we can take this hit down to 23. Resolute Rider's going to get lifelink again. And now that they don't have Rankle back, I think maybe we can just attack with everything. Jousting Dummy can have infinite power, but it can't kill any of our really good creatures, Youthful Knight, All-In, or Resolute Rider. Several of our creatures have Vigilance anyway, plus their creatures don't really have a lot of power. So even though we're primarily planning to deck them, these attacks just make a profit. We're gaining life. We're not going to kill them, but we're going to force them into some blocks, take a few points, and most importantly, we're just gaining 5 life from these attacks. And since their creatures basically have no power except for this Rankle, which we can't stop anyway, we're not really opening the door for much here. Thank you, DJN Axel. Appreciate that subscription. And remember, we never know if they do have a Forever Young in their hand or something. So while we are expecting most likely we'll deck them, we do want to play for an advantage on board when we can get it, because maybe they're holding Forever Young. Maybe we won't deck them. I don't think we want to Cauldron the dummy. I don't think I care particularly much about this Lonesome Unicorn. The only downside of those plays is I'm running lower on creatures, so maybe Rankle can make me sack good creatures soon. But again, the life gain is well worth it, aside from potentially them Forever Young. Now that I don't have small creatures to sack, they're not going to kill me with 3 cards left in their deck, but if they do have Forever Young, and they can maybe run me out of creatures or something like that. I can't Cauldron Rankle. It's indestructible. So yeah, we're going to find out if they have Forever Young. Hopefully they don't. With 2 cards left in their deck, 14 lands, they probably have like 3 of these 4 cards are lands. So if they don't have Forever Young, they're 100% going to deck. If they do have Forever Young, I don't know if we're going to win or lose. But next turn is their last turn, so hopefully they don't add like Tree Folk or something to the board. Smitten Swordmaster doesn't help at the moment. So yeah, let's find out. Hopefully they're decked. No cards in their library. Do they have Forever Young? Reeve Soul changes nothing. Swamp changes nothing. We're down to 1 last card. Thanks, Golgari Glen. And it looks like their last card was Forest, so they are decked. Hey, we're decking black-green food decks with our black-white Knights deck. All is right in the world. If you don't love that, you don't love Magic. Come on. Thanks for subscribing. Link Osu. Appreciate it. Benes drinks water wrong. What does that even mean? What's the right way to drink water? Yeah, I'm planning to do some M20 tonight. I think I'm going to do like 2 Throne, 2 M20 tonight. Thank you, Leverathon, for gifting out 5 more subs, making 30 in the channel. Appreciate the generosity. I stream off of a Razer gaming laptop, and I have a desktop, like I have a second monitor, and I have like what looks like a desktop setup. That's awesome, Shallow. I really like that deck too. It was a lot of fun. I'm glad people are enjoying it. Speaking of decking people and winning with like Revelation, reshuffling your library and stuff, if you like decking people, I've got a constructed deck for you. So, not 2 decks in a row. We lost game 1. To the green deck when we didn't have the second swamp for Bacon to a pie. So now let's see. Do we want to Reeve Solar Glass Casket that Wishful Merfolk? Not really, but I don't want to block it with Flutterfox. But I doubt they're going to want to spend their turn paying 2. But I also have to Glass Casket something in order to have Flutterfox have flying so it can stop this 1/1 flyer. So, given how much ammunition we have in our hand, we're going to spend our mana almost the entire rest of the game. I think we can get away with Glass Casketing. If my hand had another land or 2 and a few less 4 and 5 drops, I probably would not have Glass Casketed that Merfolk there. So, even though they're going to be able to Scalding Cauldron this Resolute Rider, we still play it. If they spend their turn Cauldroning it away and hitting us for 3, that's around a break-even turn. Also, we have nothing else good to do. Cauldron, kill your merchant is not nearly as valuable. And, of course, we have Barrow Witches to get it back later. I cascaded the 3/2 over the flyer because it's just more of a real card. I'm not really worried about it. I mean, it's basically kill a 3/2 or a 1/1, even though they're both not super impressive. All right, so unfortunately we can't cast our 5-drops, but we're only 1 land away from that. So our choices are like Cauldron the Merchant, or Reeve Soul the Merchant and play Venerable Knight and Cauldron. I don't think Reeve Soul and Cauldron are going to kill particularly different things. So I think it makes sense to use the Reeve Soul because it lets us get our Venerable Knight in play this turn. Not that Venerable Knight's going to do much against 1/1 fairies, but if we draw land, we play Sir Allin, then we're able to attack profitably with a 3/2 potentially. I think Casket is better than Reeve Soul, but I don't think it's by a lot. They're both just cards that trade up a mana or 2, efficient early game removal, but they don't kill bombs and things like that. So we're in a good position for an aggro deck, though, right? If we draw land, we have a lot to do. If we don't draw land, then presumably we're drawing creatures. So we're kind of happy either way. Now, I'm going to attack with Venerable Knight because I have no way to know whether they have Thrill of Possibility to trigger Improbable Alliance or not. But we might as well cast Sir Allin first. This way, if they do have it, at least I get a +1/+1 counter on Sir Allin, right? So, like, if I knew they had Thrill of Possibility in hand, I would not attack with Venerable Knight. But I'm not psychic, right? Maybe they have it, maybe they don't. But I definitely don't want to miss out on a +1/+1 counter just because I didn't play the Sir Allin pre-combat. So I think the right play this turn, you play your Sir Allin, then you attack and find out whether they have it or not. It's actually just we move things around in the stream room. The door is actually wide open, but it's to my right now instead of behind me. So this turn, we're definitely just playing Barrow Witches and getting back Resolute Rider. We want to get our Lifelinker in play to make sure we can race the Flyers. If they're going to chump block and hit us for a few points each turn, we'll eventually go on to lose. But if we start gaining 4 or 5 life a turn, then we'll definitely win. I'm not saying it's going to work like that. They're red-blue. They probably have removal. But for sure, this turn, we want to buy back our Resolute Rider before we take too much damage. We at least want to make them have to deal with Resolute Rider. No, I'm just playing it for the ranked right now because it's kind of fun. You know, I kind of like I don't take the rankings like very seriously, but I do enjoy them. It's kind of fun to see like, you know, your ranking and whatever. Okay, so nothing to think about here. We have 6 mana. We're just going to dump our hand. I'd prefer Resolute Rider live to dying, but I'm not going to wait until I have 7 and just hold it. We already have multiple other good creatures in play. So this turn, I would call this automatic, no decisions. Use all our mana, play all our cards. Back to you, opponent. Thanks, Border Child. Okay, so they did kill Resolute Rider. We're at 5. But we have Cauldron to blow up one of their Flyers, and we're pressuring them pretty well. Doesn't look like we have any choices. I mean, I could hit the Ginger Brute with the Cauldron. They sack it and go to 13. Oh, and then we're hitting them for 13, so that's exactly lethal. Okay, so let's stop after attackers. And then we can just blow up the Ginger Brute. Now, they could have Peel from Reality or something here, but then they're not gaining 3. They're still taking a lot. And if they do sack and gain 3... Oh, sorry, all in pumps all creatures, other creatures, so it's only 12. I'm a point short. But that's okay. We deny them a chump block. It's 5 damage. We're obviously not facing lethal in the air, so it doesn't make the play wrong necessarily anyway. I'm not sure whether it was right to Cauldron the Ginger Brute or to Cauldron like one of these 1/1 Flyers. But I mean, we stopped them from chumping a 5-power creature, so we dealt an extra 5 damage. We do die to Barrage now, and we wouldn't have otherwise, so that does make it a close play. But if they had a Barrage in hand, they would have killed Sorrel in the previous turn, so they'd clearly have to just top deck Barrage. There's a 0% chance they're holding Barrage. We are inside the top 10 in literal 10. One does not equal 0. That is true. It would have been a feels bad if they had Barrage. But like I said, if they were holding Barrage, they would definitely have Barraged Sorrel the previous turn. So there's a 0% chance Barrage is in their hand. They might top deck it, but I mean, they have to have a third one in their deck, and they have, you know, 20 cards left, and it's just a 5% or whatever. But there's like a 0% chance that they're holding Barrage. Rimrock wouldn't have been enough, right? They had 2 1/1 Flyers. They would need 2 Rimrocks or something. They needed +3 damage. No, I don't have a statistic. Oscorio Dark. No, you can't kill the Gingerbrute in response to them sacking it. They would still gain the 3 life. Again, I was like, oh, it's 13 if they don't have anything. Okay, it's definitely right to Cauldron the Gingerbrute. I was wrong. It was 12, so it might not have been right. It also just might have been right because it dealt an extra 5 damage. I'm not really sure, to be honest. I didn't really think through that. If it was 13 and they were dying unless they had, like, you know, Peel from Reality or something, it would definitely be correct. Like, it would 100% be correct. Since it was dealing 12, it may not have been. Maybe it's better to kill a 1/1 flyer and deny them a few less outs. But you also might let them live for an extra turn. So it just becomes a close play then. All right, we're on the play, so we're definitely going to attack for 2 to take 2 back. Not to mention they have to do something to enhance their creature to attack anyway. Otherwise, we'll just block it with Lonesome Unicorn, or the Night token it makes anyway. And I'm definitely not scared of Carver or something, so if they attack, I can just block. It's a profitable trade for me. Okay, so let's see. What do we want to do this turn? Trades are fine because they prevent them from attacking with Sir Farron and pumping Smitten Swordmaster. But if we're not in a position to profitably block Sir Farron, then we're letting them do that over and over again, and that's not something we can race. This turn with 4 mana, we want to play Resolute Rider. The 2/2 Night token has Vigilance, so we can definitely send that, because if we trade it for either of their creatures, I'm happy with that. The question is, do we send Youthful Knight also? I think we can, because ultimately, if they take it to make that attack back where Sir Farron pumps Smitten Swordmaster, we still have this 2/2 to trade with Sir Farron. So I think we don't need the Youthful Knight back. So if they make this double block, I'm just going to trade with Sir Farron. It's the scarier creature. My deck has a lot of power, so I'm not really that worried about them gaining a few points of life. We have Resolute Rider. We just have a lot of business, as you can see, just looking at our hand. I'm not even worried they're going to kill this Resolute Rider, because I'll just Barrow Witches it right back. It's pretty cool having a claimed contender, 2 Resolute Rider, and 3 Barrow Witches. It makes it really hard for them to keep me off my powerful knights. Obviously, I'm not going to block, though. They're going to have to spend removal if they want to kill my Resolute Rider. I'm not killing it for them. I think unless they have Witch's Vengeance, this game is pretty much over. With them missing a land drop and me having double Resolute Rider, good luck. Like, even if they outmuscle one of them, I'm just going to end up Barrow Witchesing it back, and I'm getting further and further ahead on board each turn. And yeah, again, cool card, but my Resolute Riders are just way bigger than that Revenge. What I am going to do, though, is not send Youthful Knight, because Youthful Knight's about a break-even attacker now. It'll deal 2 to them, they'll gain 1, and then I take 1. But so if Youthful Knight attacks, it effectively does 1 damage to both of us. If I hold it back, it stops Smitten Swordmaster from attacking me. So if I attack with these 2 Resolute Riders, I deal 2 to me and 6 to them. That's great. And then I have Youthful Knight back to stop Swordmaster. After that, and that's a 4th Knight, so a drain here is pretty strong. And back to you, opponent. So like I said, unless they play the card Witch's Vengeance, this is going to be a near impossible game for them to win. Now, if they Witch's Vengeance Knights, then I'm probably going to lose. Okay, so second Revenge makes it so that the 2/2s can't attack. What happens if I Cauldron away the Swordmaster and attack with 2 Resolute Riders? They go up to 10, and then they finish at 2. I can afford to take 4 damage, no problem. So that looks like a pretty easy play here. Knight of the Keep is not good. It's just a filler quality Knight if you have enough Knight synergy and you want a 3-drop. It's definitely not completely unplayable, but it's not a good card. It's just, like I said, filler quality knight. So that is a good card. If I were to attack with both Resolute Riders now, they block 1. I can give it indestructible, but they're going to gain 4 life from the double attack, and then they're going to take 4. So they break even, and I take a bunch of damage. So I don't actually have a profitable attack into a 5/5 this turn. Now, Sir Allen will change that next turn if they don't kill Sir Allen. Yeah, the double Ravens is annoying. The first Ravens didn't really do that much. The second Ravens does seriously impact our board. Not saying we're not in a good position, but it does impact our board. Okay, so now we have to really think, because they can gain 3, so they're at 5. Every creature, if we attack with Sir Allen, has enough power to be able to attack and deal damage. They gain 2 life per attacker, but the smallest attacker would have 3 power. So first let's think what happens if we just alpha. We take 10, that doesn't kill us. They gain 10, they're at 12. They also can sack a food, so they're at 15. Then they have 2 blockers. If they block our 2 biggest, the Resolute Riders, they take 4, 7, 10. So that's nowhere near 15. So they're going to finish at 5. So I don't think that's necessarily great. But the Resolute Riders become much better attackers with Sir Allen's +1/+1. The problem is right now, if we send Sir Allen, it just gets eaten by a 5/5. So I think overall, we might not have a great attack this turn. That said, we don't have anything to do, really. We don't have anything to Barrow Witch's back. I mean, we could always cast another 3/3, because that'll be a 4/4 with Sir Allen, and therefore a profitable attacker next turn. And given the attack right now was super close, if we wait a turn and add a 4/4 to the board, they're going to have to do something productive. And I especially like it right now, because if they want to sack that food token for life, they're not activating Trail, so it's not like we're giving them a good turn. While I do want to get the Swordmaster in play, it's too much less mana efficient to do that last turn. When we draw 1 more land, we gain the ability to play Swordmaster and Lonesome Unicorn or Barrow Witches. Okay, so they had another big creature and they gained their life. We added another creature too. Again, if we alpha, we're not dead. They would gain 12 and go to 17. Then they could block 3 creatures. They're taking the same 10 potentially. There's no way that that's going to work out well for us. So I think that we're not in a position to be attacking. Those revenges are stopping us. So for now, we'll just put out creatures. We're not taking damage. We could easily block this Paladin with 2 Lonesome Unicorns. And remember, we have another Smitten Swordmaster in the deck we can draw, in which case the game is just over. We have a Claimed Contender, which can go get the Smitten Swordmaster. We also have a Trapped in the Tower and a Glass Casket, both of which kill Stone Coil Serpent. So I think as these turns go by, we have a lot of really powerful draws. So we just need to chill. We don't want to be too reckless into these revenges. We're not really under pressure. Okay, and there's Bake into a Pie. So now I have to imagine we're going to end up in a good situation. If we Bake into a Pie the Stone Coil Serpent, we don't have mana left to give the Resolute Riders indestructible, so we're probably going to want to do that next turn. So now this turn we can put out the Swordmaster, pass for one last time, and unless they do anything shocking, end of their turn we're going to Bake into a Pie Stone Coil Serpent, and then we can always untap and make a nice attack. Oh yeah, it's true, actually. I could just bake my own Swordmaster and then buy it back and drain them out. Now, they might be able to make food and stay alive or something, but we definitely want to consider that line as well. So let's take a look at the board when they pass. Like, for example, pretend they pretend they cast both the cards in their hand and they were just 2 creatures. We would have guaranteed lethal on board by baking our own Swordmaster and playing it again. But pretend they gain some life, like they make a food token or something, then like that will fizzle that whole play and we'll have baked our own creature instead of their Stone Coil Serpent. So we want to see what they do. Now, while it's tempting to bake in response here, we don't need to do that, right? Who cares if they turn that Paladin into a 7/7? Now they have 1 unknown card. So unless that card makes a food token, like if it's Curious Pair or something, then they're probably dead. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 knights. Yeah, because the Swordmaster won't be in play. So we will have exactly lethal if they don't gain a single point of life. And Deathless Knight doesn't gain life. So yeah, we can bake our own creature here. And then we can Barrow Witches the Swordmaster back and then drain them for 5. Nice job, chat. You the best, chat. I need you at the Mythic Championships. Climbing. The Mythic was all right. I 5-2'd the first day and then advanced to day 2. And then I went 2-4 in day 2. Control has problem with the card Hydroid Crassus. And I played against 3 straight opponents in rounds 2, 3, and 4 that had Hydroid Crassus. So it was a tough day for me. If I had gotten different pairings and gotten to play against, you know, like the Sacrifice decks and the Jeskai decks, the Fires decks, I think I would have top 8'd. But I ended up playing against Mengucci with his Crassus Elementals deck, then Salvato with his Ramp Sultai Crassus deck, then Shota, which was the only Fires deck that had Hydroid Crassus and Golos and other good grindy cards that are tough for Control to deal with. So I ended up having a rough day. I mean, the deck list for it should be listed in the, if you go to, like, magic.gg and just look up Mythic 7, or just Google Mythic Championship 7 deck lists. I mean, I definitely play worse in total on stream than I do off stream. It's just, you know, you're splitting your focus between talking to and thinking about and interacting with the chat, as well as playing Magic. But of course, sometimes it helps as well because the chat often suggests great plays. I don't really care. Like I said, to me, this is content first, competition second. Like, I love analyzing for the best play and strategizing and talking about Magic. Whether you win or lose is just like a byproduct of that. The interesting part of Magic is not whether you win or lose, it's finding the best play. It's discussing what the best play is. It's thinking about what the best play is. Winning and losing is just like, you know, the irrelevant outcome after that. So by all means, always make suggestions, always ask me questions. Don't worry about how it affects my play. If I stream like one of the, let's say, Arena MCQs this year, I may stream it on a delay, or I may not, but I may not talk at all or something like that. But night in and night out, I enjoy analyzing it and discussing it with y'all way more than I do winning 2 more games. Like, who cares, right? Who cares whether I go 19 and 13 or 17 and 15 on the night? I would much rather discuss every play. Thanks, Val Zulin. Appreciate that subscription. Thank you, Kilnstein. Appreciate that subscription. You didn't lose a lot, but you did miss me decking multiple people, which is kind of sweet. So they're an aggro deck. They could Steel Claw Lance up that red cap, so I'm definitely going to trap in a tower here. I have a slow but powerful hand. Sure, we'll figure that out when the time comes. But y'all saw me when I did, like, the Twitch Rivals event, when I played it with Martin, where, like, I still talked a little, and I didn't stream it on a delay, obviously, but I also focused a lot more and interacted with the chat a lot less. Like I said, when we have an actual high-stakes tournament on Arena, let's say, we'll make our decisions for that tournament together accordingly. But night in and night out, this is about discussing limited strategy and discussing in-game play strategy, not chalking up the most wins we can. So by all means, ask every question. Don't worry if it affects my play negatively. I like learning better strategies and which cards I'm undervaluing and lines that I would have missed a lot more than I like winning a few extra games. Okay, so for now, I think we use all our mana. We can put down Archon. That's going to tax their lands if they want to keep attacking. And we're able to connect with Swordmaster, which is always tough to race, even if they're hitting for 5. I didn't play the 3/3 because I didn't have any knights out, so it wouldn't trigger. And a 2/1 lifelink and a 3/3 in play right now are pretty comparable. Sure, I can't block if they equip, but they had to spend a mana to equip, and then I'm hitting back for 2 and gaining 2. So that offsets their attack pretty nicely. Now we can play Useful Knight and Acclaimed Contender. We'll get to trigger the Acclaimed Contender. We're still at a comfortable life total. We clearly can't attack on the ground now, though. So let's start with Acclaim, see what we hit. Okay, and that makes it easy. No decisions. We'd rather use 2 than 1. We're going to attack with the Flyer. We can't attack with the Swordmaster. And then we'll take a look after they want to attack what our blocks look like. Remember, even though this is a tight game, every attacker they have to pay 1 for, that's a pretty serious tax, right? Like, they only have 4 mana and they have 4 cards in hand. They're probably holding a decent amount of spells. So if we're able to play this tight game where we force them to keep paying mana and racing, that's a good situation for us. Now, I see no reason to chump block. This has first strike, so we'll just take it. We can still go to 8. That's not that low. Maybe next turn we'll chump with Swordmaster and then Barrow Witches it back. But this turn, I think 8 is an acceptable life total to fall to. The Simic Flash deck was awesome. I think it was the best deck in the PT. I think that those guys did an incredible job. I know they said Seth was the maker of the deck primarily, so shout out to Seth Manfield. I think he semi-broke it. I think our blue-white control deck in MC7 was a really good deck. I would play it again in a heartbeat in that tournament, but if I could run any deck in that tournament, I would run the blue-green Flash deck that Javier, Brad, and Seth played that I believe Seth was the primary builder of. I think that list was awesome for that tournament. Okay, so here I think it's pretty easy. They don't have a profitable block on the 3/3 or the 3/2 flyer. We're going to put out 2 more ground blockers, so we're not worried about getting run over. Trebuchet is an excellent card. It pings for 1 to 2 every turn, and it blocks when you need it, stops a small creature. All right, so we definitely have to block. We can't go to 3. Now we're actually getting too low. We could trade Knight of the Keep for it. We could also just block it with Swordmaster, gain 2 life, keep our life total out of range, and then buy back the Swordmaster to drain them with like we did last game. That play has a lot of upside. The only thing to remember here is that post-combat, they can move the Steelclaw Lance over to the Brimstone Trebuchet, and then we won't necessarily have a profitable attack into a 3/5, like 3/5 with reach. But if they do that, they're going to lose this Rimrock Knight anyway, because it's going to have 2 damage on it from the Swordmaster. So that doesn't really disincentivize us from this block. If anything, it incentivizes us to make it, because if they don't move the Steel Claw, we're going to end up with a very nice attack. If they do move the Steel Claw, we at least kill the Rimrock anyway, plus we gained our 2 life. I mean, even double bargain would not have been lethal, right? We still get our 2 life from Swordmaster. So you see what happened there? They moved the Steel Claw, but their creature died because it had the 2 damage on it. And now I think that if we just kill this 3/3, our attack looks excellent, right? What happens if we attack with everything? This can block like a 3/3 and they take 3, 6, 8, 10 and die. If they have melee, they can maybe put Trebuchet in front of like a 2/1, melee something else, but they're in bad shape. So I'm going to Reeve Soul the 3/3 First Striker. And now they're dead if they have nothing. But even if they have something, we're still in awesome shape. We have tons of life. This just doesn't work out well for them. They have to sack a land, even if... Because the only card they could play is Red Cap Melee, and then they'd have to sack a land. Moving on up. Moving on up. What was our first pick? Acclaimed Contender? Hey, I don't get to choose the opponents. If I did, I would play all the top-ranked mythics all the time. I love a good match of Magic. I don't really care if I win or lose. I just like playing against the best players I can. So you can't blame me for the gold opponents. Blame their mythical pairing system, which I certainly did not write. I think we went Contender, Resolute Rider, but I could be wrong, Golgari Glenn. But I believe we first picked Contender, and then second picked Resolute Rider, and third picked Resolute Rider. If you expect a meta full of Simic Flash, you run aggro decks. Simic Flash is substantially better against the other control-ish type decks than like than Red Blue Flash. But when you remove the Shocks and Bone Crusher Giants from the deck, you make yourself a lot worse against aggro. Yeah, we drafted this today to start the day. Thanks for gifting out a third sub, Queen Dragon, and to Infested. Infested, of all people, definitely doesn't need it, given the beatings he lays on me all the time. But your generosity is still appreciated. Jun Cats is very good against aggro. Absolutely. That's why we have a really healthy, balanced standard right now. You have Cats, which slaughters aggro. You have decks like Blue-White and Flash. Well, I don't think the Blue-Green Flash deck necessarily beats Cats. But you have decks like Blue-White and Fires that have an edge against Cats. You have decks like Flash that have an edge on Blue-White and Fires. And then you have like the best deck Cats, which slaughters aggro and is good against everything, basically, but is still an underdog to decks like Blue-White Control and Fires. So you have a really healthy, really balanced standard right now, I think. So if we attack and they take it, hey babe, going to work?
Yeah.
Love you.
Love you too.
So if we attack and they take it and hit back, we're not going to have a good blocker for the 4/3, and we don't really want to hit for 3 to take 4 back when we have a handful of powerful 5-mana cards. So this turn we just loan some Unicorn and pass. If they attack, we stick our Knight in front of their Bone Crusher. I enjoyed it. I thought the in-game play in Standard right now was also pretty good. So we just need a land to bake that Smasher no pie, so hopefully we'll find one. We're going to lose to it pretty quickly and handily if we don't find a land. But if we do find the land and bake it into a pie, then we should be safe. If we get one more land and we start casting all these 5-drops, it's going to be pretty tough to lose. These are really powerful cards. There's nothing that gives hexproof. So for right now, I'm not going to bake on my turn because it might impact their play. Since we can't block the Smasher, maybe they go for Tree Folk on it or something, and then we bake in response and get a bigger blowout. The worst case scenario is like Fling. We won't get the food token, and they can fling it at one of our creatures, but like who really cares? Fling's going to do something. We're definitely not looking for a better target for bake, though. Not only is Rampart Smasher a 5/5, but we're a Knights deck. Most of our deck can't even block it. It is tempting to bake that in response to fizzle the Rimrock Knight, but remember, who cares about this Rimrock Knight? We can throw half our deck in front of it. Rampart Smasher is a card that we could actually lose to. So let's not get distracted by the fact that we could fizzle an adventure card and 2-for-1 them. I'm at 20. I'm not scared of the 1-a-turn from this Ginger Brute, but I'm really scared of the 5-a-turn from this 5/5 that can't be blocked by most of the creatures in my deck. Okay, so unfortunately, we didn't draw land. I didn't take it today.
Okay, cool.
Bye. So unfortunately, we didn't draw land, but fortunately, we drew a decent removal spell. We do have to choose whether we kill Bone Crusher or Ginger Brute. We're definitely not going to kill Rimrock Knight. We have multiple creatures we can throw in front of it. I would have Urisk. We can't block this. It can't be blocked by Knights or Walls, and both of my creatures were Knights. That's why the Rampart Smasher was so scary. I haven't gotten a message from Chipotle, but I do really appreciate over the weekend how like 1,000 people, I'm sure a lot of you, tagged me when Chipotle tweeted about looking for people to sponsor. So thank you for, tagging me and replying to Chipotle and trying to get me a Chipotle sponsorship. That would be awesome. I really appreciate the help. So for now, we definitely Glass Casket. It's a close choice between Gingerbrute and Bone Crusher. I think I'm going to go with Bone Crusher. We can sack this food and get right back to 20. So we still have a ton of life. Plus, by taking out the Bone Crusher, we're able to attack for 5 since Rimrock can't block. And then we still have our 2/2 token to throw in front of Rimrock when they swing here. Gingerbrute is unblockable, and we do really want this game to go long since we have 3 good 5-drops in our hand. So there is a valid reason to take Gingerbrute instead of Bone Crusher, which Knight of the Keep was stopping. But it is, at the end of the day, just 1 damage a turn, and we're effectively still at 20 life once we sack this food. Okay, so unfortunately, we're still not drawing land 5. We'd obviously rather draw that than a Youthful Knight. That said, if we attack with Knight of the Keep now, they can just trade with 7 dwarves, so that doesn't really help us. So all we can do now is just play Youthful Knight and pass back to them. But that's fine. The pressure we're under is 1 damage a turn at the moment. Hopefully soon we'll draw land 5. Okay, well, things just changed. Because of Questing Beast's annoying line of text, we can only block it with the Knight of the Keep. So we do not have a profitable block on Questing Beast, so now we're under 5 points of pressure a turn. We'll be fine, assuming this last card in the top of their deck doesn't do anything and we draw a land. Then we can cast Sir Allen, and then even if Sir Allen dies, we can always get it back with these Barrow Witches. But now we're under a clock of 5 damage a turn, and not 1 damage a turn. So hopefully this last card in their hand doesn't do anything. If they're holding a land, or even just a random little creature, we're in really good shape. If they're holding a pump spell, or like a Searing Barrage, this could be a really close game. If they have Embercleave, we just lose. Embercleave plus Questing Beast is constructed, not limited. If you can combo your Mythics together, good beats. Okay, so it is a removal. It's going to take out Sir Allen, so now we have a good game. We can Barrow Witches it back, and then we can double block Questing Beast, but we'll lose both our creatures. Rimrock is indestructible this turn, so we're under a lot of pressure now. We have enough ammunition in the tank to turn the game, but I don't think we can potentially take 9 here. So I think we need to put Youthful Knight or Knight of the Keep in front of something. And it can't be Knight of the Keep, because we need that and Barrow Witches to double block Questing Beast next turn. So I guess it's chump block with Youthful Knight here. So for now, we have 2 choices. We can Barrow Witches back Swordmaster or Barrow Witches back Sir Allen. Ultimately, we're going to Barrow Witches back Sir Allen, but since we have 2 Barrow Witches, it might be better to get the Swordmaster now and just set it on its adventure. If we do that, next turn we can cast Lonesome Unicorn or the other Barrow Witches, but we can't cast Sir Allen. That said, the second Barrow Witches is probably big enough. But we only have 1 Knight out, and we don't particularly need 1 point of life like super badly at the moment, I don't think. So it probably just makes more sense to Barrow Witches back Sir Allen. Thank you, FC Motive. Appreciate that subscription. So now, like, if they attack with everything, it's good for us. We get to Barrow Witches, eat 7 dwarves, and Knight of the Keep trades with Rimrock. If they attack like this, then we're taking 5 down to 4, but we kill Questing Beast, and then we can play Sir Allen, which can then stop Rimrock, and we take 3 down to 1. So it's, like, super close. We could also just trade Knight here and play Sir Allen, which stops their team. I guess it's the same amount of damage. We leave Questing Beast out, which is a scarier creature. But if we take 5 and go to 4 and we play Sir Allen, the turn after that we can Barrow Witches, get back our Smitten Swordmaster and potentially turn the game that way. I see people talking about the chump. My blocks would not be better this turn if I was at 2 life and I had out the Youthful Knight. I'd still have to, like, stop the Questing Beast, and the Ginger Brute would be threatening lethal. So there's basically nothing gained from not chumping, except you're in, like, the same negative position on the following turn. Like, my back is going to be to the wall, regardless at this point, but it's better to preserve the board, to preserve my life, I think, and not necessarily die if they find a way to give Ginger Brute, like, +1/+1 or something. Granted, +1/+1 might be unbeatable anyway, in which case I'm not really sure. Well, the Rimrock attack this turn doesn't do, like, a particular lot. Like, it's the same amount of damage. I understand that I still have a 2-1 out, but I would be at 2 life facing the Ginger Brute. So it forces me to Barrow Witch's back Swordmaster quicker, and it means I die to, like, +1/+1 on Ginger Brute where I don't otherwise, and other than that, it's break even. So I'm not really sure. I think that you're just envisioning the scenario not being great for me, which it wasn't, but I don't think you're properly envisioning, like, what it would have done differently. They can still force the same business on the following turn. The fact that I can eat the Rimrock with the Youthful Knight does not really change anything. I already took the 4 from it. The scary thing, though, is Youthful Knight can never chump block Questing Beast. And they have a Ginger Brute, which is unblockable. Have a good night, Tab Eater. Happy birthday again, and thank you for the support. Okay, so we can't really get more Knights in play now before Smitten Swordmastering, unfortunately, because Lonesome and Malevolent aren't Knights. So we should drain them now, keep ourselves out of range. And then I guess if we just put these out, we're preparing for a potential attack next turn. This is a pretty good game. Not sure if we're going to be able to survive or not. If Sir Allen pumps Smitten Swordmaster next turn, we'll gain that 3 life at the very least. I'm not sure, Fibonacci, why you think that the life total will be exactly the same necessarily. Like, Youthful Knight can't block Questing Beast. But they could have anyway if I wanted them to. I chose not to because I thought this ended up being a better overall set of plays, but... Okay, anyways, so end of turn. I can sack Venerable Knight if I want to put a counter on the Swordmaster. And that play makes a lot of sense because these small creatures can't really attack profitably otherwise. And I have a Lonesome Unicorn I know I want to cast next turn. So I think what we do here, we definitely need to gain as much life as we can. They're going to trade with Swordmaster, so it's only going to get to attack once. But with them at 13, I think our board is pretty threatening. Like, what happens if we attack with everything? We gain 4 life, so we're at 5. So we can ignore the 2 Ginger Brutes. We're going to have 1 blocker. It can't profitably block Questing Beast. Anything else it wants to block, it can trade with. Questing Beast, though, probably trades with something. Anything it blocks is a trade. They can't let, what, 3 creatures through? Well, they can, and no, because they can't let the Noble through. So the only way they can let 3 creatures through and go to 1 is if they're letting the Swordmaster through, which means it lives to attack again. Oh, no, because they could let the Sir Allen through. Basically, I'm trying to figure out right now whether it's right to attack with everything or not. I think it is, but there's some chance it, like, leaves us dead. But if they only block with the small creatures... So if they let 3 creatures through and they lose 2 creatures, then they attack back with everything. I'm at 5. Lonesome Unicorn blocks something, and then I take exactly 5 and die. So I can't send everything profitably, but I have to attack or I die. So I think I just have to hold back to like 1 random creature. But then they can block 1 less creature. So this is like very, very interesting. So Swordmaster has to attack or I'm dead. Sir Olin certainly has to attack and pump Swordmaster. And then I guess I just need blockers for basically all their ground creatures. So I shouldn't send anything else, I think. I guess, wait, but if I send Malevolent Noble, does that just force a block? 4, 8, 12, and 13, because the Malevolent Noble has the extra power, right? So this is the attack. I can send the Malevolent Noble and force a block, because the Malevolent Noble can grow to 5 power, which means I'm now effectively attacking with 13, and they have to block it. I can't send anything else, because they can take that and go to 1, and then swing back for lethal. And we played the Lonesome Unicorn pre-combat, because we can sack it to the Noble if they make a bunch of blocks. But this is a really, really tense game, because we still have, let's say they make only that block, we still have 5 attackers for next turn. I mean, I guess if they send Questing Beast, we're going to have to lose 2 creatures to stop it, so we're probably not going to kill them on the backswing. But we also could draw, like, removal or life gain. For now, though, I don't really think we have any choices. We're not going to sack something to deal an extra 1 here with Noble, I don't think. We could also block Questing Beast with a creature and then sack it to Noble, but I'm not sure how helpful that is, because ultimately, then the Questing Beast is still around to block. But we're definitely not dead on board now. We have 3 blockers for the 3 non-Ginger Brutes. We then, let's say, yeah, we don't have them dead and they don't have us dead, so they're going to win unless we top deck. But if we top deck, like, Barrow Witches, Smitten Swordmaster, any removal spell, etc., we can still win. I think ELD is a good limited format. Not an all-time great, but it is fun. I like it. So the biggest problem now is the Questing Beast having Vigilance. Our choices, which are pretty comparable, is to chump it and sack whatever to Noble, or to double block it. Either way, we need to draw a removal spell or life gain, or we're going to lose. But if we do, we're in a winning position. This game just comes down to the top of our deck. I think a double block does make more sense. The Malevolent Noble's threatening lethal anyway. We probably want to just deal with the Questing Beast. But ultimately, we're up 1 attacker, so like we're not winning on board. Now, if we draw removal, if we draw life gain, anything like that, then we can win. Boo, Swamp doesn't help us. What a game. So we finish a single point short. We can sack Casket, but that also doesn't help us, because they're going to block Noble. They're just going to block Noble and something and go to 1, and then we die to the Ginger Brutes. We needed to draw, like, Barrow Witches, Smitten Swordmaster, Casket, Reeve Soul. Well, we already drew Casket, but Reeve Soul. We needed to draw something here. I wonder if I missed a point at any point. We literally fell 1 point short, and, like, assuming the cards in their hand don't do anything, then we literally lost this game by 1 point. There's nothing I can do now, though. I mean, removal wins. They were just dead on board. If we killed one of their blockers, they were just dead. And if they had to sack the food to stay alive, they would be dead anyway. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I punted that or not. I think the Youthful Knight chump was right. It didn't accomplish much. It ended up being about break even, but the Youthful Knight doesn't do more in play, I don't think. Unless I drained with the Smitten Swordmaster after, and I would have gotten an extra drain and potentially the same chump block. Which might have been the case. Wow, 3 swamps. This hand would be awesome if I had a single plains, but I don't. Okay, this is a better hand. I missed an attack with Vigilance. Well, if I did that, I punted the game. I don't think I did that, but when did I forget to attack with a Vigilance creature? Yeah, I played the Unicorn pre-combat in case I wanted to sack it to the Noble, but it was Summoning Sick. The Lonesome Unicorn couldn't attack on the next to last turn. It was Summoning Sick. Okay, well, that's a good target for Reeve Soul. It would have been interesting, given how slow our hand is and like how long the game is likely to go, whether or not we wanted to hold on to Reeve Soul if they just played some generic creature. But Wandermare grows a single time, and you can never Reeve Soul it, and this is basically a 3-mana 5/5. So now we have some choices. I could hit the Squire and hit them for 4. I could play the Cauldron, attack, so that if they have a pump spell, they don't have a good block, and then not Cauldron the Squire, which is, I think, probably right. We need to draw 1 more land, and then we get to go Barrow Witches, buy back Venerable Knight. So, and we're way ahead in life, so I think I can afford to take 2 from the Squire. I play the Cauldron pre-combat because if they have Carver or something, I take them off of a potential block. But I think I'm willing to take the 2 from the Squire and keep Cauldron up in case they play like a 3/3 or something better. Sadly, we can't really stop that Paladin. But at least they didn't have Adamant, so all I can do is trade with the Knight. So again, we face the choice of whether to Cauldron off the Squire, but again, I don't think we really want to. Now this trade I am going to give them. It's a good trade for us, plus it gives us another Knight to buy back. So that's kind of ugly, but with double Barrow Witches, I mean, I still think if we just draw land, we're good. So they're basically telling us that they have an outflank. If we block now, we save 2 damage. If not, we can strand a mana of theirs because we're not going to attack into it. I have to believe they have the card outflank. I think it's worth stranding one of their mana rather than saving 2 life at this point. Oh, come on. Really? Third of my 5 drops? Come on. All right, well, we're not going to attack and have them outflank now and use that mana anyway, so passing to the opponent. This is a pretty disappointing outcome for this game. So, I mean, we're certainly going to Cauldron off Jousting Dummy now, I think. So, I guess we do change the clock by a turn if we block the Squire as opposed to not. So, I guess we pretty much have to just block it and let them outflank now. And then I'd definitely rather Cauldron Dummy than Squire. Hopefully it's not too late. So next turn we have another Barrow Witches. So if we draw a land, we really want the 1-drop, I think. So that we can play Venerable Knight and Barrow Witches. Thank you, Boom Selecta 86. Appreciate that subscription. Super unfortunate tight game. I mean, now we pretty much lose. I mean, I'm going to chump rather than concede, of course. And I guess next turn, if we draw land, we can play Witches and Knight, which Knight stops Squire. And then if we draw, like, Bacon to a Pie or something, we could still win. But if we had just drawn a land, like, several turns earlier, or even a creature to play instead of third Barrow Witches, I think we would have probably been in a winning position this game. But, I mean, if they brick off, we're still not completely dead. Because next turn, let's say they pass to us, we can already Barrow Witches, Venerable Knight, and play them both again. Don't play anything. Stop. Don't play more stuff. My back is to the wall. You're not allowed to play more things. Stop. Sigh. So, let's see. Now we need Swordmaster, Life, and/or in play, and we need something to block Garen Brig Paladin. So we can't cast Barrow Witches this turn, but we can play Knight and Swordmaster, I guess, and not technically be dead on board. Why did I trade off with the Witch? I'm not sure what options I had and when. If I ever didn't block the Paladin, I was just dead to it. Okay, well, that block has to happen or we're dead, and then we could block there and go to 1. Probably better to kill the Squire than have 1 extra point of life. Stop drawing cards. I need a little respite when I've stumbled. Come on now. So now with the extra point of life gone, we're in way worse shape, because if they attack with everything, I can't trade Swordmaster for Jousting Dummy and go to 3, because I'll die to the Paladin. I'm not dead on board, but I have to block, like, Barrow Witches on Paladin and Swordmaster on Garen Brig and Swordmaster on Ardenvale, so now I'm pretty much dead. Even though, oh, and then the dummy pumps, yeah, so I am just dead on board. Well, that was a really disappointing loss. Yeah, I lost by inches in both of those games. All right, back in the queue. Should we do Corset or Throne? There wasn't too many 5-drops. I just drew literally all of them, right? I had 4 total 5-drops in the deck. Because remember, the Lonesome Unicorns really cost 3 mana. Yeah, let's alternate. Let's do M20 now, and then we'll do Throne again after M20. Let's alternate tonight. Keep us on our toes, right? So Safar is good. It's not like a windmill slam, but if you start with it, you can prioritize other flyers too. I am excited for Dominaria coming back. I'm not going to lie to you. Switch scenes. Good call. Can somebody ban this, like, nonsense or whatever, please? As usual. I'll try, Wi-Fi. Thanks, Cam. Okay. No problem. Yeah, I mean, nobody's responsible for it. I was just making you aware. Appreciate it though. Okay, so Safara is good. It's not like broken, but if you start with it, you can prioritize other little flyers. Stormkin is really good in blue-red aggro elemental decks, but you're not going to have that very often. Pattern Matcher is a good place to start. It means you can prioritize dubs the whole way through. The commons in this pack aren't super worth considering. Bone Splinters and Skeleton are fine. There's not really anything exceptional here. I think Safara is good enough that you're just taking it. This is a fairly weak pack, and I mean, when you start with it, you can prioritize either card drawing and ramp or cheap flyers or whatever makes Safara good. Thank you, Silex. Appreciate that subscription. I've been playing best of one because you get in more drafts. The best of three is just really long. I really like best of three gameplay a little more. I just wish it was 3 rounds instead of like 6. Also, they don't have best of 3 ranked, and ranked is kind of fun. All right, so let's see. Following up Safara, we can do like the Miscreant thing, which goes well with Safara, but I don't think we want to be second picking Miscreant. We know that there's one in this pack, so if we see them a couple picks from now, we have a good shot to table this one, so that's something to keep in our mind. We could take Overgrowth, but green-white is not an Elementals deck, but Overgrowth is excellent, and we could always just not play Safara, of course, if we see like Temur Elemental stuff. Ogre Siegebreaker is also excellent, but of course also doesn't go well with Safara. And then Griffin Protector is fine. Like, it's a very solid 4-drop flyer in this format. You don't really want to be second picking it, but it goes well with Safara, and it's a very solid playable card. Apostle is okay. Like, you can main it, even though it's a color hoser, sort of, because it's a 2-mana 2-1. But if your opponent's not playing black, it could often just be a 2-mana 2-1, and that's a pretty bad card. So I think we want to take either Griffin, because it goes really well with Safara, or like Overgrowth, because it's the best card in the pack and a 1-color card. I really think, like, even though Safara is sweet, it's not the kind of broken rare that you're just like, oh, I'm going to draft white. Like, I think this is an example of the opposite of the last draft, where you do want to quote-unquote draft the hard way. Overgrowth has a lot of upside if we end up seeing an Elementals deck. If we end up seeing a white Flyers deck, we're not going to miss a Griffin Protector that badly. So in this spot, I think you want to take Overgrowth and just keep your options open, even though Overgrowth and Safara are not going to go well in the same deck. This pick, what we can do, though, is bridge, because Spectral Sailor is good in a blue-white Flyers deck with Safara, or it's good in a blue-green Elementals deck with Overgrowth. Elementals in this format are in red, blue, and green, so those are the colors you're really looking to pair with Overgrowth. And then Flyers are mostly in white, blue, and black, so those are the colors you're looking to pair with Safara. There's not really any good white cards or any good green cards in this pack anyway. And I would definitely want to take Spectral Sailor out of this pack regardless, because it's the best card in the pack. It's a good first pickable uncommon. But even though we're not going to get to use all 3 cards, Spectral Sailor goes really well with Safara or pretty well with Overgrowth. So I'm pretty happy to take Spectral Sailor here and just know we're going to use 2 of our first 3 picks and not all 3. Now it's a pretty easy Leafkin. Looks like we're more going to see like a blue-green and we might have to drop Safara. But either way, it's a good Elemental, it's a good Ramper, and if we do go green-white, we'll still want a Leafkin Druid. Okay, so this pack doesn't have anything super exciting for us, but On Summon is one of the best cards in the pack anyway. Otherwise, the next best cards in the pack are like Pack Mastiff, nothing good in any color. So pretty easy to just grab On Summon here and move to the next pick. Thank you, Toad Shortage. Appreciate that subscription. Fencing Ace is okay if you're going to enhance it, if you have a couple ways to do that. If you have no ways to enhance it, it's a pretty weak card. I like lands, but, I mean, I'm not trying to take them over cards as good as Safara, Overgrowth, Leafkin, and Sailor. Like, our first 4 picks were all, like, cards that I don't hate first picking. They were all, like, premium-type cards. I would look to lands later in packs over, like, you know, medium playables, potentially. So now Diamond Knight shouldn't end up very good in a blue-green split 2-color deck. Sage Road Denizen could be okay if we end up wanting to deck people, if we end up really heavy blue. But I don't think that's super likely. Courser is pretty bad in like a blue-green elementals deck. Basically, this pack just has nothing that we would want for any deck. I guess... yeah, I'm pretty low on Courser. It's not an elemental. Green isn't that aggressive in this format. It's just not all around great. Like, it's filler playable. Like, you can always stick this card in your deck, but it's not great. I think the Sage Road Denizen honestly just has the most upside in case somehow we want that ability and that effect. I'm not expecting to play any of the cards in this pack. If this was best of 3 and not best of 1, I would probably take Natural End just because it's a good sideboard card. But, and I'm not going to main Natural End. So I think I'm going to take Sage Road Denizen just in case we end up seeing a lot of that effect and want it. I don't expect to use it. All right, blue-green elementals tends to gum up the board with small stuff pretty well, so Overcome can be quite good in that deck. So we definitely want to take Overcome here. It's not really over much. Similarly, now there's a Healer. It's not really over much. I wouldn't play Healer just because I have an Overgrowth. But if it's already decent with Spectral Sailor and Overcome and Overgrowth and Leafkin. So if we do end up pulling a Risen Reef or something like that, then Healer is going to go in my deck. Now we can definitely take Pattern Matcher, even though we don't have dubs yet. We can try and prioritize dubs of every common the rest of the way. Fairy Miscreant over basically nothing for similar reasons. Don't think these cards can matter. Second Denizen, worth noting, especially with Pattern Matcher. Still not planning to use it at the moment, but if we do end up with a lot of that type of effect, if we end up tabling a couple of Miscreants or something, who knows? Maybe we switch into like a heavy blue, double Denizen, Pattern Matcher, bunch of Fairy Miscreant type decks or something. All right, as far as this pack, Dread Presence is great if you're heavy black, but we're not. So I think this is a pretty clear Season of Growth. Season of Growth is a nice card. I know some pros didn't like it a lot when it first came out, and I think they were just flat out wrong. If you scry 1 every turn, that allows you to scry lands to the bottom and creatures to the top, which then gets you more scry 1s. So the card advantage, the resource advantage you generate from Season of Growth snowballs. Also, it's cheap, so it can help you hit your land drops in the early game. And, of course, once in a while you draw a full extra card off it by targeting something. All in all, I think it's a good card. I don't think it's a windmill slam. I don't think it's amazing, but I do think it's a good card. Which is honestly exactly how I feel about Wolf Rider Saddle. It's grindy, you can move it around, it can give you a good attack and good block. A 4-mana 3/3 is not a great card, but if they kill it with removal, you still get this equipment. So it's all around efficient, effective, not exciting, not a windmill slam, but it is a useful card. It's not really competing with anything, because, I mean, I don't know what else I would take out of this pack. Scuttlemutt and Blightwood Tracker are way worse than Wolf Rider Saddle. Now we actually have a pretty hard pick, I think. Leafkin Druid and Barkhide Troll are pretty close. We're not really ramping particularly well at the moment, but if we take a second Druid this early, we can still prioritize stuff like that. It's an elemental. We have Spectral Sailor to sink mana into. Diamond Knight is good if you're one color, or if you're really heavy one color with card drawing. Like if you're a heavy blue or black deck, then you can play it and then use stuff like Soul Salvage and blue card drawing. If you're like a green creature deck, Diamond Knight is not going to be very good for you unless you're like a one color deck. Oh yeah, the Leafkin being the second one to play Pattern Matcher on curve and search it out definitely tips us in the direction of Leafkin. Good job, whoever just said that in the chat. I think that Leafkin and Barkhide are quite close in general, but given we already have a Leafkin and a Pattern Matcher, we want to prioritize doubles where we can, and turn 2 Leafkin, turn 3 Pattern Matcher, go get another Leafkin is just sweet. Yeah, black looks open, but we're not going to switch into black-green at this point in the draft. Also, like, black's not an elementals color, so it doesn't work particularly well with Overgrowth. Second Pattern Matcher, though, that's a good card to pick up. It means we can further prioritize doubles of common creatures whenever we can. If we get a third Pattern Matcher, maybe we can Pattern Matcher for Pattern Matcher. Who knows? That's kind of busted. We might need to look at green-red, though, because green-red is an elementals deck. We're not seeing a lot of blue. And we did see some late red pack one, even though I didn't take it. And now I'm not really sure what our options are. Like, we don't really want Anticipate. So I think it makes sense to just take one of these red elementals like Lavakin. They go well with the Leafkins. Okay, well, we don't have to make choices as far as red or blue at the moment. We can take Varkite Troll here. It's not really over anything. So even though we might do red-green elementals, I still would rather have Metropolis Sprite if we end up blue-green. And Spectral Sailor is a really good card, and On-Summon's a good card in our deck. So for this pick, I'm going to take Metropolis Sprite over Fire Elemental, and we'll just continue to see what comes our way. I think now with a second Metropolis Sprite, that's another good cheap creature to copy with our 2 pattern matchers. So I think that moves us pretty strongly in the blue-green direction. I like Metropolis Sprite as a 2-drop. Grab a Bow, though I don't plan to use it. Grab a Diamond Knight, though I don't plan to use it. So we do have 1 Healer of the Glade already. Again, I'm not going to play Healer of the Glade just for like the synergies we currently have. It does synergize pretty well with Overcome. It's another dub for Pattern Matcher and stuff like that. But if we did pick up a Risen Reef, then I would stick those in my deck for sure. So we can take them for now over virtually nothing, and then hope we open Risen Reef, the 1-card combo deck, as I like to call it. No such luck so far. Nothing too exciting for us in this pack. We could grab a blue-green dual land. Our mana's pretty good, and we don't have a ton of extra playables. Or we could just grab Thicket Crasher, which is a nice blue-green elemental. Not an exciting card, but if we pick up a second, we'll be happy to have one. Because we have 2 pattern matchers. Our curve looks fine. We have 2 Leafkins, 2 Sprites, plenty of early drops. So I think we want 4 drops. When you have Leafkin Druids, that makes 4 drops better and 3 drops worse. Because we're very likely to have 4 mana on turn 3, since we have 2 copies of Leafkin Druid. So stuff like Thicket Crasher, which I would call like a dead average 4-drop, goes up a little bit in value. And something like a dead average 3-drop goes down a little bit in value. So Thicket Crasher, not an exciting card. Not a card I'm happy at all to be first picking. But I think it's a solid card in our deck. All right, so this is an easy Wakeroot Elemental. 5 green isn't the easiest to unlock, but with Leafkin Druid, there's pretty good synergy there. Leafkin Druid can add 2 green mana if we have 4 creatures out, which we're likely to do by the time we have Leafkin and Wakeroot, and that makes it pretty easy to activate. So even though I would love a 3rd Leafkin, I wouldn't mind a Brineborn Cutthroat or a Silverback Shaman, this is just a really easy Wakeroot Elemental. It's just an excellent card for our double Leafkin Druid deck. Did I say double Leafkin Druid? I meant triple Leafkin Druid. So it looks like we're playing a weird green, like, rampy deck. We now can sink our mana into Spectral Sailor, Pattern Matcher giving us more creatures, and Wakeroot as a good win condition. So I'm not sure what to take now. Sleep Paralysis is not good removal in this format, but we make a lot of mana, and we're a blue-green deck, so bad removal might have to get played. Otherwise, we could take Sedge Scorpion, which could slow people down, but it dies to Bow, and I don't really like the card very much. Mammoth Spider could also be a good blocker. Do we already have one? No, because we would love to pick up 2 of anything since we have 2 pattern matchers. I think Spider probably makes the most sense. Again, with triple Leafkin, it's going to come out on turn 4, not on turn 5. And if we do pick up a second, we'll be really happy to have taken the creature over the enchantment. I do think it's close with Sleep Paralysis there, though. Okay, so now I'm going to grab second Spider. We're not really worried about shuffling our whole graveyard back in with Loaming Shaman. And like I said, I don't really like Sedge Scorpion in the Bow format that much. But second Spider gives us another double we can search for with Pattern Matcher. And with triple Leafkin, it's not going to be too slow in our deck. So now let's take a look at Portal. We're not going to be doing Miscreants because we currently have 1. Works okay with Overgrowth. Works really well with Pattern Matcher, which we have 2 of. That's about it, and it's a little late for us to be able to find too much else it works with. But I guess at the moment, we're taking it over nothing, so we don't really have to think about whether it's going to make our deck or not. We just have to remember we have a portal and try and prioritize things it works with if we can see them. Vorse Claw would be a fine closer for this deck with triple Leafkin, but we have to grab second Thicket Crasher. That gives us another double to search for with double Pattern Matcher, so this pick is a no-brainer, though I still hope to pick up a Vorse Claw if we can. We definitely don't want second portal. We didn't even pick up anything else yet that the first portals work with. We could stick a couple Healer of the Glades in our deck, and then we can search out the extra ones with pattern matchers, and so the portals could definitely work in our deck. But I think for now, we can pick up one Blightwood Tracker. Do not think that there's any shot we're going to play any of these cards. I don't think they matter. These cards just don't matter. Sorry, cards. Yeah, we probably should have basically found mono green. I mean, I think these blue cards are well worth including. Like Sprite and Sailor are just good cards. And we don't really accomplish a ton by cutting these 7 islands for 7 forests. Like, our green mana is good. We have 3 Leafkins and to add extra green, and then all of our green cards aren't double green except 1 Barkite Troll. But I agree we saw nothing but green in this draft. I guess we have Diamond Knight, and our spells are almost all green, so we could stick Diamond Knight in now. And then maybe, like, the 2 healers. And then we could use the pattern matchers to go get healers and stuff like that. I don't think the healers are great in this deck. Just ignore them. They're just looking for attention. There's always going to be people who want attention. It just doesn't really matter. Okay, so yeah, Wolfkin does have good interaction with Season of Growth. We could definitely consider that. This looks like a deck that can play 16 lands if we want. We have 3 Leafkin Druids. I'm not sure what to cut. If I cut 1 healer, I kind of have to cut both. Healer doesn't look great in this deck, but we do have a pretty powerful late game, so I don't think I'd mind the random small bodies. Bow does not work with Season of Growth, no. Yeah, the problem is also we had Overgrowth, black and red. Black's not an elemental's color, and red was open, but we never saw a lot of good red cards, so we never really had a good opportunity to move into red. I could definitely have a couple Lavakin Brawlers and Smugglers, which might be better in our deck than our blue, but Spectral Sailor's a really good card. And also, we were hoping to see, like, Cloud Concealers and Risen Reefs. There was definitely a lot of upside in being blue for Pack 3, I think. We're not going to splash Safara. I think the Wolf Enchantment is probably worth running. We have a lot of small creatures. We have Overcome, and we have Season of Growth. I think we're probably just supposed to cut a land. The problem is my blue cards are early blue cards, so I really want 7 islands. I don't really want to go to 9 forests when my whole deck is green, but I do only need 1 forest. No problem, Dangle. It's not specifically your responsibility. Also, it's easier from Streamlabs now with all the new setup stuff for me to ban people. I just banned that person because I happen to see it. No, Saddle's good. We're not going to cut Saddle. I could cut Blightwood Tracker. We don't really need to be searching up creatures in a stalemate, I don't think. Wake Root Elemental ends a stalemate. Saddle almost ends it. Probably, honestly, supposed to just cut a land. But I don't know. Am I being too, like, risk-averse? Like, 9 forests is still a lot of forests. We only need 1. Yeah, except for Troll, which we would like to have 2 green for. But if I have to go Druid Troll instead of Troll Druid, like, I'm okay with that. It's not a big deal. We are good at stalling out the game and then winning with value. That is true. Maybe we just don't play these healers, slap in 1 bow just to have the ability to pick off, like, 1 toughness creatures. Because, I mean, we do have the flyers. So, I mean, 1 bow is generally not very good in non-damage-based decks. But it's not nothing. We could also just put in, like, Frilled Sea Serpent to close. Because this is a deck that definitely could end up like not being able to close in a stalemate. Sea Serpent's another fine threat. I think that looks fine to me. We still don't need the extra blue, I don't think. Serpent costs 6 mana. I think we just want to put it in the Sea Serpent because we have triple Leafkin Druid, so more expensive cards have more upside than usual since we're going to have access to a lot of mana a decent percentage of the time. Portal just doesn't synergize with very much that we have. It synergizes okay with Matcher and like okay with Overgrowth. That's about it. We just don't have enough cards that work with Portal. If I had double Cloud Conceer, I'd be all about that Portal. There's not like an easy answer to that, Zoom Zoom, but you just look at your closers. Like Mammoth Spider's the kind of card that's going to gum up the board and create a lot of stalemates, but it's not that likely to actually be able to finish the opponent. Yeah, maybe I would like a negate. Maybe I should have took that one negate that I passed late. Should be 40, but I could be wrong. 33 in the library, 7 in the hand, so it looks like 40. Yeah, I would have liked a couple Ferocious Pups. They're good with Overcome, Portal, and Pattern Matchers. Definitely a little bit unfortunate there. This is a pretty medium deck. Like, I don't think the deck is bad. We have Spectral Sailor, we have Overcome, two Pattern Matchers, 3 Leafkin Druids, Wake Root Elemental. But I don't think the deck really got there as anything exciting. If you add 2 Cloud Concealers and a Risen Reef, our deck is busted, but we just didn't get there. I'm going to have to stop eating products on stream. These companies are getting too much value without paying for it. I only started eating baked lays because they're Andrew Cuneo's favorite chip. So we don't have a blocker for that Denizen anyway, so I think I'm just going to save myself a mill for now and bounce it. This isn't really a great use of this card, but we know we have Blightwood Tracker, Thicket Crasher, and Mammoth Spider, so we're going to have a lot to do on future turns. So I think I want to slow them down and save some damage. I'm kidding, by the way. If nobody was following on Twitter, Cuneo hates them and thinks they're gross. I didn't block the skeleton because of Blade Brand. I didn't want to risk throwing away the Sprite there. Last turn, the Sprite was stopping the Skeleton and the Miscreant, because if they had attacked, since I had on summon available for Blade Brand, it could block either one of them profitably. The ingredients to bake lays are literally potatoes, salt, and some kind of oil. So I don't really think they can ruin your metabolism. It's dried potatoes, cornstarch, corn oil, sugar, salt. I'm not saying they're good for you, but I don't think they can be that destructive of a product. Okay, so if we attack with the Sprite, we can trade it with Vulture. That's around an even trade, but we don't actually want even trades. So I assume we're just playing Tracker and passing. A stalemate is good for us. We have Tracker and Overcome. I guess they're going to try and deck me. Maybe I should be attacking, because if they can't block with the Denizens, then they may not have good blocks. I haven't been attacking because trades are bad for me when I have Overcome in hand. But I've also been viewing their Denizens as blockers. Maybe that's incorrect. But their little flyers don't matter to them. So if I attack with, like, Thicket Crasher, they can just block it with, like, Skeleton and Vulture and then get back the Skeleton. So that really doesn't work. So I don't think I actually have an attack. So I guess I'm just going to try and Tracker up some decent threats and hope somehow I can overcome for the win. I suspect I'm going to get decked here by Arrow, though. Okay, I mean, I'm not happy about that, but I don't think it matters a ton. So they're lynxing what? My Sprite. So they're going to attack in the air. Can't really stop that. Yeah, I mean, with 7 mana, I want to spend 6 on Tracker. If I draw a land, I can activate Tracker and play Leafkin. So I think there's substantially more value there than casting Leafkin last turn. Of course, if I knew I was going to whiff on Tracker, then... But yeah, this is not going especially well. I think that I'm going to end up getting decked. But we do have the Overcome. Maybe they don't have a discard or counter. So we'll see what we can put out. Did they mill all my win conditions? They milled Wake Root. And Sea Serpent? Yeah, it's not going well at all. Yeah, I should have took that Loaming Shaman after all, huh? Okay, so I'm going to activate Tracker now because we have plenty of mana. I mean, ultimately, all we can really do is get as many creatures in play as possible and then Overcome. We don't really want to offer trades while our creatures don't have +2/+2. Overcome is pretty good with Metropolis Sprite, and I mean, Leafkin Druids aren't defenders. They will turn into 2/5s that can attack. Again, I expect to get decked. I do not believe we're going to win this game, but just stack out what we can. So I guess that's good. We can pattern matcher, see what's left. I don't think there's going to be much to get. A Sprite or a Leafkin if they're still in there. It's definitely not looking good at all. Wow, so if I had 2 blue available, I could double pump that so that it would die and they wouldn't gain 3. Obviously, I didn't really think about that and just let the auto tapper do its thing. But just worth pointing out. If you have enough mana to kill your own Sprite in response to an Agonizing Siphon, do so, and then they miss out on the 3 life. I'm just dead, though. Obviously, I'm dead to the Flyers, and I'd be dead anyway. I have 7 cards left in my deck. I don't think this game was remotely winnable. Like, I don't think it was close at any point. I don't even think it was just... I don't think there's anything we could have done to possibly win that game. Yeah, I could have drawn the correct cards. If I had drawn, like, Wake Root and played it and it lived or something, maybe that was winnable. Overcomes a sorcery. This is the second draft of the night. Planning to do 4. Probably going to do, like, Throne, 2 M20s, and then another Throne or something. I think we went, like, 5 and 3 in the first one. It was a really broken Black-White Knight stack, but it lost some super close games at the end. Chips are amazing. I mean, yeah, it would be. I always snack and stuff. I don't really care. Like, shovel some food down. It takes 5 minutes. Obviously, if I was going to stream for 2 hours, I would just eat right before the stream and not on the stream. But if I'm going to stream for 6 or 7 hours, like, I'm going to eat. So again, this is a pretty bad hand, of course. We don't have anything, but we're on the play. So with hands like this, I would almost never mulligan. We didn't know our opponent was going to be like a super aggro deck, and we didn't know we were going to brick. Hopefully we can draw like a 3-drop or a 2-drop. If not, we're going to start on turn 4, and we're probably going to lose, and we're going to be pretty far behind. But didn't know they were going to play turn 1 Spitter, turn 2 Rage. I would never mulligan on the play. 3 lands, both colors, and some 4-drops. Just kind of have to hope you get there. Will the opponent pull the turn 4 win in Limited? You don't see that very often. And there it is. Turn 4 dead. You gotta love that. Hey, my cat's trying to eat my chips. Aren't cats meat eaters? You don't like potato chips. She's like, everybody likes baked Lays. Thank you, Beer Maker. Appreciate that subscription. Stop being so camera shy, Ari. Say hi. Oh. Okay, you want to hide down there? You stay down there. You still can't have my chips, though. Yeah, that's pretty much what she'll do, Go Gary Glenn. She's not going to actually eat a bunch of potato chips, but she'll just like sniff them and lick them and then just walk away from them. Yeah, I know. It's hard, Davian. It's hard. It's just like not the way my personality is. Like if I think something's good, I just want to talk about it and share it with everybody. So it's really hard for me to make an effort to not talk about how great baked Lays and Chipotle are when I'm on my stream. I don't know how the pairing system works. They have some kind of a formula. They try and pair you against people with similar ranks, but they also don't want to leave you in the queue forever. So it's just based on who's queuing up and things like that. All right, so here we're going to play turn 2 Leafkin because we want to get our mana accelerator in play. With this many spells, next turn we can always go Season's Growth and Sprite to make sure we get our Season's Growth out and going before we play too many creatures. But if we didn't play the Leafkin last turn, if we had played Season of Growth, we would have a lot less mana to work with now. Wake Root's a tough card to look at right now because it's a card I really want to draw, but not a card I want to draw this moment. I think I'm going to bottom it. We have Pattern Matchers to search our deck, so it's not like if it's on the bottom, I won't get it until the end of the game. If this game goes long, we'll probably draw one of 2 Pattern Matchers at some point and shuffle our library. So pretty easy turn here. We can just use all our mana, slap down Mammoth Spider. I'm going to bottom that too, especially because we don't even have double blue. Now, next turn, we know if we play a creature, we can start tapping Leafkin for 2, which is kind of sweet. Also, at the moment, Mammoth Spider can attack or block profitably, and we're still hitting in the air. Plus, with Season of Growth out, we're not going to flood out and not do a ton. We have all these creatures to play, and every time we play one, we can scry a land to the bottom or a spell to the top, despite me scrying 2 straight power cards to the bottom. So I think it should work out pretty well from here. So, assuming they don't play Murder, we have 6 mana to work with, right? We can go Barkhide Troll and then tap Leafkin for extra mana. We might lose a creature in combat. They might have Bladebrand for Fathomfleet Cutthroat to take out my Mammoth Spider. Now, that's not a risk that means we shouldn't attack with Mammoth Spider, right? It's not that bad a trade. Who cares if we trade Mammoth Spider for Cutthroat and let them play a Bladebrand in this position? What it does mean is pre-combat, we want to play our cards. Because if we might lose a creature in combat, then we won't necessarily have 6 mana to work with. Right now, with exactly 4 creatures out, we can tap Leafkin for 2 mana, and then we can play Thicket Crasher. On summon looks like a good draw to me. And then attack. Now, maybe they have the Bladebrand, or maybe they'll take 4. We don't know. We're not psychic. So we're going to attack with Mammoth Spider, because it's not worth the risk of missing 3 damage to play around a Bladebrand that we don't particularly care about in this spot. But we play our cards pre-combat so that we're able to double spell here, even if they have the Bladebrand. Yeah, I think we went 5 and 3 with the black-white control deck. Okay, so Mammoth Spider is our best creature to play this turn. We're not going to be able to play both. It is nice to have on summon available, though. But if we play the Mammoth Spider pre-combat, leaving a blue up for on summon, we're telegraphing it. That said, there's no reason to miss pumping Sprite anyway. So I think similar to last turn, what we want to do here is just pre-combat the Mammoth Spider, because we might lose a creature in combat. Bottom Forest that we don't need, of course. And then I'm going to attack with everything. If they want to trade Troll for Cutthroat, that helps clear the way and take them off potential double blocks. Skeleton Recursion isn't something I'm afraid of. We're ahead on board. And then I'm just going to pump the Sprite. There's no reason to think we really need to leave On Summon available here. If they like Bone Splinters away a Spider, cool. We have more stuff to do. It's not a big deal. Thanks, Fluffy Face. And I'm sure you can get a more detailed explanation of the pairing algorithm from whatever Ryan Spain said and Fluffy Face is talking about. I really don't know it, to be honest. Okay, so right now we have 6 mana to work with. So again, we can't play 2 creatures this turn, unfortunately. We can play Diamond Knight and On Summon or Tracker and On Summon. But there's not really a lot of value in On Summoning anything. So I think all we want to do here is get our Diamond Knight out before we continue to play our green cards, and Diamond Knight loses the ability to grow. So I'm just going to attack them with the 2 spiders and the Sprite. They're going to put Lich on a spider, and then maybe they'll put Skeleton on a spider. Maybe they won't, depending on their hand. No reason not to pump the Sprite here. Most of our deck is green. We have like 5 blue cards. But that's a nice thing about Season of Growth. You see how now that we have enough mana, we just keep scrawling lands to the bottom? And then when you're scrawling lands to the bottom, you're probably drawing creatures, right? Okay, and now there's finally a good target for On Summon, so this turn is pretty easy. Nice tempo positive play here of On Summoning their 6-drop. That is a really good blocker. We're playing our Blightwood Tracker pre-combat because it grows our Diamond Knight. Pattern Matcher is definitely getting left on top. And then just attack for the most damage we can. And I think they're pretty much dead. Unless they have some kind of surprising card. I mean, I don't think they can just cast Feral Abomination, right? Looks to me like they're dead on board. If we pump Sprite and attack with everything, they're dead unless they have something they can play. Feral Abomination blocks Spider, and they take 6, and they're at 6. If we Pattern Matcher pre-combat, we can search up like another Sprite that shouldn't die in combat anyway. We can't search up another Spider. We could search up another Leafkin, but it doesn't really change the clock. So I think there's not much reason to do that. So let's just attack with everything and find out if that last card in their hand is a bounce spell or not. If it is, look, it's a good turn for them, but we just lose 1 extra creature and we still get them quite low. Yeah, if they had 1 more point of life and we needed a second 3-power creature to present lethal that turn, it would have been right to go Pattern Matcher for Leafkin, play Leafkin, and pump the Diamond Knight. But we were presenting lethal either way, and we'd rather search out a second Sprite than a second Leafkin. So I think we attack first, see if they have like On Summon or something, or Befuddle to stay alive, and then post-combat, if they did, we would Pattern Matcher for another Sprite. Now, let's pretend everything in the game was exactly the same, but they had 7 life instead of 6. Then, in order to present lethal, we need to grow our Diamond Knight. So then I would have went pre-combat, Pattern Matcher, search out a second Leafkin, play Leafkin, grow Diamond Knight, and then attack for lethal if they don't have anything. But since we were able to present 6 anyway, it doesn't matter if we grow our Diamond Knight by 1. They're still going to live if they have Befuddle or On Summon, and they're still going to die if they don't have anything. Another pretty mediocre hand. Our hands really just haven't been great. I mean, with triple Leafkin and a good curve, you don't really expect this, but that helps a lot. Now we have a turn 2 Leafkin, which we can then grow with Overgrowth, and then if we draw 1 more land, we have a turn 4 Spider, so that makes the hand much better. So they're going to attack, and the question is, do you block or not? The answer to that question is not always block, nor never block. They're going to make this attack whether or not they have a pump spell. So what you have to ask yourself is how valuable is untapping with this Leafkin? Next turn, we already can spend all 4 mana, Overgrowth and Spectral Sailor, plus Overgrowth puts a counter on an Elemental, which Leafkin is. So we really want to untap with this Leafkin, so I'm not going to block in this spot. Now, pretend, on the other hand, we were only going to play a 3-drop next turn. We'd be much more inclined to block, right? Because then we would have way less incentive to try and untap with our Leafkin. As is, though, I do need to slow them down, and I have tons of business, and I don't have an Elementals deck anyway by any means. So the plan now is just to block with Overgrowth. I don't care if Overgrowth dies. I mean, I look at my hand and look at my deck. I don't actually have that many Elementals. I just want to ramp, dump my hand, and be able to win this game. And now we're in a comfortable position where we have more mana than them, bigger creatures, and we're ready to start deploying our late game. So, can't attack with Sailor, Sentinel would block it, but if we attack with Spider, they don't have a good block on that. We're going to play Frilled Sea Serpent, which will stop the ground creature anyway. So we're hitting for 3, and then we're taking 1 back from Griffin Sentinel. That's definitely a good exchange. One thing with a card like Spectral Sailor, pretend I didn't have a bunch of good threats, including Overcome. I might want to get some cards out of it before they might find a removal to remove it from the board. But in this case, if they find a removal for Sailor, they have to deal with so much that I'm not really that worried about it. Here we have Thicket Crasher, but we also have 8 mana. So that means we can activate Sailor once, and then we still have 4 for Thicket Crasher. Past that, though, I'm not going to attack because I don't want to offer trades with these big creatures into their Steadfast. I just want to dump my hand and Overcome now. So getting the 4/3 trample in play and waiting 1 more turn. And then next turn, regardless of whether it's lethal or not, we're just going to Overcome and attack with like everything. And then the dust will settle way in our favor. Because all of our creatures are going to be +2/+2. And we already have more power and toughness than them outright. Okay, on the other hand, if they actually have removal from green-white and kill our 4/6, now we maybe should do some counting because it's going to be pretty close. 4, 7, 9, plus 8 is 17. So it's not by any stretch going to lethal them. Their blocks wouldn't be great, but they're only on 4 mana. I think since we drew Pattern Matcher, that's 2 more creatures. We definitely want to wait 1 turn, right? We can play Pattern Matcher and whatever we match for here. I guess Thicket Crasher is ultimately more damaged, even though Mammoth Spider is a little bit better of a creature. And then next turn we can Overcome again. And it's going to be an additional 11 attacking because we played a 3/3 and a 4/3, and they're going to get +4. I don't know what they're going to play with their 5 mana, but it's probably not going to be 11 toughness. And remember, we don't need to lethal them. Their blocks are going to be awful. Like, this is going to go horrible for them. Doesn't matter if they finish this turn at 2 life or not. We're just waiting for the right window to slam our Overcome after we deploy all our threats, and that's exactly what happened. This is a total math is for blockers situation. Like, are they dead? I don't know. Who cares? Look at their creatures and look at how big ours are. They're not attacking us back for 15. They have to do a lot of blocking. This cannot go well for them. Thank you, Alex Ma. Appreciate that subscription. Thanks to everybody subscribing. The key strategy here was that we didn't have to count whether it's lethal or not because that's not important. What we wanted to do was basically dump our hand before Overcoming. So we played the Serpent. They had the removal spell. We drew Pattern Matcher, which means we get to search out a second Crasher. So we put out 2 more nice-sized creatures. And then we clearly don't want to overcome this turn if we're going to dump out 2 more creatures and then overcome next turn. And we knew it wasn't going to be lethal. So we just dump our hand there, get out all our power. Who cares if they have 1 good block? They go to like 2. They make like an even trade. We still have the rest of our board out. I saw somebody likes the new emotes. That was mostly Dangle's doing. So shout out to Dangle for the help with that. We got in touch with Boxy's artist, and she made us a ton of awesome emotes. So if you like them, credit for getting it done goes to Dangle, and the artist was Boxy's artist. Because obviously she has the best emotes. Like I've been saying all year, basically if there's any upgrades or anything good that happens on this stream, just assume it was Dangle. I'll continue with a lot of great analysis and great strategy content, but anything stream upgraded, like oriented, it was probably Dangle. Thanks for subscribing, BW. Appreciate the support. Yeah, well, I don't know, I don't know Voxy's artist's name, so I can't really shout her out properly. I have, I don't love Deckmaster or Cardboard Live. I know Queen Dragon is working on getting like Deckmaster working again. I don't know how that project is going. Again, I'm not really opposed to either one. I have no horse in the race, but the draft voting is one of my favorite things. So I'm really hoping that that emerges somewhere. We have it in the Discord, a pick one, pack one, like for things like that. It's not a huge deal, and thank you for asking, Fumblebuck. But in general, I would prefer not if on stream, because we're trying to discuss all the in-game play and all of that. And like I said, in the Discord, there's places to post things like that. All right, similar to last time, we're going to start with Leafkin here. We're going to have an interesting choice next turn because we want to get the Diamond Knight out and we don't want to miss it growing, but we also want to get our second Leafkin out and make a ton of mana. So we kind of have some decisions here. We could go Leafkin and Sprite, which would give us 3 creatures, and then if we get up to 4, we'll have 1,000,000 mana. But if we play Sprite, we're also giving them something to vial this turn, so that's not awesome. That said, they also have 3 blue up, so maybe they have a counter spell. Although the common counter that most people play in this format is going to be Bone Dash, which costs 4. So ultimately, I think what we want to do this turn is just play Thicket Crasher so that they don't have anything good to vial. If they have a counter, this isn't ideal. But again, Bone Dash is the common that draws a card. Convolute is the 3-mana one and doesn't see a ton of play. So I think we want to try and strand their 2 mana this turn and not give them something to vial. I mean, the Knight might die to vial, but we also might be able to grow it twice, right? Okay, so now they do have Bone Dash mana up. First and foremost, let's attack with Thicket Crasher. There's no reason to believe it's going to die in combat. Now, post-combat, we have 5 mana to work with. 6 if we played 2/2 drops, but that's not a very likely scenario. We should assume they probably have Bone Dash. It doesn't mean we don't play creatures. It means we don't want to slam one big threat like Pattern Matcher that we really want to resolve. It means we want to play 2 small threats. We do need to get this Diamond Knight going, or it's just already a dead card. So I think this turn is pretty good for playing Diamond Knight and then playing Leafkin Druid. Yes, it means they're going to get to vial the Diamond Knight, but they were going to get to vial sprites otherwise. So all in all, I like that this turn kind of plays around Bone Dash by not giving them a good target for it. And if they vial the Diamond Knight, they're still taking 4 here from Thicket Crasher if they don't add to the board. If they add to the board, then they don't have Bone Dash up and we can resolve Pattern Matcher. Like, I'm not sure what the his here is up to. I know that we're trying to get them to either Bone Ash something besides Pattern Matcher or pressure them into tapping out. We don't have a lot of ammunition. As you can see, we have a lot of mana and not a lot to do with it. So Pattern Matcher is the card we want to resolve the most. So I'm going to start with Mammoth Spider here. If that gets Bone Ashed, we still have 4 mana for the Leafkin because of the 2 Leafkins, and then we can go Pattern Matcher, copy Thicket Crasher, and get another one. If they Vial the Diamond Knight in response, once this Mammoth Spider resolves, again, now we have 4 mana, right? I don't really see much of a reason to do more. We know they don't have a 3 mana counter, or they would have countered Thicket Crasher. So now that they tap their 2 mana for Vial on Diamond Knight rather than let it grow, that means we can resolve our Pattern Matcher, which is what we really needed to do so that we don't run out of ammunition. So that's basically, we were just trying to not let them Bone Ash Pattern Matcher. That's all that was really going on. If they Bone Ash the Mammoth Spider there, they don't have 2 mana for Vial, the Diamond Knight grows. Then we can double Leafkin for Pattern Matcher, and then we're good. But we just never wanted a turn where we play Pattern Matcher and they get to Bone Ash it. That was all we were really trying to avoid last game. Yeah, they may have just had nothing, of course. It's pretty unlikely they were mono blue. We don't know what they're holding. But you know how I was saying the further behind you are, the less you can play around, the further ahead you are, the more you play around? So we might as well put a Bone Ash in our opponent's hand there and try and minimize its effect, because we're getting further and further ahead every turn. So if they're just screwed and they don't have a Bone Ash, they're going to lose anyway, right? But imagine that they are missing a color, but they do have a Bone Ash, and they Bone Ash Pattern Matcher. Now they draw their other color and they start dumping spells. Maybe that's a game they can win. So we definitely didn't want to let them Bone Ash Pattern Matcher when our hand made a ton of mana but didn't have a ton of threats. Pattern Matcher represented like roughly 7 power and going wide because it was going to copy Thicket Crasher, giving us a 3/3 and a 4/3 out of the card. Hey, Ri-Fi, you succeeded. We've got our pairing. So this hand on the draw is a lot worse than on the play. I still don't know if it's a mulligan. Maybe it is. Mulliganing is less punishing on the draw than the play, and a slow hand is a lot worse on the draw than the play. On the play, I would never mulligan a hand like this. I would just play a forest and pass the turn. On the draw, I think it's pretty close. What do y'all think? Ouch, Flame Sweep would have been a nice way to get back in that game. I guess it wasn't killing too much. It doesn't kill Thicket Crashers. But that does make sense as to why you didn't Vial, so that if you drew the red land, you could Flame Sweep and then kill the Diamond Knight and use the Vial to kill the Thicket Crasher. Yeah, I think this is a keep on the play and a mull on the draw, especially with the London mull. All right, that's a much better hand. Though I wish it was a 7-card hand. I really don't want to put back any of these. We're a 17 land, 3 Leafkin Druid deck, so I think I'm going to gamble and put back Island. I feel like we might need the firepower from Overcome, and we're on the draw, so that means we have like 3 draw steps to find a single land. If you didn't put back Island there, Overcome is definitely the second choice. It's just between those 2 cards. All right, so similar to the last couple games, we want to play the Leafkin first, because that's going to give us 4 mana, so we can play Barkhide and Sprite next turn. If we play Barkhide this turn, then we only have 3 next turn, and we can't get the Leafkin and Sprite in play. Well, now we drew a 4-drop, we have to decide. Although Barkhide Troll and Sprite just looks clearly better, because Barkhide Troll or Thicket Crasher both just trade with the opposing Thicket Crasher, so there's not really much upside to getting Thicket Crasher out over Barkhide Troll this turn. And no real decisions for us. Now we'll just put out our better 4-drop, hit them in the air. Clearly we can't attack with Barkhide, they have Fire Elemental, and even if we successfully bluff, that wouldn't be particularly good for us. Which set had the highest overall power level? That's a great question, Moonpie. I don't really know the answer. All right, so this trade is good for us. If they have a pump, then so be it. There's nothing they can really do to blow us out. So clearly we're going to block. Even though it's going to trample over for a few damage, we're trading a 4-3 for a 5-4. We have to be okay with that. That Vorse Claw with trample is going to be tough, though. What can we do now? We could Pattern Matcher for the other Sprite, but we're a mana short of casting it, so that's kind of rough. I don't mind trading damage, given we have Overcome in hand. I guess this turn we can't do anything good. Just hit them with our Sprite and add a tracker to the board. Next turn we'll have more mana to work with. Gotta hope Wi-Fi doesn't have a ton here, though, because we don't have a block this turn on the 7/7. So we're going to end up like pattern matching up another Sprite next turn and trying to race. Now, this is a very winnable race if they're not holding much. And we can beat them adding another creature to the board or something. But we don't really have a lot of good outs to this 7/7 trample, aside from like throwing a ton of creatures in front of it and hoping we don't get destroyed. Okay, so I don't think we really even have choices now. Pattern Matcher for either Leafkin or Sprite. Obviously, we want Sprite. And then our blocks on the ground look fine, assuming they don't really have anything. We can attack with our Sprite, but that's basically all we can do here. And with them gaining that 3 life, it's going to be even harder for us to possibly kill them with Overcome. So I don't really like the way this game is going. But I don't really think we have choices. Yeah, and they're down to 1 card in hand. Maybe they don't have an instant removal or trick. We definitely can triple block Vorse Claw. It's not horrible for us if they have nothing. We can't do it this turn because they could Brontodon away the Pattern Matcher. But we'll evaluate the board next turn. So we don't really have anything we can do. I can't even triple block because they can Brontodon the Pattern Matcher this turn. So I'm going to go to 4, which is what I wanted anyway. I'm not scared of losing to Uncaged Fury or something like that. I'm not beating a card like that in this game. But let's assume they have nothing, and now we do need to do math, right? If we just slam Overcome and attack, what happens? We have 3, 5, 8, 9, 10, plus 12 is 22. They have 4. Well, the Brontodon can just trade with the Pattern Matcher, so that's -5. So we have 17, and they have 6. That's only 11 damage, so we're not lethaling them. So we definitely can't deal them lethal with Overcome. All right, what are our other options? We're going to have to block now. If we play Saddle, they can kill the Saddle with Brontodon, but they can't kill the 2/2 Wolf token. So we will have it as a blocker. I don't think we're going to need both Sprites back to block, but I think having 1 back is nice because we might throw it in front of Brontodon or something like that. And we don't have anything else to do with the other blue mana. So I think this turn, we're just going to attack and deal them 2. Every point of damage is pretty relevant since we have Overcome. And then play Saddle and prepare for some blocks and hope for the best. I mean, assuming they don't have anything, this won't go that bad for us. Assuming they do have literally anything, like any instant, any pump, any removal, we're going to get destroyed. But you got to make them have it, right? Maybe they just don't have, like, maybe that last card or the card they just drew, maybe it's just not a Chandra's Outrage, a Shock, or a Pump spell. A lot of people don't even play the growth cycles and stuff. The pump is not the best in this format. But we waited as long as we could, because if I had drawn on Summon, that would have been awesome. Also, if I had just drawn, like, Mammoth Spiders, that would give us much better blocks. We're definitely not, like, dead on board. We can put anything in front of Brontodon, and they just have 11 power worth of trample, which we have the same amount of toughness or more. But like I said, if they have any sort of instant removal or instant pump spell, This is probably not going to go very well for us. On the bright side, if they don't have anything, they may not even have a great attack. I mean, they can force the Vorse Claw for 2 of our creatures. All right, so let's see what our options are now. Both these creatures have Trample, and they have a Brontodon out. So let's assume we want to do something like that, if we can. Then if we put the other 3 here on Vorse Claw, they Brontodon Pattern Matcher, and then we don't kill Vorse Claw, so that's not going to work. So what we can do is put Pattern Matcher and Leafkin on this. We don't really care about Leafkin. And then what happens if we put these 3 on Vorse Claw? If they Brontodon the saddle, it doesn't kill this, it just shrinks it to a 2/2. We still go 3, 5, 7. Oh, so we could throw the Sprite here. Oh, no, that doesn't accomplish anything. It's going to live either way. But yeah, so we're dealing exactly 7 here. If they Brontodon the Pattern Matcher, we take 1 point of Trample. That doesn't matter much. Do we have a better option than this? 3, 6, 8, which means if they kill the saddle, it's still 7. It looks like this is our best block. Hope I'm not wrong. We're at 4, so I had to put the Leafkin here, because if they Brontodon the Matcher, we can't just die to the 4 points of trample damage. Here, they can't Brontodon the Wolf token, only the saddle. So that would shrink it to a 2/2, but then we still have 2, 4, 7, so we still kill the Vorse Claw. Spirit on Vorse Claw, I don't think that matters either way. I mean, there could be some exact +1/+1 or something. It plays around. I don't know. But it also means, like, it could also mean that we lose an extra sprite or something. Should they want to Brontodon saddle, they could then assign their 7, 3, 2, 2. So, not too sure on that. Doesn't look like they have anything. So far, so good. So now let's see. If we overcome Pump a Sprite and attack with everything, now we have 5 + 8 is 13. So it's not lethal, but it would put them all the way down to 4. We wouldn't have a blocker for the Smuggler that way, though. And Smuggler's a pretty scary threat right now. So I think we can just hit them for 4 this turn in the air with the Sprite, and then maybe go for that next turn. Assuming they don't draw a creature to add to the board. We have the 0/3 and a 2/2 back. We can't send the 2/2 because they're just going to block it with the 0/3. There's no reason to think we need a Sprite back. So I think this turn, all we can really do is hit them for 4. We could overcome now while they don't have more good blockers out, but we only really have to wait 1 turn. If they don't play anything this turn, we can overcome next turn, and it'll be quite effective. This is a great game. Well, that's scary. They don't have any spells, so it's not lethal. They can smuggle in a 1/1, or they can attack with all 3, and then 1 gets in either way. If that last card in their hand is Might of the Masses, we're dead. Pretty weird for them to attack with all 4 if it's not. Not sure why they sent Leafkin. Maybe just laziness, I don't know. So now we have 2, 3, 4. +8 plus the pump is 13, exactly. There's no reason to put a removal in their hand, so I think we have to go for it, right? If they have a removal, I mean, they can't have drawn that this turn. Shock would have killed us. They could shock us, Chandra it, and shock us again. See no real reason to not go for lethal here. 4, 8, 11, 13. Please die. Sweet. What a game. This format is so great. I love this format. Yeah, well, if they don't make the Druid attack, we just end up killing Chandra that turn with Sprite, and then, like, it's still a stalemate, basically. So they didn't throw the game away by attacking with Leafkin. They wouldn't have been lethal that turn, but we would have killed Chandra, and then we would just see if they drew something or not. Thank you, Lord Darian. Appreciate that subscription. The Brontodon saddle play was close and interesting. I'm not sure if it was optimal or not. Like, if they killed a pattern matcher, they kill a Leafkin, but then we still have the saddle out to start equipping our flyers. Saddle's really good on Sprite. It means you can pump Sprite to like a 4-power flyer because it gives it an extra toughness. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what their best play was, to be honest. But I saw a bunch of people just subscribed, so thank you, Argudu and Lardarian. Appreciate those subscriptions. As far as the Brontodon play, it's probably better for them to Brontodon the pattern matcher. They kill a Leafkin. I still have the saddle out. Yeah, I think it's probably a little bit better for them. I don't think I'm dead on board or anything, but maybe that Chandra does me exactly lethal or something. It's hard to picture all of that over a couple of turns. Thank you, Gummy TGB. Right, they keep the 4-3, but I have enough power and toughness out. I saddle up anything and then I can block it. But I agree with you. I don't think their play was optimal in that spot. I'm not disagreeing. So we're on the play. This hand's a little rough because we have Frilled Sea Serpent. I guess with 2 finishers and nothing we can cast, we can probably mold this. Okay, we got 10 forests in there. This hand sucks, but we're not going to 5 on the play. So we're just going to have to hope, right? We just need a single forest. Even though it looks weird, I'm going to put back the only blue card. Because if we draw a forest, we have turn 3 Overgrowth, turn 4 Thicket. Yeah, I'm agreeing. I think that they should have killed the pattern matcher also. Like I said, instead of being able to attack back, I would have saddled up and passed back. And I definitely would have had fine blockers for the 1 Thicket Crasher. But I don't know if I would have won or lost. I think it would have worked out a little better for them. I'm not disagreeing with that. Yeah, we're not really drawing too well so far tonight. We've been having a lot of mana problems that I wouldn't expect to have with pretty good mana bases in the black-white deck and this deck. It's the nature of best of 1. This deck's pretty mediocre, though. I'm pretty happy that we already got 3 wins out of it, to be honest. The black-white deck, I think, was really good. Like, that's a deck that could get 7 wins a lot of the time. This deck is very mediocre. Well, all we can really do now, play Thicket Crasher, hope they don't have anything. If they don't, it's stopping the Audacious Thief. Life is good. If they kill it and attack us for 6 and draw cards, we are not going to win this game. Obviously, there's in between, like they may Fathom Fleet Cutthroat it, and then the game just continues. Forest is a good draw for us. So now we can either resolve Wakeroot or Leafkin and Thicket. I think it's better to just resolve Wakeroot while they don't have a counter up. If they have a Murder in their hand, I don't think we're going to win this game anyway. Leafkin doesn't stop either of their 3-power creatures. So I think what I want to do, get my Wakeroot in play while they can't counter it, hope they don't really have anything, and then maybe we can stabilize. Okay, so this looks easy. Thicket Crasher, and then we can Overgrowth it. Obviously now, we're not out racing Sprite, but we have 2 of our own Sprite that can stop it. We do not really have removal. We have an on-summon, but we do not kill things. Pattern Matcher can get us another Thicket Crasher that's already there. It can get us another Leafkin. I guess we don't have much in the way of choices. Maybe I should attack with Thicket Crasher, though. If they block and trade with it, we gain a life, which could be valuable. Do we need it back? Not really. We can double block Feral Abomination with Overgrowth and Pattern Matcher, or we could just chump it with Leafkin and gain a life. So I think Thicket Crasher actually is a pretty good attacker right now. Even though we're behind, I'm not trying to play around like any sort of bounce or removal. I just don't really think we can beat it. And if they trade with this Thicket Crasher, it's only trading down a very small amount, and we're gaining a life, which is really valuable. Yeah, I know the Wake Root, but the problem is like those 5/5 ground creatures are just not going to win us this game in time. Every time we gain a point of life, that means we don't die to Sprite as quickly. And I think ultimately what we're looking to do is go long. Like now if I chump Feral Abomination with Leafkin, Overgrowth grows to 5 power, and I gain another point of life, which makes this a 4-turn clock instead of a 3-turn clock. I'm not super worried about getting 3 green right now. I mean, it would be sweet. But like I said, I just don't think we're going to win that way. On the other hand, every time we lose a creature, we gain a life. It doesn't even need to be an elemental. So if we can keep making trades and gaining life, then we can still survive and not die to the Metropolis Sprite, potentially. Okay, sadly, no help there. I think that we're just going to lose. I think they probably had a little too much ammo here. Clearly, we have to block both the big creatures. Assume they don't have much lifelink, so I'd rather take out the 5/5 Death Touch than the 4/4 that might deal us a damage. Rip indeed. I'm not even sure if we have outs now. I don't think there's much we could do here. If we go the other way, we never beat the Sprite in the race. If we draw like a Sprite last turn or something, maybe we can go down low but not have to trade off Overgrowth, and then maybe we could go on to win this game. Or a Spider, yeah. Spider would have worked. But now, like, Mammoth Spider doesn't even work. We're going to 2, so it doesn't stop enough of their creatures. It's unfortunate, because this deck doesn't look like a bad matchup for us, but it's kind of a rough hand. Okay, so I'm going to get back in the M20 queue, and then I'm going to finish the night with a Throne draft. So I'm going to do 2 more drafts. I'm going to do an M20 and a Throne. And right now, we're going to get back in and do another M20 draft. What did we go, 4 and 3? That's not bad. This deck wasn't good. 4 and 3 is actually like kind of a nice save there. I don't think that deck was good at all. I'll tell you what is good, though. Gargos. Gargos is one of the best rares in the entire format. This card is ridiculous. I mean, all you need to know is it's a 6-mana 8/7 Vigilance. But whenever any of your creatures become targeted by a spell, then Gargos fights and kills something. So if the opponent has removal, you still get to 2-for-1 them. And 6 is not even that much mana. This card is just ridiculous. I like Howling Giant. It's a good finisher, good at going wide in this grindy format. I love Tomebound Lich. Blue-black grindy, still my favorite deck in the format. But this is definitely just Gargos by a lot. My second choice would be Tomebound Lich. My third choice would be Howling Giant. So Bloodthirsty Aerialist is a little hard to cast. It's a great card. There's a lot of ways to gain a life in this format and grow it. And if it grows once or twice, it's just an awesome creature. But if we're going to pair something with a triple green creature, Gargos, even though Murder's double black, it's deceptive. Murder is a late game play. You're not really looking to murder on turn 3 anyway. Whereas Bloodthirsty Aerialist needs to come out and start attacking or blocking to be effective. So I would much rather have a Murder with a Gargos than a Bloodthirsty Aerialist. Now that said, there's also a Silverback Shaman. Obviously, that's a worse card than Murder, but it's not by a lot. So I think this is a pretty interesting pick between Murder and Silverback Shaman. But again, I'm not trying to force green, even though I got a green broken rare. I'm hoping I can play green. But I think Murder is too much better than Shaman. And I think Murder does still work well on a Gargos deck. Because again, Murder's a late game card, so we don't really care that it costs double black. A 3-drop black creature, we care a lot about its casting cost. We want to cast this card on turn 3. Murder, we're hoping we have other things to do on turn 3. We don't even want to cast this card on turn 3. This is a pretty weak pack overall. Agonizing Siphon is a pretty easy pick. I don't really like Agonizing Siphon. Like, I'm not happy about third picking it. But the other good cards in this pack, like of any color, are like what? I mean, Goblin Smuggler. This is just a really, really bad pack. So Siphon's probably the best card in the pack, or second to Smuggler. And the pack is just bad overall. All right, now we actually have to make some decisions. The best card in this pack is Ancestral Blade, but Blood-Soaked Altar tends to be pretty good in black-green. You can have some Leafkin, some ramp, so it's a little less slow. We already have some life gain and removal. Also, Gorging Vulture, we could just stay on with normal black commons. Soul Salvage is good, but I mean, you know, I think it's enough worse than Siphon this early in the draft. Soul Salvage is really heavy diminishing returns. I think the first copy is really good in most decks. The second copy is acceptable, like to medium. The third copy is bad. So, like, you don't want to take Soul Salvages aggressively early. You want to pick up a Soul Salvage at some point. And obviously, pack 3, if we don't have any Soul Salvages yet, then we might value them higher than an Agonizing Siphon. But given I don't really want to end up with 3 of the card, I don't think it's something you want to value high early in drafts. Yeah, so I think Vulture, Ancestral Blade, and Blood-Soaked Altar are all really interesting, and they're cards worth considering in this spot. Vulture is just very solid. It's like never super impressive, but it's good in any black deck. It's like a 3-mana 2/2 flyer that gains a life and puts a few creatures in your yard to make stuff like Soul Salvage better, and maybe helps you dig up a skeleton or something. Blood-Soaked Altar varies a lot. Black-green doesn't need win conditions that bad, but Blood-Soaked Altar does pair well with Leafkin Druids. And then Ancestral Blade is just the best card in this pack. That card is awesome. But we're gonna have to drop either Black, Gargos, or Blade if we take Blade. I mean, we have been getting hit over the head with Black here, and Black is the best color in this format by a lot, in my opinion. So I think we should just stay Black and just stay solid. I'm just going to take Vulture, just stay as an open Black player and see what comes the rest of the way. So again, we have some pretty interesting choices. Pup is quite good in black-green. It works well with Bone Splinters. We don't have any yet. Soul Salvage, fine black common. We don't have any yet. Brineborn, probably the best card in the pack. Murder's an instant, but we'd have to prioritize instants the rest of the way, and if we go blue-black. Gargos is pretty broken, but triple green isn't the easiest. We could also just take Evolving Wilds here to help our mana, because if we want to be a Murder Gargos deck, we definitely wouldn't mind picking up Evolving Wilds where we can. We ended up 5-3. We lost 2 super close games, DJ Scrub. Yeah, I think Wilds makes a lot of sense, given we don't really know where this draft is going. Ferocious Pup and Soul Salvage and Brineborn Cutthroat wouldn't be a big loss, and our mana isn't going to be great regardless. So I think Evolving Wilds makes a lot of sense this early. Okay, well now we can take Season of Growth for sure. Like I said, it's just a great card. Black-green is grindy with removal and life gain. Season of Growth and Gargos both trigger kind of the same way, so it's just a nice pickup. course, now there's no black or green cards that are playable in our deck, so we're going to have to take a red one. I assume Chandra's Embercat is probably the best of these. If we go red-black, Embercat doesn't tend to be great, but that's a deck that does want 2-mana 2/2s. Destructive Digger's okay, but substantially worse than Embercat in a lot of situations. Another bad pack that basically offers us nothing. If we play black-green, we're not going to want Feral Abominations. We're going to have better green big things to do. I don't think really any of these cards offer us much. I can't really envision playing too many of them. If we go red-black with a couple Embercats, maybe we would play Fire Elemental. Mind Rat's a decent sideboard card, but it's not something you want to main deck. If we do get Elemental synergies, we could use Healer. Knowledge Sinkhole is right about that for sure. But if we do go red-black, Fire Elemental with a couple Embercats is playable. So I think you can take Healer or Fire Elemental here. I don't really see much reason to take anything else. Black doesn't really do elementals, and you do need a good amount of synergy to make Healer playable. So I think Fire Elemental is the right pick. But definitely Healer is a reasonable choice there too, and it's fairly close. Okay, now I'm going to take Pulse. This card will be good with Gargos and Gorging Vulture. If we play like a black-green grindy control-ish deck, then Pulse is pretty much perfect for us. We can put cards in our graveyard with Vulture, and then we can use Pulse to buy back Gargos after we mill it, or after it dies naturally. That's just a nice pickup for a grindy black-green deck. I guess Bird Grabber in case red ends up happening. Natural End is what I would have took if this was best of 3, but it's best of 1, so we're not going to get to sideboard. These cards don't matter. We did see a lot of late red here, so I'm not really sure where in the Jund colors we're going to end up. Like, it feels like we're seeing red more than either black or green, but we also have good black and green cards and just a bunch of playable, not exciting red cards. Like, all 3 of these green cards and all 3 of these black cards are better than virtually, like, any of the red cards, except for Smugglers in a hyper-aggro deck. Yeah, so now we have Bite and Thief. We're clearly going to take one of those 2 cards. Bite is really good with Season and with Gargos, but we might just be a black-red deck with Smugglers and Thief. Like, it's gone pretty weird this draft. Don't forget, we first picked Gargos, so green might just not be open at all. So I think we want to look at black-red aggro as an option. And black is still the color that's our best color here, so I think Thief makes the most sense. Even though we have enough cards to play red-green also, again, I think like Murder, Siphon, Vulture, well, I guess Murder and Gargos, I guess basically we have a few okay red and green cards, and then we have a few okay black and green cards, and then a bunch of red playables. So we're pretty split between these 3 colors. I mean, Bite would be the best if we ended up green, but again, I feel like we saw the least green. And I think Audacious Thief will be good in either a grindy black-green deck with Season of Growth, or it'll be good in a black-red aggro deck. So I think Audacious Thief makes the most sense. Even though Bite has the most upside, Audacious Thief is the one that we're most likely to use, and it's going to be good in virtually any deck we play. All right, I think now I'm going to grab Fenlurker. Again, black is the color that I felt like we saw early in Pack 1, red late. I don't really love Reduce. It's a playable removal spell, but I do like Fenlurker a lot. It's a fixed Ravenous Rat in that it always gets you like the card out of their hand, but instead of a 1/1 body being a chump blocker or doing almost nothing, in the late game you can just pump this and trade it off for 2/2s and 3/3s. So it's pretty much always an effective card. So this is a weak pack for us regardless, but Blade Brand is fine. We don't have any yet, so I'm just going to grab it. It works with Season of Growth, it works with Gargos, or it works in a black-red aggro deck. Blade Brand will be fine for us, whether we play black-red or black-green. So Ringleader looks like it has some potential. We have 2 Smugglers and a Bird Grabber already. That's not enough for it to be good, but this is only early Pack 2. Sorcerer is not generally very good in black-red. Sorcerer is okay in a grindy black-green deck if we end up there. Otherwise, oh, Netcaster would also be excellent in a grindy black-green deck if we ended up there. Yeah, Ringleader will probably wheel. Plus, we did just take a couple black cards since black is the color we're most likely to play. But black-green and black-red are both still totally options. but we can't take a black card out of this pack because Sorcerer of the Fang is like not playable in black-red, basically. So Netcaster Spider is probably the right pick. That's an important pickup for a grindy black-green deck if we end up there. I really feel like it's black-red that we're supposed to try and go, though. So I'm gonna grab this Pack Mastiff over Mammoth Spider because it really feels to me like we're supposed to play a black-red aggro deck in this seat. I don't like Mask of Immolation. A 1/1 is not a magic card, so I mean, unless you have great synergies with like Active Treasons and Skeletons, this card just does too little in my opinion. Lavakin Brawler is good with Embercat, even if you don't have a lot of elementals, and it's good with Smuggler. So that's a card I don't mind picking up. Going to grab a Blood Burglar to lock up a decent black 2-drop for whichever black deck. Can't imagine these cards will matter. Do like second Pack Mastiff with our Smugglers. Really can't imagine these cards can matter. We did table the Ringleader, so if we get a lot of Goblins, that's still on the table. Oh, Indenture is horrible. That's not a card you actually want. So, of course, we open a green rare. Granted, Shifting Ceratops is busted against blue control decks. It's not really busted in limited. It's undercosted, but if that card costs 5, it would just be like a common in limited. But, I mean, I think we have a lot of red 2-drops. I think even the Goblin Ringleader looks pretty good, right? We have 2 Bird Grabbers, 2 Smugglers. I think we're supposed to be trying to draft black-red aggro here. So Ember Hauler is another nice Goblin to go with the Smuggler. Another nice 2-drop for a grindy, aggressive black-red here. That really does feel like where we're supposed to be, in my opinion. Grab a Shock. Over nothing, basically. Like, that wasn't close at all. Vampire of the Dire Moon is a card I like a lot. So Sedge Scorpion is a moderate playable. But when you throw Lifelink on this card, now it's a 2-point life swing every turn, which means it commands blocks. That is a big upgrade to your 1/1. Don't think these cards particularly matter, but we have an aggro deck, a lot of small creatures. We might as well grab our first Cutthroat. It's always useful. Blade Brand's good for similar reasons. All right, so let's get rid of the green. It was a tough draft to decide between green, red, and black. Clearly, at this point, we've decided. Looks like we have tons of cheap creatures, so I don't think we need another Blood Burglar. Lavakin Brawler is good, but we only have 1 Embercat, but it's also good with Smugglers, which we have 2 of. What's our 4-drop count like? We have a Brawler, a Raider, a Ringleader, and a Cutthroat, and a Siphon. We already actually do have a lot of 4-drops. Yeah, we're probably not going to play Wilds, but that's besides the point for now. So this is a close pick between Burglar and Brawler, but smuggling in Burglars is really good too. And I think that we already have enough 4-mana cards for a black-red deck, so Blood Burglar's probably a little better. If I had 1 more Embercat, I would have took Lavakin Brawler there. Well, there's a 3rd Smuggler. I'm not going to complain about that. Take all the Goblins I can get. Speaking of, this is why you keep your curve down. Aeronaut is a moderate playable, but we have Ringleader, and we have a red-black aggro deck, and it's a Goblin. And since we didn't take the Lavakin Brawler, now we can take the Aeronaut. Okay, so we're clearly not doing the Elementals thing, so we're probably going to cut Fire Elemental, Lavakin, and Embercat, and then let's take a look at what this deck looks like. I'm guessing this is going to be a 16-land deck since our most expensive card costs 4, and we also have double Blade Brand to draw cards. Skeleton is cuttable. It doesn't offer us much. Bird Grabber's not great, but it is a Goblin. We can smuggle it in. We can hit it off Ringleader. We have, what, Aeronaut and Vulture for flyers? That's not a lot. It'd be nice to have 1 or 2 more. So what are we cutting? We're not cutting Cutthroat. We have a deck full of small, aggressive creatures. We could cut Raider. Raider's definitely cuttable. We could cut a Bird Grabber. We could cut Rage, but I think Rage is good in this deck. Could cut Skeleton. We don't have any Bone Splinters. I love Skeleton, but it really just doesn't synergize in this deck at all. So I think we cut Raider and Skeleton. And then we have our, like, nice, cheap aggro deck with Smugglers and Blood Burglars. No, we don't want to cut Vulture. Vulture's just a sweet card. I mean, I understand that it's not doing much for us without our Soul Salvages, but it still gains life, and it's a flyer, so it can turn on the Bird Grabbers. Plus, it's a 3-mana 2/2 flyer, which is at its best in an aggro deck. The reason 3-mana 2/2 flyer is often not good is because it's usually blue, and blue is usually trying to win through card advantage in late game. But this is a red-black aggro deck. So Vulture turning on our 3 Bird Grabbers and just being an evasive threat, we don't want to cut Vulture. Skeleton is good with Bladebrand, but we're an aggro deck. We're looking to press them. We're going to be smuggling in creatures. I don't think Skeleton is really offering a lot for this draft, for our deck in this draft. I know, I love Skeleton. Grind, 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 but that's just not what this deck is. Yeah, Lavakin Brawler was close, but with only 1 Embercat, it's just kind of a 4-drop that's not evasive. It's not really offering us a ton. We should have other creatures to smuggle in. Remember, Smuggler's really good with Pack Mastiff. We have 2 of those. You can smuggle your Mastiff and then sink your mana into it afterwards and hit them for 3, 4, 5, whatever. Smuggler's good with Blood Burglar. It has Lifelink. We have 2 of those. Smuggler's good with Audacious Thief. We have 1 of those. So I don't think it's worth playing Lavakin Brawler for the Smuggler interaction. Now, if I had even 1 more Embercat, I would have played 2 Embercats, 2 Brawlers, and probably just cut the Bird Grabbers and the Ringleader, because turn 2 Embercat, turn 3 Brawler is pretty sweet. But with only 1 Embercat and no other Elementals and Chandras, it's basically a 2-mana 2/2 with no ability, whereas Ringleader should draw us a Goblin a lot of the time, and Bird Grabber being able to gain flying could easily win us a game that we would lose on the ground. Hey, you're welcome. That's why it's a great question, short guy. Like I always say, anytime you're thinking something, you're probably not the only one, so ask. Never be afraid to ask. People like to say there are no stupid questions, whatever, and stuff. Look, maybe there are stupid questions, but asking a stupid question doesn't make somebody a stupid person. It just means that question was... So if you're thinking something, you're probably not the only one. Ask away. We don't judge people here. We just debate things and analyze things and try and figure out what's best. Doesn't matter whether it was a smart question or not. You're not being rated based on your question asking abilities. Okay, so here, attack because we gain our 2 life, and I guess just put out another Blood Burglar. They are lifelink after all. If the opponent goes for Murderous Axe on Sentinel, we're probably going to have to murder it. But if they don't, then Griffin Sentinel and Blood Burglars are bouncing, and we're gaining 4 life a turn. I didn't count our Goblins. I mean, we definitely have a lot. We have 3 Smugglers, 3 Bird Grabbers, Ember Hauler, Aeronaut. So that's 8 right there, not counting the Ringleader itself. Okay, so this turn, I'm going to attack with the 2 Burglars. If they block with Griffin Protector, we finish it off with Fathom Fleet Cutthroat. If they don't, then we play Aeronaut. Oops, I meant to kill the Griffin Protector. I just clicked on the wrong one. I'm sorry. It's not a huge deal, because that was able to attack and block with Vigilance. But the right play was to kill the Griffin Protector, and I just literally clicked on the wrong one. I meant to kill the Griffin Protector. Similar art and everything. Look at these 2 cards. Come on. I mean, I know they're both Griffins, but, like, that's the same card. Look at those pictures. Okay, well, for 1 blue, there's nothing they can do to counter murder in combat. So I'm going to attack with Fathom Fleet. If they block with Griffin Protector, I'm going to murder the Eagle, and then it can't be bad for us. They might have it on summon for the Cutthroat or something, but there's no way for it to work out bad. If they take it, then we don't actually need to cast Murder this turn. We'll just put out Daggersail Aeronaut, and then we'll evaluate again next turn. Not all Griffins look alike, but Griffin Protector and Griffin Sentinel definitely do. Look at these 2 cards. Come on. Is that even a different drawing? I'm aesthetically challenged. What's the benefit of playing white, Detsy? Okay, so now their mana's up, but we also have 2 tricks we can play. Blade Brand and Murder. So this is a tricky scenario. I think I don't really want to attack into all their open mana when I have creatures to play and I'm not under any pressure. If nothing else, I can just, like, time walk us both, basically, and then attack with more creatures next turn. So I'm going to start by leading Packmastiff. If that gets countered or something and they're tapped out, then I can use Murder and have a great attack. If that resolves, now I'm going to play Fenlurker. Now, as you can see, we added 2 creatures to the board. So there's not really much upside to attacking this turn. Maybe next turn we'll make a risky attack with Murder and Blade Brand. And we might get blown out if they have 2 answers. It might go really well for us if they have 0 or 1. But we want to wait a turn because we added 2 creatures to the board and they left their mana up and didn't add anything. So even if the attack doesn't go well for us next turn, we're going to get in more damage and we're going to have a better attack because we have 2 more creatures that can now attack. And now we can see they're down to 1 card in hand. They're tapping their mana. They're not even really trying to represent things. They exiled Inspiring Captain. Yeah, they should have anticipated a response. They may have meant to. Who knows? Okay, we don't have any raiders. We can just play our lands. So now we're definitely going to attack this turn. We have 2 tricks. They have 1 card in hand. The question is, do we murder before combat or like in the middle of combat? I don't know the answer to that. If we murder the eagle, this turns into a 2/3. So it can eat Blood Burglar, but we have Blade Brand for that. The 4/2 can trade profitably with like Fathom Fleet Cutthroat, but that's not a big deal. Yes, after this draft, I'm gonna do an ELD draft to end the night. So I think the right play here is not to look for blowouts anymore. I think we just want to murder this eagle. No reason to let them block with it. And then I don't want to send creatures that just get eaten by a Griffin Protector, but we have Blade Brand, and I don't really care about these small ground creatures. So I think I'm just going to send everything so that if Griffin wants to trade with Aeronaut, they take the maximum damage. If they want to put Griffin in front of like Fenlurker or Blood Burglar, then I've got Blade Brand to take the Griffin out. Okay, so it looks like they went for 2/3 on 3/2, 4/2 on 3/3. No reason to miss damage. I mean, there is reasons. They could play a trick, but again, Blade Brand's going to work later anyway. It's not a huge deal. And also, I had no idea they were holding Moment of Heroism. Okay, so none of my creatures are particularly more valuable than the others. Maniacal Rage is an interesting draw, though. We could even put that on their creature, because we're at 27. So I think if we just Maniacal Rage this Griffin, that kind of effectively kills it, right? Like, we don't care about taking, like, 7 a turn from it. It now can't block. We're at 27 and counting. This Blood Burglar's still connecting. We're going to 29 here. Maniacal Rage just functioning now as a nice split card. We could have put it on one of our creatures, but like that creature would just end up getting blocked by the Griffin Protector anyway. So I think I like putting it on their creature there. It prevents like any sort of blowouts. And like with the Blood Burglar living and attacking, it's pretty hard to imagine that this is really a race. Granted, it didn't work out that great because they drew a second Moment of Heroism and gained 9, but there was no reason to put them on that, of course. I don't know what's going on right now, but I don't like it. So Safari gives indestructible to the other creatures, but not to itself. We're probably going to lose now, I think. Well, if they block, then there's still a chance. We have 2 creatures to play, so we're not trying to pump. This doesn't feel like a game I should have lost, so my plays definitely didn't work out. Granted, I wasn't putting them on Moment of Heroism, top deck second Moment of Heroism, and then Safara, so it was a pretty random sequence of cards that would be hard to predict. Okay, so taking 1 damage doesn't change anything, so we're going to be able to attack with Thief. We're definitely not 15ing them right. If we pump the Pack Mastiff 3 times, it's 5, 7, 8. We need a flyer to stay alive now. We have what? Gorging Vulture. Gorging Vulture, that's it. But I guess holding these ground creatures back changes nothing, so. So yeah, we dead. So definitely, like, if I played differently, I think we would have won that game. But that doesn't mean my plays were wrong. I mean, obviously, it was pretty unexpected. They were going to have moment, draw second moment, etc., etc. Even the Safara 7 life was necessary for them to win that race. In a standard PTQ this Sunday, I'd probably play our blue-white deck. I really like that deck. It depends what you expect to face. Like, I don't know how much aggro you expect and things like that. Yeah, maybe the Mastiff pump was wrong. There's not a lot, though. And like I said, people don't even always play Moment of Heroism. So I wasn't necessarily, like, trying to play around that there. Maybe them blocking the Aeronaut tells me that they might have a pump, though. No, I think the Rage is, like, the one I'm more confident about. I like that we're talking about the Mastiff pump. Maybe I didn't need to do that. It's hard to make that last card in hand a Moment of Heroism, a trick that people sometimes play and sometimes don't. But they did block Aeronaut and not a smaller creature, so maybe that tells us that they have a pump spell. I think murdering the Empyrean Eagle was right. I think that I probably shouldn't have pumped the Mastiff, because if that Griffin Protector dies that turn, I'm in a really good position. I mean, it's impossible to lose to what they ended up playing, James, but what if they just bounce the Blood Burglar in response or something? Or what if they untap and pacify the Blood Burglar or whatever? I feel really good about the Maniacal Rage on their creature play. Like, the life totals were 29 to, like, 12 at the time or something. There's no reason to put them top-decking Moment of Heroism to gain 9 and Safara to gain 7 more. I do think maybe I shouldn't have pumped the Pack Mastiff. Like, I think that thinking it's wrong to rage their creature there is just being results-oriented. They literally gained 16 life after that from an empty-handed position, and, like, that's, so far as a rare, Moment of Heroism number 2 is not something we were predicting. I feel very good about the Maniacal Rage play, but I agree with somebody saying I probably didn't need to pump the Pack Mastiff. We were way ahead at that point. I didn't want to miss a damage just in case the last card in their hand was exactly Moment of Heroism that I had no reason to put them on. But we were very far ahead. If the Griffin dies there, it's good for us. I think that it's entirely possible that that mistake cost me that game and that was a mistake. I feel, like I said, pretty good about the Maniacal Rage play, but maybe I just shouldn't have pumped the Mastiff, so I could have had Blade Brand up in case they had Moment of Heroism. If they draw blockers, I have Blade Brand to keep attacking through them, which is also why I don't want to Maniacal Rage my own creatures, because they're just going to put whatever their best creature is in front of whatever I Maniacal Raged. Since they had all that equipment, they can always kill one of my creatures, even if it's Maniacal Raged. So I feel, like I said, I'm fairly confident on the Maniacal Rage, but I'm way less confident on the, whatchamacallit, on the pumping that Mastiff that one turn. That's Reptar in the window. Hi, Reptar. What do you see out there? Okay, so I'm going to double block here because Bird Grabber is not likely to do very much. I'm happy to trade it for Chaplain. If they have like on summon, whatever, they can on summon the Smuggler and eat the Grabber. But ultimately, I'm just trading on summon for Grabber then, which I don't really care. I'll trade Grabber for anything I can at this point. Hopefully we can ringlead up some ammo because we do not have much. Hey, that's good. That's some ammo. Like I said, I think that it was right to Maniacal Rage, and I actually feel like with a pretty high degree of confidence on their Griffin there. But I think I probably did punt that game, mostly with the Pack Mastiff punt. I think that I probably should have just missed the damage in case they had a trick. I do have like 9 goblins or something. Still lucky to get 2, but it's not like incredible. Okay, so what do we want to do now? We could just play Aeronaut, and then we get to start attacking in the air. If we smuggle something on the ground and play Aeronaut, Aeronaut does stop their creatures if they don't have anything. So maybe we do that. If they have something, it's not great, but whatever, we can take a hit for 3. So probably smuggle the Ringleader and just play Aeronaut. And then the ground is still stable with the Aeronaut back to block this turn if they have nothing. If they bounce or kill the Aeronaut, good beats, we'll take our 3. Yeah, if you Rage the Fish, it can't block or attack because it's a defender, which is definitely a play on my radar if the dust settles, but I don't expect to attack through all these 1/1s and 1/3s on the ground anyway. I'm mostly planning to attack them in the air right now with the Aeronaut and with Smugglers. With Smugglers smuggling things. So, I don't know if I should Rage the Aeronaut. Is that too greedy? It's already my best creature, but there's no other good targets for Maniacal Rage. I don't want to turn one of my 2/2s into a 4/4 that can't block. That's not going to help us right now. Yeah, I've always been greedy. No reason to stop now. Oh, that's awesome. Well, welcome back, 68 Max MTG, and thanks again, Ali, for the sweet raid yesterday. Yeah, punished as usual. I thought greed was good. Didn't somebody say that once? Okay, so no real decisions here. We're going to block one thing. I guess the Splicer. They might unsummon it, so that makes me kind of want to block the token. But unsummon's going to do something decent in this game anyway. I mean, you're welcome. I don't know about willingness. It'd be really weird to not want to talk through plays. I mean, what's the point of streaming then? But I appreciate the compliment, and I'm glad that people do enjoy that. Okay, so for now, we clearly have enough little block. Actually, they have a second 4/4. Maybe I need to switch gears. Let's say I murder the Splicer, turn them into 3/3s. That's not really changing much. Well, it does. It means I can double block them. So I think we want to switch gears. Probably going to have to win this game now with Smuggler Thief card advantage. They're down to 1 card in hand. So I'm going to end up murdering either a 4/4 or a Master Splicer and just make some blocks. And then start trying to attack them with Smuggled Thief. So if it's a 2/4/4s attacking, yeah, I mean, murdering the Splicer I think just makes more sense. I want to see if it gets countered or not, so I'm going to do that first. Then we can put Aeronaut on one, Ringleader Smuggler on the other. Well, thank you, Rated, for Tetra, and thank you, James. Like I said, I appreciate the compliment. I mean, boo. I did want that one to resolve pretty badly, so I might have missequenced a bit here. I think I'm playing a little bad tonight. Like, not a lot bad. I just think, like, some of the small plays, I think I could have done in a better order. Although, I guess, to be fair, I would have probably ended up losing to this Cavalier regardless, this game. But I actually think I'm playing pretty loose. Like, even when we haven't gotten punished by them, I've just, like, slightly missequenced a couple small plays, and then sometimes we've gotten punished, sometimes we haven't. Well, everybody's different, but I don't know. The way I see streaming is we get to talk about everything. Otherwise, I could just shut the stream off and play without streaming, right? So, teach their own or whatever, but I love chatting about the plays. I mean, plenty of times the chat has corrected my plays and been correct, so I learn from these conversations too. Also, I just enjoy them, right? I mean, Magic strategy, what's better than that? I don't know the answer to that, Alex and Berger. Okay, so yeah, so I'm dead, and again, I probably shouldn't have left myself dead on board, but also I would be losing the Cavalier anyway. I don't even know if I have outs. So let's try and tighten up because we're plummeting this ranking here. All right, got to focus, play a little bit tighter. Yeah, I mean, everybody's different, like I said. Some people are more entertaining. Some people are more analytical. Personally, some people are more competitive. Everybody's different. I personally am very analytical, not super entertaining, nor super competitive. So for me, it's just a natural fit to want to discuss everything going on at all times. I also just don't take things personally. Like I was saying with the stupid questions thing, it's not that, oh, no question is stupid. Of course a question can be stupid. But a person isn't stupid for asking a stupid question. It's just the question was stupid. And if you have to think about whether every question you ask is stupid or not, you're going to end up not asking questions. It's okay to ask some stupid questions if it also gets a bunch of good questions asked, right? The penalty for asking a stupid question is almost nothing. We just tell the obvious answer and move on with our lives. The penalty for not asking good questions is really high. Then we don't discuss a good concept, we don't learn, we don't figure things out. So it's much better to ask 10 questions and have 3 of them be stupid and 7 of them be smart than it is to ask only 2 questions, even if both of them are smart. Who cares if you also ask some obvious questions? We can just give the obvious answer and move about our business, right? You only learn by discussing things, by asking questions, by hearing answers, by listening to other people. So, like, it's much, much better to ask stuff and have it be obvious sometimes and ask everything you're wondering about than it is to only ask once in a while when you're sure it's a really good question. Well, I'm glad you find me entertaining, Simon. Well, I mean, if that's not what I mean by the word entertaining there, Haggies. Like, I understand this is all entertainment. Like, strategy-focused content is also entertainment. Magic's our hobby. Gaming is for fun, right? But I mean, like, I'm not gonna, like, jump out of my chair and scream and whatever. I mean, like, the entertainment is the focus on the strategy here. All right. Anyways, though, like I said, I think I've been playing kind of loose, so let's try and focus a little bit. Hello, Strength of 10 Tigers. We have Fenlicker and Emberhauler, so there's no right answer to whether you play Swamp or Mountain turn 1. You definitely want to have a mountain and a swamp in play on turn 2. So if you draw either one, you can play it on turn 3. Okay, so I think I would be happy to trade Blood Burglar for either of their creatures. And there's a chance they have like instant removal or something like that. So I definitely want to play my Blade Brand while they're tapped if I can. So I'm going to attack here, trade it for the Scorpion, get my 2 life. And if they block with the Brawler, then obviously I can Blade Brand. No real decisions here. We don't have a block, but we can attack. We'll probably want to cycle Blade Brand by the end of their turn and dig up more creatures and spells if we can, assuming they don't just play something big that blanks any of our stuff. But for now, there's not much of a reason to do it because we're not looking for a better 3-drop than Goblin Smuggler to put out that turn. And now that they played a 3/3 flyer, we're not going to Blade Brand because, well, it's allowing our Smuggler to attack. I expect they'll block Aeronaut, but we would have missed 2 damage if we had cycled Blade Brand and a turn. And instead, now we're able to cycle Blade Brand, killing a Rapacious Dragon. That said, we are super flooding out, and it's a 16-land aggro deck, so we're probably not going to win if we don't start drawing all spells. Thank you, Astron CB. Appreciate that subscription. Well, that's awesome. I'm glad to hear it. And I'm not glad you're struggling with depression, but I'm glad it helps and that, you know, you're hanging out, having fun, and feeling better. So we don't really have any good blocks, so maybe we Maniacal Rage and attack. Then we can't block with Aeronaut at all, but I don't know how else we can win. Do we have any way to +3 next turn? Like, let's assume we hit them twice with the Aeronaut. That puts them to 3. So what outs do we have next turn? If we draw Smuggler, that's only +2, even if they somehow have nothing. Well, thank you. Thank you, everybody, for the compliments. I do appreciate it. And I'm really glad that everybody enjoys my stream as much as they do. Like I said, I'm going to be streaming next year, and that's thanks to all of you and all of the support all year. So, you know, thank you. Ringleader and a Smuggler is +3, yeah. I mean, I think we're just going to lose this one to Flood. The other 2 games were pretty good and close, and I probably punted. I mean, I don't have to cast the Rage, but I have, like, no blocks anyway. This Aeronaut can't trade with anything and is just basically a chump blocker right now. So I'm not sure. Not full-time. I'm still going to be doing about 20 hours a week, 3 days a week. But I am going to be streaming, like, on moving forward. Yeah, we're dead to an Elemental. I mean, we're dead to anything. But again, how do we win after we chump block with Aeronaut? Then we just have no outs. I'm not saying we have outs now. We probably don't. But I think it's definitely right to Maniacal Rage and just attack and hope that we can draw a Ringleader and a Smuggler or whatever +3 we can. But I don't think this deck was that bad or good. We just kind of, I punted like some close games, just lost to Flood. I mean, it is what it is. All right, so let's move on to a Throne of Eldraine draft. Going to be the last draft of the night, but we're going to play it all the way through. See if we can get back to drafting good decks. Thank you, Looster Booster. Appreciate that subscription. The Cauldron is definitely good. I don't think it's better than Order and Bake, but maybe it is. I don't know. Like, if you start with it, you can prioritize things that put creatures in the yard. Like, if you Secret Keeper yourself once, this is just on. And it's like an unbeatable late game. Order of Midnight is, like, super efficient for black aggro. Yeah, I worry. Like, obviously, I always try my best to win the games, but I worry that subconsciously I want to lose so I can get back in the draft portion. But I love the in-game play, too. Like, I'm not only really about draft, I'm about in-game play. The thing is constructed in-game play is very repetitive, and, like, people's decks have so few cards, it's just not that interesting. Whereas, like, limited in-game play is just awesome. It involves all kinds of, do I double block, do I take it, do I save my spell, do I not, do I get aggressive, do I play defensive, and you constantly have to evaluate and reevaluate. So limited in-game play to me is like super fun, just like drafting. Just constructed in-game play I find generally kind of boring. Cauldron for Science. Cauldron's a good card. I don't know if it's better than Order of Midnight and Bake or not. Well, you also just don't see it a lot because it's Mythic, to be honest. Mythics don't actually show up that often, right? Like, I don't think I've had Cauldron more than, like, once or twice. They have limited at the tabletop Mythics, but not at the arena Mythics, unfortunately. No, I don't really like Shine Chaser. Like, I would always play Shine Chaser in a blue-white Artifacts Enchantment stack, but it's just not enough of a payoff to ever take and go in that direction. It is true that you can never regret pie. Pie is delicious. That doesn't mean it has more total value and upside than the Cauldron, though. Well, I just don't really focus on winning or losing, Little Officer. Like, I think that if you're gaming with the focus on producing positive outcomes, you're doing something wrong. Like, the goal of gaming should be to enjoy the complex strategy that is involved with trying to find the best play, with trying to give yourself the highest chance to win. Whether you actually win or lose is just like a byproduct after that. Like, the point of strategy gaming is to figure out what gives you the highest chance to win, not to actually win. That, like, actually winning is the variance and the strategy combined. So, like, we have no control over how we draw, what our opponents draw, what they end up having or not. So I don't really get frustrated by losing. I get frustrated by punting because then it's me messing up the strategy. Well, if the money is an issue, then, I mean, Magic's an expensive hobby. I mean, there's no way around that. I started playing Magic when I was a kid with next to no money, so I definitely remember that. But, I mean, Magic's expensive. There's no way around that. Okay, anyways, so Cauldron definitely is powerful, but is also high variance. Order of Midnight's pretty low variance. You can play it in a light hand on turn 2. You can play it in the late game and buy something back. Bake and Order are pretty close. I still don't even know which of these cards I think is better. Well, yeah, but that's the fun part, Otter, is trying to figure out the best play and learn and improve and get better. Like, my number one focus is always on analyzing what to think about and how to think about it, not which card is better and stuff like that. Because ultimately, you want to learn how to think about Magic and analyze board states and analyze cards and decks. You don't want to learn what to do in this exact scenario. That's why I don't like pick orders and stuff like that, because it's just useless, basically, in the long run to learn what to do in this exact one scenario. What you want to learn how to do is evaluate when cards get better or worse, what types of decks want what types of cards, and so on, so that you can improve with your ability to actually analyze Magic over the long run, not just know what to do in this one scenario that right now. Okay, anyways, though, as far as this pack, I think we definitely want to take one of these black cards. Glass Casket is pretty good, but I think it's substantially worse than Bacon a Pie. I don't know what the right pick is, though. I really don't have that much of an opinion between Cauldron, Order, and Bake. I guess if there's a lot of aggro right now, then maybe Bake is the better card. If there was a lot of mill, then Order would probably be better than Bake or Cauldron. But if we're expecting to play against a lot of aggro, then we probably want to take Bake into a pie. Okay, well, following up Bake, probably should just take Deathless Knight here. Trail's pretty powerful, but we don't know what colors we're going to play yet. Deathless Knight is black, just like Bake. I think Deathless Knight and Trail are close enough. Searing Barrage is also pretty close, but again, it's a red card. Nothing wrong with black-red, nothing wrong with black-green, but, I mean, we might as well take the card that's black, if those are all close. So now we actually do have a choice. We could take Covetous Urge and try and draft heavy to mono black. We could also take Tempting Witch. We already have Bacon Pie and Deathless Knight, so this deck does kind of want to be black-green food. We could also take Out Muscle in case we go black-green. I think Out Muscle is the best of these cards by a substantial margin. I'm not really a big fan of Covetous Urge. Like, I'm going to play it if I'm heavy black and it's easy to cast, but I don't really like the card very much. We also don't know if we're going to end up black. Like, we want to. These are good cards, but we did start with them. We could still just end up like a heavy green deck. Like, for example, imagine we take Grumgully right now, and we go on to see mostly green and green-red. We just play Deathless Knight or not, and we still play like a nice Grumgully deck. Tempting Witch does go really well with everything we have, but this is the kind of spot that drafting the hard way is all about. Are we going to care if we miss out on this Tempting Witch? I'm not taking Grumgully and switching to green-red. I'm taking Grumgully in case the next pack has a really good red card and not a good black card. So I think we take Grumgully, but we're still probably more likely to play black-green than green-red. We just take Grumgully in case this pack has a good red card and no good green or black card. Now, this pack doesn't have good cards in any color, really. So I guess Curious Pair in case we go a black-green food deck again. Now we can take Tree Folk, which will be good either way. Tree Folk is just an excellent card. Tree Folk is effective in any deck, basically. If you're a mid-range to late-game deck, this card is just a lot of power and toughness. If you're an aggro deck, you can use this on turn 4 very effectively. Tree Folk is, like, not amazing in any deck, but it's good in every deck. It's just a really flexible magic card. Wicked Guardian works pretty well in these black-green grindy mid-range decks, if that's where we do end up. I can't believe there's still a Wandermare. It's like, we're seeing all the green gold cards. We can't use them all. I don't really want any of these otherwise. I don't think Rosethorn Halberd's going to be great in this deck. Wicked Guardian's a human. Curious Pair's a human. I doubt we're going to play Witch's Cottage. I guess I'm just going to take Wandermare. I don't expect to use it. Just not really over anything. All right, so Sporecap Spider's a really defensive card. It's really good in a black-green grindy deck. It's not good in a red-green aggro deck at all. So I think at this point, we're going to look to a black-green food deck. But again, we don't really get to control what we open. Like I always say, the draft determines what you draft. You don't get to determine what you draft. So here, green is the color we're most committed to. Black is the second most likely, but we're definitely way more committed to green than black. Outmuscle is just like the best non-blue card in this pack. So it's a pretty easy pick for us here. It is true we could have had a lot of Shine Chasers. And again, Shine Chaser's not a bad card. It's just not enough payoff to push you into blue-white Artifacts, Enchantments Matter. If for some reason I knew I was going to get 3 of them that pack, I might have tried to draft it. Oh, there's nothing you can do, Trouth. Me and LSV were talking about how much worse we play on stream than off stream. Listen, I mean, when you play Magic and you're locked in and you're not talking about anything else, you picture the board in your head. You think about the game. You hold on to this one thing and you focus on it, right? When you're streaming, you're focusing on multiple things at once. So you're going to play worse. I think I play less bad on stream now than I did a year ago. I think a year from now, I'll play less bad on stream than I do now. But I do not believe I will ever not play substantially worse on stream than off stream. That's just the nature of doing, let's say, 2 to 3 things at once instead of 1. Don't beat yourself up. Just stick with it if you enjoyed streaming. Thank you, YDev. Appreciate that subscription. So, yeah, I think green is by far the color we're most committed to. And we want to have a green defensive deck because we have double Sporecap Spider. So we do really want to play like green-black if we can. This pack is absolutely awful for us. Really nothing that I can take. Covetous Urge is not playable unless you're blue-black or mono-black. We can't play Covetous Urge in a green-black deck. I am excited about Dom drafts also, but don't worry. I'll be drafting them, even if I have to buy more gems. I think it might be a Sad Cauldron here. Or we can take like Lock, Paladin, or Tracker, but I mean, if we're going to play Spiders, we're going to look to play a late-game-oriented deck. I prefer M20 to ELD, but I do like both formats. We're looking at a late-game-oriented deck. Maybe we do want Cauldron. That's a really sad pick right there. I don't buy gems often. I've bought gems a few times, but usually my 20 just stays around break even, unless I'm running bad in best of 1 or something. Okay, so I guess it's Tempting Witch now. I mean, this is going pretty poorly. Although that's a nice pickup. Wildborn Preserver is just a great card. Sometimes you surprise them with Flash. 2 mana 2/2 on turn 2, 10/10 in the late game. I like Fierce Witchstalker. It's pretty unfortunate that the past couple picks we had to take some barely playables. And now we're looking at Witchstalker and Preserver. But Preserver is better. We don't have any mana fixing or anything, right? So we can't splash this Trapped in the Tower. Grum Gully is out. We didn't end up getting red. Wandermare is out. We didn't end up getting white. So yeah, it looks like a nice defensive black-green deck that's looking to win on power level. Decks like this definitely want to gum up the board, which we're pretty good at. We could take a third spider. I mean, I don't need more and more spiders, but there's nothing wrong with it. Someone said we could pivot into green-white. What are our black cards? Bacon Pie? Yeah, we don't have a lot of black. You're actually right about that. Do we have a lot of adventure creatures? How would white-green adventure look? Spider's not going to be very good in white-green adventure. Treefolk is an adventure creature, but it's expensive. Curious Pair is defensive. The problem is white-green tends to be pretty aggro, and we need to draft a really a really defensive deck because we have all these spiders and a Curious Pair and all these like defensive cards. Yeah, I think Memory Theft is fine. We already have a bunch of cheap stuff and a bunch of defensive stuff. I think Memory Theft could offer this deck a decent amount of value. It's kind of unbelievable that that's another Wandermare, but again, we don't really have a lot of little white aggressive creatures to draft a white-green adventure deck in this seat. I mean, I wish we did. White was super open, but I also don't believe that there's a reasonable way for us to get to a good white deck. Like, white-green adventures with a bunch of Wandermares, that's not a defensive deck. So we have to cut like half these green cards also. Instead, we have a black-green mid-range deck that's looking to play long late games. Well, there's 2 cards to consider now. And this is a close, hard pick. Lochmere Serpent is one of the best cards in the format. Obviously, if you don't have islands in your deck and it's off the splash, then it's not as good. But the black ability is better than the blue ability anyway. And we have a Rosethorn Acolyte. Revenge of Ravens is at its best in a black-green food deck, where we're going to be able to attack them for chunks of their life if we want to, and we're playing a control-ish, late-game-oriented deck. So I'm not sure whether we take Revenge or Serpent. Bognaughty is also excellent in this deck, but I think it's less good than Revenge. But this is like when a draft goes poorly. So you remember how we didn't get anything good with several of our early picks last pack? Then we looked at Preserver and Witchstalker. Well, now we're looking at 3 cards that would be awesome in our deck. Revenge, Bognaughty, and Serpent would all be great in this deck. I think Revenge is the best. It's really good with food. It's really good in a grindy creature deck where I can take chunks of their life total off with Death Knights and Treefolks, and I'm looking to last forever and play a long game. Serpent is definitely better than Revenge. Like, there's no blue-black deck you would ever take Revenge over Serpent. But in order for splashing, we just have 1 Rosethorn Acolyte. I would gladly take and splash Lochmere Serpent, but since there is a really good black card for our deck, I don't think we want to look at a splash here. Okay, I think it's a pretty easy Foulmere Knight now. Castle Lochwain is great too, but Foulmere Knight is just better, I think. Now we have to take a look at the first 2 cards in the pack. How good is Edgewall Innkeeper in this deck? We have Foulmere Knight, Curious Pair, Rosethorn, Treefolk. Not great, not horrible, and we have 1 pack left to prioritize those cards. Occam Adversary, also good, but we don't have Pump. We don't have a lot of ways to get it through or anything. And we're looking to stalemate the board, so I think Innkeeper is the right pick for us here. Let's just try and prioritize the adventure creatures a little more the rest of the way. Yeah, pack 3 is going really well after the first 2 packs went pretty poorly. Smitten Swordmaster's fine with Innkeeper, but let's see if we have other knights. Falmir's a knight. Deathless Knight, which it's extra good with because the life gain can bring it back. But we don't have many knights, and we're not really that interested in attacking. Flaxen Intruder, though, it's not a great card. I mean, you can play it and draw a card, and it's cheap, or you can make 3 2/2s, but that's not a really exciting late game. Once in Future is actually kind of the card we want here, I think. But I think we need to prioritize adventure creatures. So I'm going to take the Smitten Swordmaster in the hopes that we'll table one of the green cards. Plus, we could kind of use a good 2-drop. We don't really have a lot of early drops that are good. Okay, so I think Sorcerer's Broom is just good for us, right? We have plenty of food to turn it on. We've got these cabins, which we're probably going to play with Deathless Knight and Revenge. We've got Bacon to Pie, Giant Opportunity. Yeah, Sorcerer's Broom is just a good card in our deck. Now we can grab Carver. It's another nice adventure creature. Similarly, we can grab another Swordmaster to have another nice adventure creature. Hey, keep them coming. I'll take all the adventure creatures I can get after Edgewall Innkeeper. Our curve is fine. It's not super high. It's not super low. It's pretty balanced overall, I think. So do we want Swordmaster or Rosethorn? I guess now we just want Swordmasters. We're not really ramping into anything incredible. We're not splashing. And that is our third Swordmaster. Kind of unexpected. We turned into a little black-green adventure Knights deck here in Pack 3. Insatiable Appetite actually looks good with this many Swordmasters, plus the ability to make food. This was a surprising turn for this draft in Pack 3. Pack 3 here went really well, but I think we're going to end up cutting some of the cards like the spiders and stuff, because now we have all these 2/1 lifelinks. And I wouldn't even have wanted to go this direction, except we got Innkeeper. I think Innkeeper is totally busted. And now we have a bunch of cheap adventure creatures to play with Innkeeper. This was just a really weird Pack 3. I mean, it was good for us, but it was very different than what I was expecting to happen. So now we can cut Memory Theft. I mean, it's not a trap. It's a good trap. It's a trap I'm glad I got trapped in. So now we can cut Memory Theft. We got to cut some of these 4s. We can cut like Wicked Guardian. We can cut Once in Future. Since we aren't drafting a control deck anymore. Cut these spiders. Giant Opportunity. Since we're not looking for finishers anymore. And then like Jousting Dummy, even though it's a knight, we just don't need it. It's not a good card. Okay, well, Edgewall is busted. We have a lot of adventure creatures. Deathless Knight, we have plenty of ways to get it back, right? The cabins make food. Revenge gains life. Bake makes food. Witch makes food. Swordmasters gain life. Yeah, it looks good to me. Somehow this turned into a black-green, like, aggressive deck or something. I don't even know. Yeah, Brood looks good. Brood is at its best with Revenge of Ravens because every turn you're poking them, that's one less attack they can do. And it's good with, obviously, like, ways to sack it for value, which we have. Yeah, maybe I should have cut one cabin. I thought that we had maybe a little more forests. We also do use the food, though. We have Tempting Witch. So I don't know. It's close. All right. I don't think we're going to overrun them here. This hand is pretty heavy in lands and not in pressure. So I'm not going to go ahead and just put out a Falmir Knight just to poke them a few times. Of course, I'll put out Swordmaster. I don't care about draining for one later. But I'm going to hold on to the Falmir to try and draw a card with. So now we can get our beatdown on. If they block, we have Insatiable Appetite. We'll gain a bunch of life and kill their mana creature. If they take it, then cool, we hit for 2 and gain 2. And then post-combat, we're going to Falmir Knight, but that's an instant. Profane Insight is anyway. You gotta love when your 1/1 Death Touch creature is also a draw spell. Super sweet split card. As far as on board, I don't think we want to attack now and use Appetite just to get through a Clockwork Servant. There was considerably more value last turn when it was going to get us through a Rosethorn. We don't really want to sack Cauldron when we have Broom, but we already know we can make another food with this, and our deck does do plenty of that. So ultimately, I think we need to just kill this Innkeeper, not risk them continuing to draw cards off it. So I'm going to play the Forest so that I can play the Gingerbread on tapped whenever I want. Cauldron away the Innkeeper because it's just a really scary card. Okay, and that doesn't really bother me. The 1/1 Death Touch will stop it next turn. Let's say we attack, they block, and we play Insatiable Appetite. What happens? We're going to be a 5/4. So if they have Garenbrig Carver, they become a 4/5 and both trade. If they have Appetite, they kind of own us. But if they have nothing, we kill a mana creature. That has some value. There's no, like, instance that can blow us out, right? Like, Reeve Soul is a sorcery. Epic Downfall is a sorcery. I guess if they block, I could sack the food, but I really don't want to do that, right? I have Sorcerer's Broom. I don't think I'm going to sack the food. I don't really care about the Smitten Swordmaster. But I think it's worth using Insatiable Appetite to try and take out the Rosethorn here. If they have their own Appetite, like, I'm not happy about this, but it's really not that big of a deal. Like, this creature is not particularly important. Sacrifice of food? No. Decline. If they have, like, Carver, which is more likely than Appetite, especially given they played Edgewall Innkeeper, it's still just a trade. And a 2/1 Lifelinker was not likely to do anything particularly good in this game anyway. I don't think I want to lose the ability to make an extra Broom by sacking the food there just to play around Carver. So we could block. We know they have a 6/5 that's a little bigger than a 4/5. Not like a ton scarier, but I don't think we're really pressuring them, and we're about to go into Broom mode. So I don't think it makes sense to trade Falmir for a 4/5 when there's a 6/5 lurking. Well, this game has not gone specifically well for us. Maybe I should have waited to play the Broom until I could have made a second Broom immediately. I think that requires a good amount of mana, though. So, not much we can do. We have a lot of adventure creatures. So I'm going to hold on to the Innkeeper because it's not going to attack or block, and putting it in play just subjects it to removal. And then past that, I don't really think there's much to do now. Now that it's a 6/6, we might as well trade. I understand they can move around the Rosethorn, but that costs a lot of mana. And then we'll just see what we draw. Well, I guess that works. I don't hate sacking these two foods to get to 4/4. Then I can use Outmuscle. Oops. To take out the Tree Folk. I don't think we're going to win this game racing 5 for 3. They have Trail and 6 life sitting in play, but we have a card drawing engine in our hand too. So I'm just going to hold the Noble back, hope that we can kind of gum up the board a little bit. And if we start drawing adventure creatures, we have a lot of them. We have a Curious Pair, 2 Smitten Swordmasters, we have a Carver, we have a Tree Folk. So hopefully we're able to go on to draw some adventure creatures and win this game. Hey, like that. Okay, no easier choice as far as what to bake than a Sir Conrad. We'll bake that on site. I think this game is mostly going to come down to if we can draw some adventure creatures now. Like, I still think we're an underdog because of Trail of Crumbs, but if we can run off the top of our deck a couple of adventure creatures, like, then we can maybe overpower them on resources. Oh, Deathless Knight is pretty good too. So in this spot, I'm going to attack. Even though it's a life race that they're currently winning on board, if they attack with Witchstalker, that opens the door for Carver to be able to attack too. And we do have our own food token out as well. So I'm not that scared of getting a little low now. Yeah, their deck's really good, though. Okay, nothing we can do here. Yeah, maybe the 4/4/4 wasn't great because we knew they had a Beanstalk, but it does also force them to cast the Beanstalk, right? Like, they may have better options. Oh, wow. Cauldron of Eternity, too? I think I'm just dead now. How do I beat that card? Okay, that card is sweet, but it doesn't have Trample, so we can chump it. Then we can sack our food, gain some life, and get our knight back, right? So that's decent. That said, I have no idea how we can beat Cauldron. Well, it's a good draw. 8. So we have enough mana to what? To put out Deathless Knight and to Tree Folk it. Not to also cast Tree Folk. What are they getting back? Sir Conrad, Ginger Brute? We can't win this game. Cauldron of Eternity is so good. Yeah, without Cauldron, it's a good game, but how are we going to beat Cauldron of Eternity? I guess we maybe have to go full aggro to beat Cauldron. Not that I think it's going to work. I don't know. I don't think we can really win. If I attack with both, like if I pump the Carver and attack with both, they're just going to trade one with Witchstalker, and then they have all this food and life. So aggro is how you want to beat Cauldron, but we can't go aggro. So instead, I'm going to like try and, I don't even know, draw cards and trade and just hope somehow we're able to get something done. If they didn't draw a land, then we could have double blocked the Beanstalk out. That's why I pumped the Deathless Knight. I want to cast the Tree Folk anyway. Since they did draw a land, that's not going to work either. But I really don't think we even have outs now. This has turned into a beating of a night. We dead. We dead. Our deck looked all right there, though. Like, even if we didn't draw our cards in a great order, and if they didn't have Cauldron, we were still actually in pretty good shape. I don't think we can cut Swamps. We need 8 black. So I think we probably just want to play 1 Gingerbread and not 2. The Gingerbreads are pretty good in this deck, so they're worth a little bit of coming to play tap risk, but 2 is probably too much. Have a good night, FP Geek. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, the opponent's deck there was just incredible. I mean, Trail and Conrad and Cauldron, and they just kept playing great cards. No, I agree. I think how close that game was at points says something good about our deck, if anything. Okay, this game, I am going to play a turn 1 Falmer Knight, because the opposite of last game, we don't even have land 3, but we have tons to do with our mana. So, and Double Sword Master and Witch to drain them. So I think we want to be as aggressive as we can with this hand. Spending 3 mana to draw a card is always good, but it doesn't seem like it's that likely to be something we want to do, compared to if we just, like, exchange blows and get our beat down on. Yeah, it's been a rough draft and a half. Some punting, some things not lining up well. Plus, these decks have just not been very good. Fake Laser are always good, though. All right, so it doesn't look like there's much good we can accomplish at the moment. I think Falmer Knight for either of their creatures is a pretty good trade for us. If we attack with Swordmaster and they block with 1 creature, we can +3/+3 it. Then we'll gain a lot of life and get through it. If they double blocked it, we would kill both. So ultimately, I think that we're just looking to attack. There's no blocks they can make that are actively bad for us. I think they'll put, like, Gingerbread on Swordmaster and take Falmer. But I don't mind Insatiable Appetiting to get through that here. Given we have Outmuscle in hand, and our whole hand is just spells to cast, this is just a nice life gain swing. Obviously, it's not a big deal to the opponent. They'll just keep casting things. But we're trading and we're gaining a bunch of life, and we're using our pump spell while they're tapped. I agree, Based. Fake Laser just the greatest. Okay, so this turn we have Witch to play. We could also just Curious Pair and play Swordmaster. I think it's probably better to just get our Witch out. We're way ahead in life because we're about to go to 26, and we still even have another Swordmaster plus Curious Pair. So the plan from here is mostly to ignore Rimrock because it can't block, and to just keep trying to trade and attacking them. If we keep gaining some life, then we should be able to ignore the 3 damage a turn from it. Thanks, Undead Metaphor, for gifting out a sub. Very, very generous. And I know the other day you gifted out like a ton of subs. Really, really appreciate the support. Okay, so a 5/2 haste changes that a bit. I think now I'm happy enough to trade the 1/3 body for the 3/1. Thank you. Also, Phyllis Fizzlewatt, appreciate that subscription. Innkeeper just in the nick of time. They can kill it, but we'll already get a card off of this Swordmaster, so I like that. And if we draw a land, we'll get a second card, because I would certainly cast Curious Pair rather than get an extra food to get another card now. But if not, we can send it on its adventure. If they Cauldron the Innkeeper, we still have the Falmir Knight to pressure the Skullknocker and the opponent. And if we're able to make that trade, that may clear the way for the rest of our army. Whoa, Undead Metaphor just gave out another 10 subs. Thank you, Undead Metaphor, for the incredible generosity, making 71 in the channel. So we of course offer this trade because if we remove the 4/3 from play, that opens the door for the rest of our creatures to start attacking. And now that the Edgewall Innkeeper's gone, there's not really any reason to sandbag our adventure creatures. Let's just get them out. I don't know who you are, Undead Metaphor, but I really appreciate the support and generosity. Thank you, for gifting out 11 subs. It's super generous. Really appreciate the support for my stream. So we want to power up a creature. We'd like to play around removal if we can, but there's not really any way to do that. We're definitely not going to just cast a 6/5 here. If we turn one of these small creatures +2/2, that kind of takes them from off to on. Falmir's only trading with 7 dwarves, so that's not really a useful trade for us. So I think we start by pumping, like, whichever of these creatures we think makes the most sense. Yeah, probably the Curious Pair. It's the one that's doing the least in play. And then we offer any trades we can at this point, because if they clear the way for the other creatures to attack, that's huge. And they may also take the opponent off of a double block on Treefolk, potentially. Well, thanks, Undead Metaphor. I appreciate you bumping Voxy off the leaderboard with that generous 1,000-bit donation, 1,001, to upstage Voxy's 1,000 the other night. Appreciate the support. So no real decisions here. Well, now that we drew, I say that and then we draw Insatiable Appetite. We're still probably just going to cast Treefolk this turn and attack with Pair. But normally we would just attack with Pair. They would probably take 3 unless they had a pump or something, and then we'd play Treefolk. Now that we drew Appetite, of course, we have to think again. If we attack with all 3, they're going to put Skullknock on one of these 2 powers. We could just Appetite, and then they're dead if they don't have anything. But, of course, they're also dead if they don't have anything if we hit them for 3 and play Treefolk. We're in a really good position right now. They probably don't have anything, but they could have drawn a removal this turn. They didn't cast a creature. We know they didn't have anything last turn because they didn't kill our pair in response to Treefolk, but they could have been holding a land, drawn and played, now have a removal. So I think, given how far ahead we are, and we're really far ahead, we can just attack with Curious Pair and play Treefolk. If they have a removal, they pretty much have to use it, and then we'll still kill them with Insatiable Appetite. If they play a blocker, we have 4 creatures to 2, so we'll still kill them with Insatiable Appetite. And if they had a pump spell, they would put Skullknock Ogre on Curious Pair, use their pump spell, and then we could just use our Insatiable Appetite. So I don't think that was a position where we really needed to go for it, even though it was likely to work, because we were just in such a favorable position, even if they had a removal or a pump spell. This is like the kind of black-green grindy deck that's just going to play close games. All right, though, this game we're definitely not going to cast Falmir Knight. I mean, we have other stuff to do, so it's not really much of a decision. Yeah, you don't really win an award in Magic for ending the game as fast as possible. So generally speaking, you just have to evaluate whether or not it's worth going for because the card's not going to work next turn. Like, the number one rule for whether you play around pump spells or whether you go for it is the situation going to get better or worse for you next turn. If they don't have the removal, what are they going to do? If they draw removal, I'm just going to attack with everything. They're going to kill something, and then they're going to end up dying to the Insatiable Appetite. If they draw a blocker, I can always go for the Insatiable Appetite next turn. So there wasn't really a lot of upside in that position to going for it. Okay, well, I'm not going to pay the 1, of course, because I have Carver. I'll take the free kill on the Fairy Vandal. This is actually a really interesting strategic situation. So I attack with Brute, of course. I'm not going to pay the 1 for no reason. They play Fairy Vandal. Now, if I don't have Garenbrig Carver, do I pay the 1 so they don't get to eat my Ginger Brute? So then maybe should they even block with Fairy Vandal? Am I telling them that I have Garenbrig Carver in hand when I don't pay the 1? Super interesting spot. Oh yeah, we've done a lot of losing tonight. We're back on track. Okay, so now Drawbridge stops Carver. What do we want to do? I mean, we could just put out our 2 Swordmasters. We don't really care about draining with those. We kind of want to see if we draw Innkeeper before we cast all of our adventure creatures, though. We could put out the 4-mana 3/2, but that just gets stopped cold by Drawbridge anyway, so that doesn't look like a good turn. We're going for rank 100, Virgil, not rank 1. I think, basically, the 1/1 Death Touch is going to do more against the Drawbridge than a 3/2, and we want to give ourselves another couple cards to find Innkeeper before dumping out all of these Swordmasters if possible. So I think for this turn, Foulmiring main phase and casting it just makes the most sense. Let's say we had drawn Edgewall Innkeeper. I wouldn't cast Foulmire Knight. I would just hold it so that I could play it next turn and draw an extra card. So I think... yeah, I guess I should have attacked just in case they didn't block because of Cauldron. They should and probably would still block. Walls are generally in there to block. The goal is not to have your creature stay alive. Cauldron is going to kill something. But, I mean, it's a chance to deal a point of damage. So we certainly could have started the turn by attacking with Brute and just seeing if they block or not. I would expect them to block like 90% of the time. What else is a Crashing Drawbridge going to do, right? We can test it out this turn because I can't pay the 1. I want to cast Carver here. But I still have the 3 up for Cauldron. And as you can see, they snap blocked because, I mean, walls are in there to block. I get mad at the universe too, Virgil. I actually don't, but I'll pretend I do. Losing a game, so mad. But nonetheless, yeah, we should have attacked with Ginger Brute because there's a chance they wouldn't block, and we weren't going to need it for defense. But I don't actually think that they were very likely to not block, nonetheless. All right, so this turn, we're not going to want to play anything when they have all their mana up that is of like importance or could lead to a blowout. Like, we don't want to outmuscle and have them kill our creature in response. But it's perfect because we have 2 different 2-drops. So we can just attack them and then just play our creatures. If they have a counter, who cares? They counter one of our 2-drops. All right, so let's evaluate now. They're a 2/5 Death Touch. So we can finish it off with Cauldron. That's about all we have going. If we Cauldron it before damage, then Peel from Reality won't necessarily work as well. If Runaway Together, sorry, is what it's called now. If we Peel, but then So Tiny saves their creature, and it's a really big blowout. So I don't think we want to do that. I also don't really think we need to kill that Drawbridge. I think the best thing we can do now is still just drop our 2 creatures. If they play a blocker that has power and toughness and could potentially blank our team, we have outmuscle to get through that. Yeah, Natman, but that's exactly what most people do wrong. Anytime your opponent makes a play that doesn't really make total sense, your first thought should not be, yes, they screwed up. Your first thought should be, why would they do that? What could make their play make sense? Now, if you can't come up with anything, maybe they just screwed up. Maybe it was just a mistake, right? But if you can find things that make their play make sense, they probably have reasons for making this play that looks like it didn't make sense to you. So you pretty much always, anytime your opponent does something like doesn't pay the 1 for Ginger Brute when you flash in a Fairy Vandal, you should always think not, yes, they forgot. You should think, what makes this play make sense? What is their reason for this play? So it doesn't have Indestructible, right? They didn't have green mana, so now we can finish it off with Cauldron. No, we can't. It has 4 toughness. Oops, what am I doing? I really am losing my mind tonight. Limited, usually there's like a white rare sweeper. There is in this format too. It's just a mythic, the Giant Wrath. It doesn't come up that often. More often than not, it's a rare, not a mythic. But I mean, there's sometimes some situational uncommon sweepers like Flame Sweep. Sometimes there's just rares. Well, they're not dead in 10 turns anymore because they frogified us up. I'm getting punished pretty bad for holding on to those lands to represent cards to try and like get them to not tap out if they had a counterspell. Because then they played Folio, and I could only play 1 land per turn. Now, obviously, if I draw any spells, that'll get me down a card in hand because I can play a land and a spell, but I keep drawing lands, so I can't actually empty my hand. Now, that said, I chose to hold these lands, so that was kind of my fault. So here we're just attacking with Deathless Knight. There's no reason to throw away the Swordmaster. We still have 14 cards in our deck, 1 card in hand. So if they block post-combat, I'm going to try and Cauldron it. I don't know what the worst-case scenario is. They have, like, Peel from Reality. That's not that bad for us. Runaway Together. Eventually I'll start calling it Runaway Together and not Peel from Reality. Probably by the time Throne is rotating out of Standard. That's pretty funny, Lance. I mean, I appreciate it. It's true. You know, honestly, if everybody else in the world got better at Magic, that would be awesome. I mean, more high-level games, right? Like I said, the real point is for everybody to understand all the strategy and to be able to play these, like, mental wars that great games of Magic are. It's not about coming out on top. I mean, it's just a game, you know? All right, for now, we have plenty of mana. I don't think there's much reason to Cauldron end a turn. We do have to ask ourselves the question, do we want to Cauldron away this 2-3 now? If we did and we attacked with Foulmire, they'd block. We don't have a food to sack, so we're not getting through anyway. So I think for this turn, we might as well just pass. I mean, they're out of gas, so this is a pretty close game. We have a Deathless Knight in the graveyard. If we do manage to draw like a good food producer, like Tempting Witch or Bacon Old Pie, then we can get back our Deathless Knight. So there's definitely still some game here. I think we're an underdog, but I do think it's winnable. Knowing they have Reaper, I think we want to use Cauldron on Lost Legion or something else, but we need to save Insatiable Appetite to potentially get through Reaper. So Tree Folk is interesting. We have 8 mana. I'd love to give something +2/+2, but I think I just have to put the 6/5 in play so I can start attacking with it, right? Like, if I pump the Foulmire and attack with it, what's going to happen? If they double block, I can Appetite, kill the Reaper. I have the 6/5 next turn. I have 12 cards left in my deck. Yeah, I think there's more value in just putting out the 6/5. Let's see what's left in our library. So the Bake is in there. That's a really good draw. We have 3 Sword Masters, 1, 2, and the 1 in play, so we don't have any more of those. The Cabin is already out. So Bacon or Pie is our best draw, I think. Okay, though. Hopefully that last card in their hand is nothing. This attack should work out really well for us. I don't know what they can really do. I mean, they can take it this turn, but they can't just keep taking it. So if they triple block here, we should successfully kind of wreck them. I mean, we're not going to lose our creature. We have Cauldron and Appetite. As far as what we're going to do, though, we do have to use both, right? They're dealing 7 to it? No. So if we Appetite, ours will live, and we'll kill 2 of theirs. So Cauldron doesn't really accomplish anything right now, right? Like, if we Cauldron the Lost Legion, we still have to Appetite, and then we only kill 1 of these 5 toughness creatures. So Cauldron accomplishes nothing right now, but Insatiable Appetite, if it resolves, it works. So hopefully they don't have a counter. Don't have drawn a counter this turn. Don't. Please. Thank you. So now they're dealing 7 to our 8 toughness creatures, so it's living. We have 9, so we're killing the first 2. And that's cool. So they're probably going to make us each draw a bunch of cards now. I still get at least 1 more turn, but let me set in a stop in case I want to do... I'm not going to bake now. So I still get at least 1 more turn, but it's going to be tough for me to kill them in 1. Don't know if I can get 2 more turns. We have 7 cards left in our deck. That looks bad for me. So that's going to copy Folio. Well, I can't really do anything about that. Or it can copy Charm Sleep. If they go for the double mill, though, I did draw 2 different instants I can play, so I'm not going to deck. Okay, I mean, we have plenty of mana, so I don't think we need to do anything on their turn. Unfortunately, though, I think I needed to draw Bake there in order to be able to 12 them here. So I have 6 cards left in my deck. I can play, like, Appetite and Carver, but that's still going to leave 3 getting milled. And then they can still mill the other 3. So we're not going to be able to get another turn after this. But I can attack them this turn. It's going to be really hard to deal 12, though. Let's say I Carver the Falmir. I have, what, 8 mana, 9 mana? I can, like, Curious Pair, sack it, and play the Deathless Knight, and then I still have 2 left. Drawbridge, yeah, did a lot of work this game. This is another super close game that I need, like, 1 or 2 more turns in, and I probably didn't play tight enough. I'll blame getting 6, since I was blowing my nose a lot at the start of the stream tonight. So what can we do here? I mean, we can play 2 cards and go down to 3. But we're not getting another turn regardless. So I don't know that that actually accomplishes anything. We can't draw any more cards. Yeah, I think we're just beat. I mean, we're close. We can deal them almost 12, but almost doesn't work, right? Six, 8. 8's not 12. We're decked. There's nothing we can do. Yeah, we can't stop. We can't get another turn there. If I had played those lands instead of holding them, maybe we would have had 1 more turn, and then maybe we would have won. I think that's just another close game that I might have punted. Playing very poorly tonight. I do play best of 3, but I just felt like doing the best of 1 rank thing right now. Yeah, I mean, +5/+5 wasn't enough, and if we sack the food to gain life to bring back the 4/2 Deathless Knight, then we spend most of our mana on that, and we don't have another food. Yeah, I counted 8. 2 from the Carver, 5 from the Insatiable, and 1 from the Falmir. Well, you can't do both. If you sack the food to Insatiable Appetite, then you're not gaining life. Did I have another way to gain life? I'm not saying I definitely didn't, but I didn't see it. Yes, Magic Monty, it is. If I had killed that drawbridge, I would have won that game almost for sure. I'm not 100% on whether it was ever right or not, but I do think I would have won if I would have played more aggressively with my Cauldron. For now, we can't really do much. We're going to sit behind this Curious Pair. If they attack with both, we'll definitely block Weaselback Redcap, because then if they pump it, they don't have mana to play other tricks, hopefully, and then we can use Carver. I hope you're right, Parappa the Unwrapper. That would be awesome. Land. Well, at least it's a creature we can cast. This is bad. And I'm holding 2 different removal spells, but I don't have any mana. So even though the Sorcerer's Brim is going to end up getting pinged out by the Sarkara anyway, I don't mind spending the Carver to keep it alive, because every time Sarkara pings a player, they get to play the top card of their deck, and every time it pings a creature, they don't. So if I make them ping in an extra time, I'm still denying them a card. And I really just want to spend my mana here, because, I mean, if I don't draw lands soon, the game is completely over. But if I do draw lands, I have a lot to play. So from a position like this, the hope is that I'll draw like 2 straight lands, and I'll just be able to start dumping my hand. Like if I draw a Swamp, I can play Noble and Cauldron, and then if they don't have anything, I can Cauldron the Sarkara. Maybe the game's not completely over. I'm not saying I like my chances, because I don't, but if I draw Swamp this turn, there may be hope. Even though the edge wall is just going to get pinged off, again, it's saving me 3 damage, and it's saving me them getting the top card of their deck to play. So I'm still going to play it. Like I said, there's still the hope that I just draw land, Cauldron away the Sarkara. We did lose most of these to Flood and Screw, but I also lost some close games to not playing extremely well tonight. Thank you, I'm Tilting. Appreciate that subscription. Thank you for 3 months of support. We might actually just be locked out now, because if I Cauldron Sarkara, I still die to that Weaselback, I think. Well, we didn't draw land, so that's kind of moot. Super rough night. Like I said, I blame getting sick. Also didn't draw well. Also didn't play well. But thank you again, as usual, everybody who tuned in. We'll be back tomorrow, hopefully to run it up and not down.